It's 1991. Birds and people are living together in seemingly perfect harmony, until one day a young man catches fire. This is Phoenix.
breathing. Feels like I'm lucid dreaming. I'm not usually the type to rush into the night. This time I can't be speeding. I'm taking it slow, but I just want more. I'm taking it slow, just go with the flow. I'm taking it slow, but I just want more. I'm taking it slow, just go with the flow. I'm taking it slow, my knees are the I'm ready for it's who I am. It took me to see this light in the middle of July. I'll fall into the deep end, giving into my feelings, afraid to go on this ride. I'm scared to crash inside. This time I might be speeding. I'm taking it slow, but I just want more. I'm taking it slow, just go with the flow. I'm taking it slow, but I just want more. I'm taking it slow, just go with the flow. I'm taking it slow, my knees are the I'm ready it's who I
Hello everybody and welcome to the OC Sim Series 8 Hours of Spa, and today it is race day. Finally, we've been waiting for so long. We were so excited yesterday, and now the race is just moments away from us, only a few minutes away actually. But coming up first, we do have something very exciting for you all, especially if you weren't able to catch the action yesterday, because yesterday's qualifying was absolutely amazing here around Spa. And in the next few minutes or so, we are going to have the qualifying highlights showing up on the screen for you. These were really great moments. They were so much fun to watch. And after the qualifying highlights, we'll be ready for the green flag and the race to start. This track is phenomenal. Over 3 mile long track, one of the longest in the world, and I really do hope you enjoy our qualifying highlights from yesterday. Actually, we're in qualifying now finally, and oh my goodness, we have a lot of people heading out onto the track. Wow. In that braking point, you want to keep the car tight towards... Oh, big slide there heading into the corner. That's going to lose them some time. And they're back on the...
For example, in the hypercars, you'll see them running M's, which you would assume medium, and the Ferrari goes off up the... Oh my god. That big is probably a case of taking...
A push and a cooldown lap as we see the 222 guard go even faster into the 214s now. So that is one of our fastest times we've had all weekend from these guys. What a lap.
Don't get onto the gravel and exit. The Lamborghini is showing...
The 222 seems to be leading the pace at the moment.
Yeah, so at the moment they'll probably...
Oh, saying that. Commentator's curse. Okay. And that's nice line through there, trying to keep as much speed as possible early on the power in first gear. A little bit wide. Is that going to be out of track limits or not? Let's see when they cross the line. And it's second. What a lap from the 99 car. And 2/10 away from our provisional.
Gain as much time as going wide. So he wouldn't have... Oh, there goes the 14. Yeah. 14 has decided that it wants to be with the other greenery.
Yeah.
In case strategy plays out. But more than likely, at least for my preference.
That sounds like a smart idea to me. And speak
between the knockout point for Super Pole, FNLRT coming up to the line, they're going to be doing our first 213 just about. 213. 0.996. Send it out of the back. They nearly got the back around just like they did when they spun around. They're gonna cross the line. And it's a 2:14.4. They have pulled out of there. Don't get the gravel. Beautiful. Send it through the final part.
Oh, no!
Sideways. And it's all over.
This one goes. It looks like they're all tucked up very tight at the moment. You don't want to obviously be too close together when starting your qualifying sessions, as I think that's the 45 or the 44 car gets ahead. The Alpine, that is the Scuderia Carmona.
Gradual progress into braking zones as well. We'll see the cars take it a lot quicker.
At the moment. But let's have a look. Project A through the bus stop chicane. It's looking clean and tidy at the moment. And they're going to cross the line, I believe, to make an improvement. Not quite into the 150.
Getting there slowly. Everybody's kind of getting their eye in. The top teams are getting their eye in. It's drivetrain.
And as you were saying that, Scuderia Carmona, one of their cars crossed the line into... Oh, contact between the 69 there. That has...
Kane here, braking just after the line. Try not look at the brakes. Keep it tidy to the first part. Lassa hasn't quite, but he's managed to recover it quite well. Gonna flat out. Avoid that curb. That curb is terrible. We're gonna flat out across the line. It's our first 58 of the battling for it. We can see one of the cars going sideways there. Drivetrain Racing have gone purple in Sector 1. They've gone green in Sector 2. They've had a small lock-up at the bus stop. Nothing to worry about. Get a clean exit. Stay off the curb as much as you can. Maybe a bit too much. They're going to cross the line. They've gone second. Now they've jumped everybody. Now Team Versatile is at risk. They're going flat out, so they're not too far behind. They definitely dropped a bit back. We can see here FNLRT braking so late into the chicane. Can they get the first apex? They can. Pick up the throttle, a bit of sideways. Now we can go flat out. We're going to run the curb. What curb? We're going over it. There we go. 2:14.2. They found a 10.5. They found about 2 tenths, nearly 2.5 tenths between the end of the second sector and the third
that's
sector.
Close. 99 car not set, and they go into third with a purple final sector. Not quite. Pippin, the 55 car, who has gone back to the pits with the Scuderia Carmona team, and that is just absolutely amazing speed. Already 300 kilometers an hour. Let's see what they get to before they hit the brakes. 307.
Still going on a lap. Drivetrain Racing hit the inside curb. It's gone. They have one more lap to make it if they're lucky. So does the Alpine. They both have one more lap. This is the final lap. Qualifying. Drivetrain might try and get a slipstream as Scuderia Carmona gets out of the way. Now they are going for goal. Can Drivetrain nail the chicane and get pole position on Project A? Down through the gears. Beautiful. First apex. Trying it straight out of the second apex. Checker flag is in the air. Can they get across? Set at 58. They do. They go across. Oh, apologies. They go straight into second place. Purple first and third sector. Project A does not improve.
And that right there was our qualifying highlights from yesterday. Absolutely amazing scenes from Spa. A really, really fun time. In case you don't know, my name is Dan No Skill, and joining me in the commentary booth today is Casper. Casper, why don't you go on and say hello?
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be in the world. Here for 8 hours, 2 hours longer than the previous event that we had, but it's still going to be an absolute cracker. We do love a little bit of Spa here at OCSS. Here's your starting grid. Project A leads the field in hypercars you just saw from the qualifying highlights. P2 for Drivetrain Racing, P3 for 44, and then P4 for the Wild Racing Crop Gap at El Crew, the 664. 0.6 of a second splits that top four from Hyperpole. There you got Vanguard Racing, the 195 P5, P6 for the 77 Scuderia Agile. I'm not quite sure if it's meant to be pronounced in Italian or in English, but they're in P7. The second Royal car, the 666 in P8. Simline in P9, and ADM rounds the top 10 with a 2-minute .392 lap. It's all shaping up to be quite an interesting race. Today, 770 in 11th, the number 69, very nice. VRC Factory Racing Team in 12th, ACX Simulations, number 10 in P13. P14 goes to the French, well, we're not far from France here, actually. The number 21 Baguette Racing Team. Skunkworks number 8 in P15 and Scuderia Carmona Racing MRE car. The number 16 in P16, 6 seconds off the field in qualifying. GT3, again, the FANATEC 2 took pole position there again. Pole's going to be on the right-hand side, on the inside, coming into turn 1. Silverheads, ISC and Sinline get those P2 through 4 spots. And then going further down into further positions. P5 with a grid penalty for Park Motorsport, the number 97. The 955 Vielgo Racing car is in P6, the 215-334 Park Motorsport in P7. The Versatile, I think it might be a bit of a spelling error, in P8, the Academy. Sunset in P9, the number 94. We should see P10 very shortly. There we go. Academia Endurance Racing, I think. The 444 in P10. Random Car Racing in P11. The number 27. The DT Poland by MG Motorsports 191 in P12. Dark Matter in 13th. The number 215. Then number 6. Pran Tempest Racing. Split Strat Esports number 25 in P15. A couple of these gaps in qualifying aren't too far, about a tenth and a half. A difference between P14 and 15. P16, Proferges. I apologise if I'm butchering any of these names, by the way. Number 24 in P16. Velosim Racing 277 in P17. The Scuderia Agile, the second car in P18. Warner Racing in 19th. MG Motorsports in 20th. The number 15, the number 22, Pablo Motorsports in 22nd place. And that will be your lot after Split Strat, number 14 in P22.
Thank you, Casper, mate. That was brilliant. Thank you for running us through the grid there. And as you saw with those qualifying times, it was so close yesterday. We have around 30 seconds until lights out, and I expect an absolutely phenomenal race today, given how good qualifying was. Remember, once these guys settle into their race pace, with driver swaps also playing a part in this race, you never know who's going to come out on top, and we have got an absolutely massive grid providing us with entertainment today. I personally cannot wait. I don't know about you.
It's going to be a good one. We love endurance racing at Spa. I think it's one of the biggest things that it's known for. Obviously, you've got your 24 hours, you've got the 6 at Spa, you've got your F1. So this sort of really fits into the circuit that's, nestling arguably one of the most picturesque locations that you could have a racing track. Let's be honest, it's in the middle of a forest. Who wouldn't want that? On actually pit stops, 4 minimum long stops across this race, according to the driver briefing that was sent out earlier this morning. So again, long stops just there to sort of regulate the field. That's when your driver changes are going to be occurring, as well as drivers are rolling on formation lap.
Yep, that's right. We've got our formation lap beginning now. Project A lead the pack behind the safety car, as you can see. And all these guys, this will be where the nerves start to kick in. Obviously, if you're at the front, you've got a clear track ahead of you. Or already someone at the back going off in hypercar there, which is not how you want to start this race. But yeah, that's unfortunate for them. But as you can see, these guys crawling up through Radion. They're going to be taking that a lot faster during the race, I can assure you.
I mean, of all places to practice going off track, I think exit of last horse isn't a bad place to practice, just in case of lap 1 carnage. So it's not too bad of a place to actually be practicing that sort of stuff, if I think about it.
Yeah, I have to admit, it's better than doing it in the middle of the actual race. So
yeah,
fair play. And this is an absolute scene, seeing all of these cars lined up, ready for the race start down the Kemmel Straight. I mean, you can't think of anything better. Let's talk about our GT3s quickly. In the distance there, that green Mercedes, that was our pole sitter, the number 222 FNL car. They'll be looking to keep some tyre temperature and just build a bit of a gap between them and the hypercar category.
That is going to be the target, and then also to try and build as much of a gap before the first pit stops, so that then they've got that advantage and they can then play a little bit with the strategy. Maybe go for a long stop early, go for a long stop later. The more they can build that gap initially, the easier it's going to be for them coming up towards the end of the race. So we've got the final car coming through the Lake Com chicane. The man Mehdi here, turn number 7, the right-hander, the 14 split strat esports. That is going to be a bit of a mouthful once we get towards the end of the race.
Yeah, some of the team names here, we're trying our best with them. I believe Scuderia Agile, you can say Agile or Agile. They were going for that English and Italian theme with that. So you nailed it on the head when you were doing our grid there. But yeah, where would you want to be? Do you want to be starting first in Spa? We know how powerful the slipstream can be on the run from turn 1 all the way up to the Lake Com chicane. Or would you rather, be behind someone in that P2 or P3 position?
I was gonna say I'd probably try and start P2 because
you've got the advantage of that clear air coming into La Source, and then also the advantage of the slipstream going down up into Lake Com. I couldn't think of the corner for a sec. Up into Lake Com. So I'd probably want to start second, but again, I should state, I am not a driver, so my insights aren't particularly valuable on that sort of stuff.
No, I can understand, but we were talking to Tong yesterday, and that's sort of similar to what he was saying. His team is the Project A car. He was commentating qualifying with us yesterday. His teammate was doing pretty well. But the safety car is moving in. The cars will be beginning to get a gap. And as Project A come through the bus stop chicane, they'll be looking to put their foot down as soon as those lights go out. 80-kilometer speed limit to start with. Drivetrain Racing next to them on the grid. It's 2x2 formation. Here we go. Safety car is parked up. And once they cross the line, it's green light. We are underway for the OCSS 8 Hours of Spa. It's a good launch from Project A. Looks like they'll be leading through La Source. Drivetrain and Scuderia Carmona going side by side into that first corner. Couple wheels in the gravel, but overall, it's looking clean. And Drivetrain Racing actually able to get through there and take the lead of the race. Scuderia Carmona follow, and they've been taken out already. Contact. Drivetrain Racing coming back on the track. Huge crash there from our front runners. Project A back in the lead. That is not how you want to start the race. Let's quickly look back at our GT3s because they are just beginning the run up to Eau Rouge. The 55 car looks to be in the lead now. So the 222 dropping all the way back into 5th place. That's not good. And there's been another spin there on the track. You can see someone just as we enter the Kemmel is sideways. Wow, already great action as we start the race.
I think that might be just because there's even more damage further as we're coming onto the Kemmel straight. Something's happened. Right, very yellow has been deployed. Oh my word! We know Eau Rouge and Radion, that whole section is incredibly difficult. But holy mother of God, a lot has happened already.
Wow, that was a very chaotic race start with a lot of big incidents. We've got the full course yellow out at the moment, but you can see right now just how close all of these cars are. I mean, look at them. They're all bunched up, even on this restart. And that's the same in Hypercar and GT3. Wow, that's been chaos.
That has been chaos. Project A actually went a little bit deep into turn 1, lost the 2 positions. And then the 2 cars in the lead just sort of came together. And it worked out in their favour. So overall, not a bad start. By complete sheer luck, it's actually worked out for them.
Yeah, they're very lucky there because they could have been easily involved in that incident. The full course yellow is now ending in a couple seconds. So let's see if Scuderia Agile can get a good launch. They've got a bit of a gap to Project A, but it seems like they were quicker to put their foot down on the throttle, and they're going to have the run now in towards Blanchimont. They've got the braking zone of the bus stop, but they don't even need it because round the outside of Blanchimont, here they go, side by side. Can they do it? This is a tricky corner to overtake at. Oh my goodness, they're so close. Heading towards the bus stop. Slightly ahead of Scuderia Agile, who's going to be last on the brakes. Project A run deep, and they're off the track. Scuderia Agile take the lead of the race. Vanguard Racing go through into second. Oh my goodness, already on the second lap, so much action happening.
Cold tyres, well, it's almost certainly cold tyres. They wouldn't have been able to warm up. Was looking through with the GT cars. They're all coming through up towards the bus stop chicane. Now a bit of a fight for second place. Behind here is Silverhead's trying to go around the outside, coming into the bus stop. Can he got the switch back on the inside? Forcing the car off the track, and here comes FNL. Looking for a bit of a move. See if they can get past both the 666 and the Vanguard Racing team as we come up to last start. Lap 2 of the race, but it does seem to be that the Vanguard Racing team has kept second, at least for the time being, as they come down the hill once again.
Wow, 3 wide into La Source there from some of the GT3s. We can see the 222 car that had a bad start there, trying to make up some positions and taking the very risky idea to overtake through Radeon, which is incredibly bold. Project A, who were our pole sitters, down into P5 now, as the SSE team have taken the number 14 car, their drive-through. They were handed for an incident on the race start, so the stewards looking out for what was happening on the race start there. And yeah, that was a lot of action. Looks like Project A trying to make their way through on the Vanguard Racing team after their poor start and that big lockup.
Oh, look at the gap in the hypercar between first and second. It's almost 3 seconds if I'm reading that right, which is absolutely insane. Again, considering A, what's happened so far in this race already, and B, again, this is end of lap 2, and we've already got a 3-second gap between the leader and second place. So that is just proof that 64 has got a lot of pace behind them. I was looking here, battle for, what is that, 4th place. Project A already getting the Vanguard Racing team ahead of Blanchimont, no issue there. But yeah, purely on traction out of curveball threat.
Yeah, that was a great move from them. They'll be looking to get even more positions because, like you said, that they feel they've got more pace to be fighting at the front here. So that was a messy start from them. Let's look at our GT3 field because it's starting to open up a little bit. You can see the 99 car eking out a 2-second gap on the number 55, but it's still close behind with Park Motorsport under pressure from the car in 5th behind them. All of them pretty much on the hard tyres here. They want to run for as long as possible in this endurance race. Let's see if the 999 car can get the move done into the bus stop. Late on the brakes. And no, they back out of it there, not looking to make a move.
No, it's not. Well, it's a good overtaking spot, but there is better. Obviously, into La Source, into Lake Commies, you take spots. Bus stop is a little bit iffy. Just because of how tight that chicane can be. It's very difficult to get 2 cars alongside. Not impossible, as we saw, but it's not exactly the easiest thing in the world.
And here's our best lap times. We can see Scuderia Agile with that clean air, able to make some decent lap time there. And as well, the number 99 car in the clean air at the front of the pack, also making a couple good laps, putting a couple good laps in there. So that's just how important at this track, especially through the middle sector, the clean air is, because you don't want the dirty air from the drivers behind.
The issue is going to come with traffic in probably about 10 or so minutes time, or in the case with the 770 now, you've got cars which are just going to be constantly effectively in your way for the hypercars. So you're going to be constantly receiving that dirty air, and this middle sector, which is very downforce heavy, is going to be incredibly difficult. Full course yellow has been deployed.
Sorry to interrupt you. Yeah, full course yellow is out. You'll be able to make a move until that yellow flag comes out. And then you've got to slow right down to 80 kilometers an hour. I'm not sure what that's for. We have got a couple cars moving slowly at the back of the grid. The number 19 and the number... the position 19, position 20. This SSE car in GT3. They're a bit further back. So whether something's happened with those and we didn't manage to catch it on stream, that is interesting. But yeah, cars moving a little bit slower now on track. Apparently, it's for the 179 car. The 179 car involved in an incident there.
I did spot something on race start, and I'm trying to figure out if...
Oh, there they are, in the gravel.
There you are.
That'll be what it is.
That was our P2 car as well, Drivetrain Racing, and they're now stuck in the gravel trying to get that car and limp back to the pit lane by the looks of it.
That's poo on there. The double left at turn 10. Separate issue. I'm gonna try and find out something. This is the joys of having multiple monitors. I can have what I'm looking at on one side and Discord on the other. It's brilliant. I did spot it. I think the 50 has been disqualified.
Yes, I saw this too. I'm not sure what for. Apparently an incident in the bus stop, I assume on the formation lap.
Quite possibly. I'm going to try and investigate that, or at least ask Vigo what's going on. Because there's a little bit of confusion. A couple of people, well, there's one person that's asked in Discord. Which, again, this is the joys of having multiple monitors. But yeah, let me try and find out for you.
Yeah, back to the pits for the 179 we just saw there. They'll be off the track now, so the hazard is clear. So I assume we're going to get underway racing as soon as possible. And look at that gap. The 666 car, the Royal Racing team, they are just behind Scuderia Agile on this race start. So this could be an interesting one. Will they get the jump on them like we saw Project A lost out to on the previous restart? Also, one thing I noticed, a couple cars were taking their long pits already, so strategy is now under play. And a little bit deep from the Scuderia Agile team, but not too bad. Royal Racing also under a bit of pressure from the 77 car behind them, Team Versatiles, but heading down into Puon, looks like we're going to maintain order. We'll quickly check with our GT3s. Casper, let's see how these guys are doing.
So far, since the full course yellow, it's been pretty calm. I'm talking with one of the guys, and they're basically saying it's something to do with apparently speeding. They say it's difficult to understand. We're trying to see what exactly has happened. Hopefully, we get a resolution pretty soon. As we're on board with the number 13. Which I believe is the Mario-themed car. As the 995 has made his way through on the Camel Straight. Lovely little bit of moving on the inside. And is he going again? Oh, I thought he was going to go for on the 11th placed car, but a little bit too far away for that one.
Yeah, couldn't quite send that dive bomb from a mile back. We saw the one-up racing car struggling through Radion. And then losing 2 places, I believe, on the Kemmel Straight. Team Versatile, their hypercar in 3rd, currently trailing just behind the 666, maybe looking to make a move. And the number 10 car just dropping battle side by side, sorry. This is for 10th place. Heading down towards La Source with the Vanguard Racing team. They're eking just ahead. Who will be last on the brakes? We can see small lockup from the Vanguard team on the inside there, but they managed to just stay ahead as they head towards Eau Rouge. Some great racing throughout the grid here.
Yeah, a lot of good stuff. Oh, is he going to go for it? No, you need to be alongside if you're going to go for a move into Eau Rouge and going for the switchback and down the Kemmel Straight. Well, down the Kemmel Straight, up the Kemmel Straight, because it's still technically uphill as we come through here. It's the ACX simulations. Have they got ahead? They seem to have. Is the factory racing team going to go for a move on the inside to try and retaliate? No, a little bit too far away. They do claim 9th place. Do ACX simulations ahead of Vanguard Racing team, my apologies.
And looking further ahead in the hypercar categories, we've got a battle for the lead. The number 6.
Close around the outside.
Oh, wow. The Royal Racing team really throwing in a very bold move through Farnier there as we head towards Stavolo. Scuderia Agile on the inside, side by side here. Don't get on the gravel. They're leaving racing room. Now, who is going to be more confident on the throttle? Still side by side. Royal Racing put a wheel in the gravel and Scuderia Agile go through on the inside. But don't write out Team Versatile, who now have the slipstream on the Royal Racing team, who have been compromised through Stavolo 2 into Blanchimont. Can they make something stick as we head towards the bus stop? They're a 10th away and they just back off, not choosing to make a move there, as Project A even getting a little bit of a sniff on the backside of those. Wow, that was great action from those guys.
I was going to say this is great news for the Project A. until they went deep into the bus stop. They still got fastest lap, to be fair, 2:03.050 for the hypercars. But that would have been such good news up until that very moment.
Yeah, you can see how Project A may have been looking for some kind of opportunity there. We can see the last laps between Project A and Team Versatile. On lap 6, they lost a second and a half to Project A. So that's put them right back in the fight. Honestly, I would say for first at this point.
It will be. Given what we're seeing at the moment, I thought that the Scuderia had much more of a advantage, but that's been closed down. Maybe they've overused their tyres a little bit too early, or just saving tyres. Who really knows? We'll find out a little bit later as we're 20 minutes into this race now of, again, 8 hours. There's a lot of racing to be had.
There certainly is, and our GT3s are still racing hard. We've got the 955 car here. They're under pressure again from the 1UP Racing team, and they've just got the 277 ahead of them too. So 1UP Racing might look to make a bit of a move here into the bus stop chicane. Let's see who's going to be last on the brakes. Is there going to be a lockup? 1UP Racing down the inside. They've got to be careful not to go into the car in front of them as well. That's very tight. And 1UP Racing, oh, they make a double overtake. 277 going wide, sorry. Wow. That's amazing action. They're all side by side into La Source. Casper, is there going to be contact?
Hopefully not. There's hypercars behind, so they've got to be careful for that one. They stay line astern coming through La Source. That was a lovely move on the exit of bus stop by 1UP. Very, very nicely done. Also, I should also add, love the Mario livery. Big fan of Nintendo. Love it to bits. Sorry, just had to get it out there.
Absolutely, I agree. I think that's got to be one of the contenders for our favourite liveries. Obviously, as this race goes on, we'll talk a bit more about what we enjoy about liveries and who we've spotted. Looking just there, the number 10 car is trying a little bit of a switchback on the 195. They haven't quite got the move done yet, but heading down towards La Source, these two are going to be side by side. Who is going to be braver on the brakes? Looks like the inside wins the battle this time. Is there room for a switchback? Not quite this time. Close. Very close.
Yeah, 69 stays ahead for the time being. But again, we were talking earlier, just before the race start, about the slipstream as he tries to go through Eau Rouge again. You need to be alongside on corner entry before you can even think about through that section of track, and then 2 abreast now coming through. The Camel straight. It looks like the 10 has got the advantage, but has the 69 got the inside? And are they going to be able to keep the move? Forces ACX wide. Bit of a wobble. Under braking as well, and they stay behind. Great defense there from the 69.
Look like a little bit of contact between the two as well. Nothing
Possibly
too major, but like they say, rubbing is racing, but you don't want to be doing too much of that. As the number 10, very opportunistic through Rivage, now having a little sniff into No Name as well, as it looks like struggling for traction. Is the car in 8th place? Is that number 69? Very nice. Through Puon, though, they've eked out a bit more of an advantage. So, yeah, very close battle in between these two. Also, looking ahead, looks like we've got our car in 3rd catching up to the 666.
I fear with 2 men that are ever so slightly childish, you're going to be hearing very nice quite a lot with those guys. But anyway, we'll leave it there. Through Stavelone, Kerpal, Fred, load points on this circuit as they start to make their way back up over the gravel, which is obviously not ideal for slick tyres. And they've lost quite a lot of time there. The gap's grown to about 2 seconds between the pair of them.
Yeah, that was a costly mistake, especially for such a long section where you're flat out for quite a long period of time on this track. I mean, we know it's a 70% flat out track anyway in these cars, so making sure you get on the power is crucial. Scuderia Gile taking to a little bit of the runoff area there to overtake some of this traffic that they're trying to get through now. Very interesting methods and very risky if you're the race leader.
Well, A, very risky, and B, you're stuck in traffic. So you have to make moves past the GT somehow, and they're not just going to move out of the way. You have to make your way past them of your own volition. So it is very much on you. And again, this is where traffic gives, traffic takes away. So it's sort of the great equalizer, maybe alongside rain, probably, in this sort of thing.
And Casper, speaking of traffic gives, traffic takes away, we didn't even see the move because of how many cars there were there, but the 666 car has got into first, and Scuderia Gile have actually dropped back into third place now. So these top 3 cars are all fighting it out for the top position at the moment. This is brilliant.
I was kind of wondering when that happened, because I had absolutely no idea. I just saw the position change, and I was like, when on earth did that happen?
Yeah, it looked like
Again,
just in that real big sea of traffic, apparently, Royal Racing were able to get into first place.
I mean, well done to the Polish crew, what can I say?
Yeah, absolutely incredible move from them, using the traffic to their advantage. And now they're eking out, actually, by the looks of it, a little bit of a gap as Scuderia Gile try and get back past the team in front of them. They dropped quite a few positions there, but they are slowly catching to the 77 car, as you can see by the graphic down there.
Again, you can see where traffic plays a part. 2 seconds of an advantage for the 077 Versatiles car. So this is where sort of traffic plays a big part. Obviously, we also did see Scuderia Gile go off into the grab of the lap before, right? So again, a lot of these small mistakes consecutively can easily lose you a lot of time.
Speaking of losing time, the GT3s, as they're getting very close, the GT3s seem to have all been lapped now at least once by our hypercars. Because if you haven't watched much multi-class racing before, the hypercar are our faster category. They are around 15 seconds a lap quicker than the GT3s. So they're going to be overtaking them a lot of times.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of moves, obviously, with GT3 traffic in the way. It is a long circuit, but there's a lot of time. So there sort of has to be a lot of overtakes during the next, 7 hours 35, especially if cars want to stay ahead. I know I feel like I'm saying the obvious, but it is part and parcel of this sort of thing.
This is an interesting one. The 55 car that was running near the front and made it into Superpole is now down in 8th, just behind One Up Racing. We're yet to see any pit stops from the top 10 in GT3, so I'm just curious as to how that's happened. They were running so well earlier on. Must have been a mistake from that Mustang.
Well, I have another question on how that's happened. Look at the gap between first and second.
Oh, absolutely. Over 10 seconds now, the gap between the 99 and the 222 that started on pole. But over 8 hours, that can drop.
That can, well, that very easily can drop, but let's be honest, one full course yellow or a safety car, and that's advantage is basically gone, right? But, again, I was talking earlier, get a little bit of an advantage early on, and you can play about a little bit with strategy. So, seems to be working a little bit for them early.
Speaking of pit stops, Project A, the first to come in, I believe, from Hypercar. If we have a look through, yeah, no one pitting yet apart from Project A. So they're opting for an early pit stop. Why might you do that in a race like this, Casper?
Well, if you've put less fuel in, then you're going to have to stop earlier. That'll make the car lighter, should make it easier to make positions for the start. But they haven't really made positions. They weren't able to get ahead. So if that's what they've gone for, that's not quite worked for them. The 179 second long pit of the day already. We're only half an hour in.
I think taking a second long pit within this shorter space of time is probably going to hurt you, because just for fuel and tyres, you're going to have to take more later on, surely.
Well, long pit specifically is when the driver changes happen, right? You have to have a minimum of, so that it's even across the field. You can take more normal pit stops, that's absolutely fine. But long pit specifically, you're talking, that's when the driver change happens. That's what they're intended to be. Pardon me. So you can pit more times. It's just, why would you want to do more than 4 long pits.
Well, I understand, but if you're doing 2 within the space of half an hour, that means one driver is going to have to do an awfully long stint if you want to avoid another long pit.
I mean, there's no inherent penalty for going over, right? You can do as many long pits as you want. It's just you're going to be spending more time in the pit lane.
Exactly.
So it seems counterintuitive to want to do more than 4.
I completely agree, which is why I would personally space them out a bit more, because I believe every time you make a driver swap, you do have to commit to a long pit, even if you've already completed your 4. I believe that's how real penalty works with this.
That sounds about right.
So potentially compromising for them.
Well, exactly. So that's what I'm saying. It's unless it's maybe a mistake or something, I can't say I understand.
Absolutely, absolutely. If you look in our small window as the gap to the leaders does close, battle for 10th is on between the Baguette Racing Team and Team Versatile. Looks like they're catching a bit of a slipstream down towards the source. So let's hop on here, because you can see this is where all the traffic is affecting these teams. And if you can sniff any kind of an advantage on your opponent, you can maybe get a little bit, you know, of a cheeky move like we saw the 666 car doing earlier for first place.
Well, exactly, and we didn't see that move. So you could very easily go for especially through commas, we cut ever so slightly Project A. There you go, confirmation pit for Project A. As the Baguette Racing Team hasn't actually closed in as much as I thought. I thought the slipstream would be a little bit more effective. Maybe the car ahead got a little bit of slipstream off the GT traffic as well.
I think a slight mistake through a Rouge too. We saw them, like you said, cutting the track a little bit. That's probably going to hurt them. They won't be able to get their foot down on the power quite as quickly as they would have wanted to. So yeah, slightly dropping back, but seem to be gaining just a little bit of time on the car and head. You can see a 0.5 second gap between these two, and it is closing. It is closing, losing through Puon. This is great that we have all these graphics, by the way. Absolutely amazing.
Absolutely amazing. We were talking about it earlier behind the scenes. The graphics, love them to bits. Gaps opened up to 1.5 seconds now. Bit of a mistake through Puon. The car was quite wobbly coming through there for the Baguette Racing Team. Lost about a second coming through there, which again in sports car racing is quite a lot, considering the margins. We were looking at the margins in qualifying, so. It can be quite tight.
We've got here the 955 in GT3. Speaking of tight, closing in on the Sunset Racing Ferrari. Mercedes versus Ferrari, just like we've seen in Formula 1 recently this year. Who's going to come out on top during the OC Sim Series? Well, we're about to find out. They're heading down towards the source. Looks a little bit too far away for the Mercedes car to make a move this time. But will they catch a bit of a slipstream up towards Lecom?
Well, they've got to be careful because, again, they've got hypercar traffic coming through. I think it's just one car, so it's not a major issue, but it's something worth considering as the car slots just in front. Maybe not as much slipstream as the 955 would have liked to have. So I don't think he's going to make the move into Lecom this time, but it's just going to be there right in the background, sort of not quite intimidating, but making himself know that if the car ahead makes a mistake, if the Sunset makes a mistake, I will be there to take advantage.
Absolutely. And further up ahead in GT3, the 999 car, they are closing in ever so slightly on the 222 that we saw starting on pole position. So this is getting really interesting between these two. They're about to catch a big slipstream down towards Blanchimont, and obviously this is for the GT3 podium. These guys are racing just as hard as the hypercars will be, and it's set to be really exciting. So let's see how effective the slipstream is on board with the 999.
The gap between first and second is 15 seconds. It's grown since the last time, about 8 minutes ago. So careful under braking. Oh, I was worried that there was going to be contact with the Scuderia Gile there.
You can
Thankfully,
see
there wasn't.
how, with the Scuderia Gilles, in my personal opinion, being a little over-aggressive, that compromised the 999 car. And if you're in that car, you're not going to be too happy with that, are you?
Well, no, you're not, because hypercars have to make their way past safely, right? That's one of the things. GT3 don't have to actively get out of the hypercar's way. It's up to the hypercars to make their way through safely in order to continue their races, because it's basically sort of, imagine two races going on at the same time, basically, right? So they're not going to be all too happy with it, because they almost basically crashed into another car. They would have lost time trying to sort of mitigate whatever damages could have happened. There wasn't any, thankfully, but worst case scenario, if there was, they would have had to.
Sorry to interrupt you, Casper, but the battle for the lead just heated up because Scuderia Gilles went very wide out of Stavolo 2 and have allowed the 77 car to take the lead of this race. Wow, that was a really unexpected move. We saw the gap closing ever so slightly, but I didn't expect Scuderia Gilles to just crumble under the pressure there so quickly.
You can see I'm just nattering, and then all this stuff's happening. It's great.
That's racing.
Royal Plus in fastest lap as well. Was down the inside. Oof, no way. That would have been a dive bomb and a half.
It really would have. We saw the lockup, the tyre smoke from the 64 and the 77 car, both trying to be as late as possible on the brakes. The gap, 0.6 of a second. Ooh. You can make that up with the slipstream from these aerodynamic cars. Much more aerodynamic than our GT3. So let's see. How much will Scuderia Gilles close? Not actually as much as I expected. About a tenth of a second as we head into Le Combe. And now they're dropping back. Possibly because the GT3s are putting them off a little bit ahead. But this is holding up the 77 car. Can you get past the traffic effectively? Down the inside. Oh, bit wide there from Scuderia Gilles. Again, messy through the traffic from these guys. That's the second time we've seen it. But still within a sniff of the lead. Casper, take us away as... Oh, we've got a crash. Sorry.
Yeah, BMW, there was also a car off through radio. That's why I went, in the middle of you talking through that battle, because there was a car off. It was a GT3 just off of the exit of Radeon. And I was very worried that there could have been a crash. Thankfully, there wasn't. But obviously a bit of concern because we've had crashes there already.
Yeah, that was very, very precarious for, as I'm just being told now, the Scuderia Agile team, they would like to be called. I got told yesterday it could be either by Tong, but I don't know. Go write a complaint letter to him, please. Not me. But yeah, the Scuderia Agile still trying to close in on the Team Versatile car. This lap round, we should get to see what the difference is between the two, as traffic means they're closing right up. And yes, 0.2 of a second lost for the 77 car, currently leading the race. But now they've got to make their way through all of these GT3s, which is going to provide very tricky for our race leaders.
There's, again, traffic in the way. The Porsche not making it easy. Up Eau Rouge we go once again, clattering over the curbs and down, well, again, up the Camel Street, because we're still technically going uphill at this point, catching the slipstream, closing ever so slightly, looking for that inside line. Are they going to be able to make it? No. Thinks better of it, saves the car. Again, there's still 7 hours and 25 minutes of racing. You want to save your car. That is the first bit. You need to finish the race.
Absolutely, I agree. Looking at some of the gaps in GT3 as we see this battle unfold, keeping my eye on it, don't worry. Looks like they're starting to spread out just a little bit, potentially with traffic playing a part in that too. But we've got our closest GT3 battle on our small window there, if you want to take a look on board with Team Versatile. But Scuderia Agile, again, just not quite able to close the gap enough to the 77 car ahead of them, just staying behind them. And we talk a lot about this when we watch F1 races. What will this do for the tyres of that 64 car?
In F1?
There's
a big problem with... Well, I'm going to use F1 as an example because it's typically similar here. In F1, there's a big problem with overheating of tyres, right? Here, it's still a problem, just to a slightly lesser extent, right? So obviously overheating tyres making it more difficult to actually grip up with the surface, but obviously this is why we talk about, bit deep there for the number 64. We talk about the actual grip, and this is why we talk about clean air as well, because clean air will cool your tyres, keep it cool. If you're constantly in somebody's slipstream, it's going to make it more difficult because then your tyres are going to overheat.
Absolutely, and that, I believe, is why we've seen most of our fastest laps from cars running in that nice clean air and being able to just set a lap time with no traffic and no dirty air through that middle sector. That middle sector at Spa is very tricky, so you've got to be on it. Scuderia Agile not yet able to make much of a move. We're going to head over to Team Versatile Academy because they've been closing down over the last few laps on Team Poland ahead of them. We'll keep an eye on our battle for the lead in Hypercar, but right now let's give some love and attention to our GT3s who are providing some great racing today.
Well, I'm a bit of attention, maybe not necessarily a little bit of love, but there's been a report come through for the 444 Academy Endurance Racing about the direct quote here is coming back on track dangerously and then giving orange front damage. Looking through the footage, it doesn't look great. It doesn't look great because the car sort of comes straight on the racing line coming through Malmedy. It doesn't look great for the 444. Obviously, that's only just come through within the past couple of minutes, so we don't know what's going to happen through that yet. However, it's come through.
Yeah, that's poor there for the 444. Like you said, it's the last thing you want is penalties like that in an endurance race like this. But let's see if Team Versatile can make a clean move into the bus stop on the 191. That's very deep, big lockup, slight contact. Rubbing is racing, but that might be looked into by the stewards later on. They're allowing some of the hypercars through as well, but they have made the move stick. The 515 moves ahead of the 191, but looks like the Porsche is actually going to come right back at them. Are they going to give the place back due to the contact? No, they are not. They stay ahead in the GT3 category. Team Poland, I'm sure, have things they want to say about that move. It wasn't exactly the cleanest, but as you can see by the lap times, Team Versatile have been catching. Is it worth taking the penalty and trying to use that clean air to their advantage?
I don't know. It's a go spin again. Okay, car's moving though, so we're okay. Sorry, I'm just making sure the car was okay. The question is going to be, were they given enough racing room? I think it's borderline. It could go either way. I would be leaning towards maybe not. But again, it's sort of you're hard racing, you're braking late into a difficult braking zone. There might be a bit of mitigation. That's the only thing that I can probably say on that.
Yeah, we'll have to see what the stewards say about that and if it gets reported to them. Very interesting, Casper. We didn't catch this. It was just as we were watching on board with that GT3 battle. Scuderia Agile dropped down into third. Clearly a mistake from them. Team Versatile now still in the lead and have a 3-second gap to the Royal Racing 664 car behind them. So that's another mistake we've seen from Scuderia Agile, who constantly seem to get up to the front and then have costly mistakes that bring them further back down.
By the way, props to Royal. 2 cars in the top 4. And we know they, good racers. They have been previously for OCSS, for Project Endurance in previous races as well. But 2 cars in the top 4. I know it's early, but good start. Hopefully they can continue. I am ever so slightly biased because I'm Polish and it is a Polish crew. However, there is a slight bit of personal bias, but it's not going to tinge me too much, I promise. He says.
Yeah, I believe you. I believe you. just having a look
Brave man.
at some of our GT3s. You can see the 250 on the left there, catching up. Dark Matter Motorsport looking to maybe make a move. Not the best race start from them. It looks like their race pace is solid. And here we have a couple hypercars just duking it out. Is that the Alpine there? Not a popular choice for this race, but certainly one I can respect. Oh, going very wide through Farnier and is that conceding 2 positions? I believe that will be disappointing for Scuderia Carmona.
Yeah, bit of a mistake through what I call piff path. Also on exit of curve 4 Frere there. So a lot of mistakes being made. We were talking about, well, I mentioned it earlier. If you make a lot of mistakes just consistently like that, you're going to lose a lot of time. But anyway, let's have a look at what's going on. Fight for 14th here, 27 against 94. Sunset versus Random. Is it chance that he's going to go down the inside? Very nicely done. Makes use of the mistake from the opposition. However, is this going to work in Random's favour? Because again, Slipstream up towards Les Combes could be a very lovely defensive move.
Not quite able to use the Slipstream through Rouge and Radion. Let's see, because now, as Casper was saying, we've got the long run down towards the Les Combes chicane, and you can see just how Sunset Racing were able to pull away. And that's a spin from the 27 Random car. Will that be enough for a full course yellow? We don't think so, but they are backwards on track. They've managed to safely get across. And Casper, that right there is a really risky situation because you could easily take someone out.
And this is what we saw, well, again, it's in this vague area, not specifically that corner, but in that area where the 444 were picked up the report, right? So in terms of coming back on track. So it is something that drivers need to be very distinctly aware of. They have got telemetry. They can see where other drivers are. So it's not really sort of an excuse where you say, oh, I didn't see him. Use your minimap. That's what it's there for.
Well, exactly. We have so many more driver assists in sim racing than we do in real life racing. You've got to rely on mirrors, which drivers often complain are small and difficult to see through. You've got to rely on your instincts, whereas here you do have things to help you. So these drivers have no excuse. Let's see, we've got a bit of a battle here between the 90... I think that's actually being lapped, the 907 Park Motorsport car, as far as I can tell. So clearly just running a tough race from them, a really tough race from them. We've got a close battle here in GT3. The 444 car trying to go down the inside of the Mercedes into La Source. And is this 3 wide? Not quite, but the 444 car making the overtake. Actually, yes, making 2 passes in 1 move. Wow, that was brilliant from Academia Racing.
Lovely stuff there from Academia Racing as they come through.
A hypercar off through the middle. That was brave.
Incredibly brave.
That was very brave.
I believe that was Project A. So whether it's tongue or lasso driving, they have got, for lack of better words, huge balls to do that.
Somebody's taking their bravery pills.
Absolutely.
By the way, update on the DT Poland by MG Motorsport and Versatile Academy bus stop. That has just been sent in as an actual report, so it is going to be getting a look-see by the stewards.
I'm glad to hear that, because that incident was definitely one I think maybe deserves some kind of time penalty. We see the 55 cars gone in for their first long pit and completed it. On board with the ACX Simulations team, they're trying to catch that crucial slipstream down towards Blanchimont and towards the bus stop chicane. Can they make something happen with the 69 car? We saw these two battling earlier on. Now they're going to go side by side into the bus stop. Who's going to be last on the brakes? It's been close between these two for laps. The number 10's been catching. They keep it clean. That's how you do it, boys. That's how you do it. And, oh, they're still side by side on exit. Really great, respectful racing between these two. Looks like just eking ahead the number 69 car into La Source. And, wow, still leaving that racing room. That's incredible. Who's going to get the slipstream up towards Eau Rouge and Radion? Casper, take it away.
I think what lost it for ACX coming through there was a bit of a wiggle too wide coming. 69 outside for the. They're still very, very close to each other as they're going up the hill once again. Bit of slipstream for the number 10 as they're down the camel straight. I think they're too wide. The 69's got the inside. There's another hypercar just get by, but the 69 does defend that position. I think where that fight was lost was on exit of the bus stop. The sort of rear end wiggle that we saw from the 10 lost a little bit of time, couldn't quite get ahead coming into last source, and that's probably what lost it for him.
Yeah, it looks like it, but they're still right all over the back of the 69. And like you said, I can't quite tell which car it is behind them, but another hypercar looking to lap these two as they battle it out. And this is some of the traffic situations you have to deal with during endurance racing. You can see in terms of the pit stops, all of these guys yet to pit, and side by side into Fanye. Whoa, the 69 car was brave on the brakes there. Just about. Oh, contact! I was afraid this would happen. 69 getting spun out onto the side safely, and they're going to have to rejoin the track. That's lost them only one position, thankfully. But with those two racing that hard this early on, we are less than an hour into this race. That was bound to happen.
Another car off.
Yeah,
another car off one of the GTs. Was it contact or was it just the curb? Because the curbs through there are pretty high.
It looked to me like a little bit of contact between the two. I'm unsure, but yeah, it was definitely very close racing, and something like that is bound to happen when you're side by side for that long. Casper, I want your opinion on this. The 222 car we saw had a really bad start, dropped down to 5th. They are now within 3 seconds of the lead.
About 20 minutes ago, they were 15 seconds off the lead. So I don't know if it's the 222 has found pace, or ISC has just lost it, or they've made a mistake, which they seem to have done through the second sector on the last lap, lost 7.5 seconds. It's probably some mixture of the three. But credit where credit is due. The 222 is doing really well. All things considered, given their start. I mean, again, they're in one frame now. 20 minutes ago, you wouldn't have said that.
And that's just the nature of endurance racing. You know, we saw the 99 car build that buffer up, but one mistake as they go wide again through the second part of Fanye, one mistake can cost you 7 seconds of time, and the 222 being consistent has been able to maximize that and actually start catching back up. So we'll keep an eye on that gap for you as we look to the rest of our grid, but this is getting really interesting now.
Weather scattered clouds. I don't want to be that guy, but it doesn't look like it's going to rain. However, with 8 hours and this being Spa, it very well could do. Round goes to 21.
Oh, that's a big spin out, No Name.
Actually, it's not No Name anymore, I don't think. It actually has a name.
Well, okay. Oh, there's another spin ahead of them as well. All the cars struggling through Puon and No Name. Let's see if Baguette Racing can actually get past here. Not, yeah, they can. They can. I don't know if that's
for position as well.
That's for position. Wow. So a mistake somehow working out in their favor, which is interesting. One thing I was going to say, I do have the lore info. So the No Name corner, it was named to Jackie X corner. Jackie X himself came out and said, please don't call it Jackie X corner. It is called No Name. Keep it as that. Thank you very much.
Oh, has he actually said that?
He's actually gone ahead and said that. So big respect to Jackie X for that one.
I've been saying Jackie X curve for about a year and a half without knowing that Jackie X doesn't actually want that. My apologies, Jackie X, if you watch it.
I'm sure he's tuning into the OC Sim Series. Who isn't? Who wouldn't be?
Who isn't? Who wouldn't be? You'd be insane not to.
I completely agree with you. You can see the 69 car eking out a little bit of time on the Baguette Racing team, who had that spin during the last lap. 12 seconds lost to their rivals ahead of them in 8th place. So that's how crucial those mistakes are during this race. You can lose a large amount of time. That would be the gap between our current leader and P2 at the moment. Yeah,
little bit of background. how long is a long stop? Well, specifically 3 minutes 20, which is quite long for a stop. And then also, whoever's got access to the OC Racing account, for some reason it thinks we're streaming iRacing. We're not streaming iRacing. We're streaming, I think, Assetto Corsa. I don't know why it thinks we're streaming iRacing.
I'm not to pin the blame, but Oscar, that's on you, man. You need to fix this. I don't got access to that. I just got the key to stream. I don't set anything up. But I'm joking. But yeah, we are on Assetto Corsa. It's heavily modded, as you can probably guess. I saw a couple of people in chat wondering what the game was. So yeah, Assetto Corsa.
Calm down before he has your head.
I know. I won't be getting brought back. Now, I've been doing this 2 years. I feel a little bit more comfortable now. I think I'll be back for the next one. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, two minutes. You can do what you want. No, I'm joking. Right, 7:07 left in terms of time.
Heading towards the first hour, and I have to say, it's been a great first hour.
It's been a very good first hour. I do quite like the first hour. Hopefully, the remaining 7 are first.
Ooh, spin there from one of the GT3's Upper Rouge. I'm not quite sure which one. I do apologize, but that was that's not what you want. That's going to be heavy damage to their car as we see 222 getting out of the way. I believe it's for this car, the 45 ADM team, who have, by the looks of it, just been closing down on P5. There's still an 11-second gap, but over 8 hours, that is certainly doable. They've got to keep it consistent and well, like I said, just keep going, keep chugging along with those lap times.
First of all, I can't believe I'm saying this out loud in public. I can't believe that. I can't believe how good that Peugeot looks. It looks stunning. And second of all, a very quiet race from ADM so far.
Interesting stat here. Project A, twice into the pits. Our pole sitters at the start of the race, now running all the way down in 12th. What's going on Project A, or are we going to see some improvement?
I mean, we did see a long stop, right? And also then, I'm assuming, a normal stop, because I think they've only had one. But then, why have they had to pit twice in an hour, when hypercars can typically run around about an hour, from what I know?
Yeah, we'd have to look into
that's what confuses me.
Technical difficulties for that one.
That's what confuses me ever so slightly.
I'm unsure if our pit stop graphics are completely up to date, because I've seen a couple completed long stops that haven't been documented yet. So don't take them completely as word. The 222 still gaining small amounts of time every single lap to the 99 car. Looks like we're going to have a battle for first in GT3 coming up very shortly, which I'm excited for. I don't know about you.
I mean, hopefully we do. Christ, we've been waiting for one for about half an hour. So with FNL RT coming close, I think hopefully sooner rather than later.
Scuderia Agile dropping further back than we last saw them. Now in P4. And they're trying to gain a bit of time to the 666 car ahead of them. So that's been difficult for them. Let's see if they're able to make a move or not.
Sorry, I had to talk with my dad for a second. You were saying?
I was just saying, Scuderia Agile, back down in 4th place now. They were in 3rd last time I remember checking in on them. What do you think is going on there?
I don't know. Maybe, well, first of all, Boyle, again, 1st and 3rd. Credit where credit is due. Very nicely done to their team. Maybe, pardon me, I mentioned this during one of their stints. Maybe they just overworked their tyres a little bit.
Could have done.
Could very easily be that, and they're sort of paying the piper now.
Casper, I've got brilliant news for you. Would you like to know what's been going on with Project A?
Oh, please do.
So the reason for their 2 pit stops is damage. They acquired some damage, I assume, coming through some of the traffic earlier on. So that's a real big shame for them. But yes, damage was the curse Project A suffered from. So they have pitted twice. That's surely gonna hurt them later in the race unless we get Safety cars or full course yellows?
That's going to hurt, but I think they would have had to. It would have taken more time not to pit than to have pitted. So I think strategically that's the best decision. Now it's just a case of hoping to the high heavens that they can actually get close to the rest of the pack, maybe with a safety car or something else like that. There's 7 hours left to go. I think we're definitely getting one at least.
Royal Racing Team, last lap, losing around a second to Scuderia Agile. So looks like the battle for the final spot on the hypercar podium is well and truly underway. Who's your money on? We've seen both of these teams not just make mistakes, but doing quite well, you know, and racing hard. Now, the 666 and the 64, they're going to be going at it.
Ooh, bit of traffic in the way. Agile has to move out of the way. Back in a little bit squirrely, but I don't really think that's their fault. I don't know. Could go either way here. I would probably put my money on Agile, though. They've had quite a lot of good fight.
They have.
Think,
they're closing in lap by lap as we saw a bit of a lock-up there, but it doesn't seem to hurt them too much to Royal Racing. So these two are going to be absolutely going for it. Now, this is where the opportunity is. If they can close that gap through La Source, they're going to catch a lovely slipstream all the way up Rouge, through Radian, and into Lacombe. So it looks, again, like Royal Racing just a bit better on exit, though, and traffic also playing a part here.
Yeah, traffic see. Careful!
Oh, my goodness gracious.
That could have been considerably worse. Thankfully, it wasn't. But given the situation, I think Scuderia Agile did all they could.
Yeah, Scuderia Agile, that's one of those ones where, as a driver, it's going to throw you off. You know, your hands are going to be quaking. You're going to be shaking when you see a car going off like that. So, very good avoidance from them, but loses them time to Royal Racing, who have traffic issues of their own at the moment, as they run a little bit deep into Rivage.
A little bit deep, yep. Win to no name. Still stuck behind that Porsche. You'd think they'll get past coming up towards P1. There's a bit of a straight there. You can easily make a move on traffic coming through, but again, you can't take anything for granted. Around Spa, the diamond in the rough that it is.
Absolutely. Some Sunset Racing in GT3. They're in 24th overall at the moment, but they're closing in on the car ahead of them. Just seeing if they can eke out a little bit of time. And if you look at that through Rivage, really tentative on the throttle. That could be due to tyre wear. That could just be how they're taking the line. And they dip a little bit in the gravel, maybe pushing a bit too hard as they try and catch the Porsche ahead of them. I believe it's an SSE car. Correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, close racing between these two. It is.
I'm going to take your word for it and say it's an SSE car. For Split... I can't remember what it is now.
Split
Trak Esports. That's the one. Again, thankfully they've let us use SSE. Cause, again, a mouthful that we've that they've given us. Not complaining, but you know, we're on board with Sunset through Kerpel Frere. We'll see a lovely drive there. Could be seeing a move up towards Blanchimont, or even before that. Actually, yeah, they're going side by side now in left-hand king pre-Blanchimont, and I think that move is going to be done through there. There's 25 still trying to hold that inside, but can't quite get alongside. 94 stays ahead. Does Sunset Racing? Does SSE go up the inside to retaliate? He's trying to force a nose in. Get a mistake going.
Big pile-up!
There.
Huge incident in the middle of the bus stop, and these two may be caught up on it. That thankfully full course yellow has been deployed, and we definitely need it for that incident. That was a huge pile-up. But the race leaders in GT3 category are extremely close together on this restart. This is going to be very interesting.
This will be a good restart, especially for GT3 in terms of the fight for the lead. Probably some debris on track after that, now that I think about it. Well, because there was, what, 3-4 cars stand still?
Thankfully, AC I don't think is that good of a simulator, so we're all right. Here we go, green light, and 222 car now following the 99 car through the bus stop chicane, and this is the battle we've been waiting for quite a while at this point. The battle for the lead in GT3. It's about half a second, the gap on the race restart, heading into La Source. Can the 222, the super pole sitters for this race, get themselves back into first? The first time they'll be there since the start of the race. Well, let's see how the slipstream treats them through a Rouge, Radion, and towards Lacombe. Casper, take it away. Oh, big slide, sorry. Huge slide from the lead of the 99 car, and they're backwards. They cracked under the pressure of the restart. The 222 takes the lead. That was not what I was expecting through there. We've seen the 99 car have such good consistency.
Well, I don't think we really need to find out what happened, what was going to happen with the slipstream, because it sorts itself out. Let's be honest. A lot of hypercars coming in now. Couple in the pits. And on that Radion issue, it's not the first time that we've obviously seen cars make mistakes through there. GT3s have struggled through there. So it was I don't want to say it was bound to happen at some point, but I can't really say that I'm all that surprised.
Yeah, it was the element of two cars at the limit pushing very hard, and one's just gone over. Like you mentioned, we do have new race leaders in Hypercar, and we might be about to get another one as the 888 is looking for a move on the 664 Royal Racing car. They're heading side by side down towards Lacombe, who'll be last on the brakes. Looks like the 888 has just made it through into first place as a few of those lead hypercars go in for their first pit stops. I believe probably under the full course yellow.
I don't quite think it was under full course yellow. It was just after, it seems. But yeah, no, lovely stuff there from the. I think also helped by warmer tyres, more than likely, because obviously tyres come out cold from the pits, which, okay, you're going to struggle for the first lap, maybe, but once you warm them up properly, it's basically a fresh set of tyres. So you'll have the advantage back. So we could see a move into the bus stop, depending if 888 pits or not.
It was very much the side effect of Royal Racing coming out the pits and having less speed, and that extra sort of half a kilometre you get from the source to build up your speed, that the 888 could get that slipstream and make the pass. So you're absolutely right. We've got a battle for the lead on our hands here. Through Blanchimont, who's going to take it into the bus stop? Royal Racing on the outside, 888 on the inside, Royal Racing later on the brakes, and a little bit deep through the... Oh, very deep through the bus stop. Actually, they're going to have to concede that position, surely. Oh, never mind. The 888 goes into the pit lane.
What happened was they were very deep and very off, is basically what happened. Coming through there.
That's very observant from you, Casper. You know...
Thank you. I appreciate that. I know I've got glasses. Can't see how sometimes I can't read. So there is that.
One of the other Scuderia Agile teams, hopefully you can read this, is battling it out for 9th place in GT3. They've got Team Versatile ahead of them. Let's have a look at what the gap was like the last lap. You can see Versatile eking out in the second and third sector, but clearly making some kind of mistake through Sector 1.
God, you're having me squint like an old woman in a nursing home. Yeah, made a big mistake through Sector 1. Sector 1 ends just before Lacombe, so maybe just a poor exit or a poor run through Radion. That's probably what it is. This lap, lost through Sector 2 this time around. Again, Sector 2 is from Lacombe to between Stavelot and Curvepool Frere, just before you start going back uphill towards the start-finish line. So, you know, losing a lot of time there.
Absolutely. You've got to be on it. You've got to be consistent, like we've been saying. Let's see how SSE do. I believe they've just come from a pit stop now, trying to make their way through some of the cars. It is for position, but back towards the front of the grid, and that is looking like a bit of an easy pass. Side by side into the comma with the Mercedes. Can they make it through? Is it going to be a switchback? Not quite, actually. Just tucking in behind. I'm going to have to try and figure out who this team is. Behind the 24 car. I am not pronouncing that.
I think it's Dutch. I've never been to Holland. I want to go to Holland, but I'm going to give them the respect that they deserve and not absolutely butcher their names. If you've got maybe like a pronunciation thing, send it to either Dan or me. I'm Casper. I'd appreciate it because I don't like butchering names. I get mine butchered enough as is. So I ideally that would help. Of course, it's not a requirement or anything.
No, absolutely not. But we'll give it our best go. Much to the distaste of Vigo, who is probably watching this live stream and is the event organizer, Dutch is just a made-up stupid language anyway. It doesn't exist. I don't believe it. I just don't believe it's real. But that's me. Let's have a look at our front runners, because it looks like Team Versatile are starting to catch ever so slightly to the 664 car. Casper, what do you think?
Ever so slightly. Maybe fresh tyres are working better for the 777, for the 77. Sorry, even. So we'll see. Hopefully, we get a battle within the next couple of laps. We could well do at this sort of rate, but again, only time will tell. There's only 4.2 seconds of a difference. And that's not all that much in the grand scheme of things.
I completely agree with you. Consistency is going to be key. And because I have not been bought off, just like Dutch driver Max Verstappen is super consistent, and the country of the Netherlands is absolutely brilliant, and I love it, and their language is great.
How much is Vigo giving you for that?
He just said if I want to still get paid at the end of this, so, got to stay in his good books.
Yeah, actually, that's a fair point. To be fair, I speak Polish, which, let's be honest, it's not much better.
The only Polish word I know, I probably can't say on this stream.
If it is what I think it is, you definitely can't.
It starts with a K, if that helps.
Don't, please, because it has multiple meanings, all of which you can't say before the watershed.
Right, yeah, I'll keep that one to myself then. SSE caught back up a little bit to the Dutch team in 10th place. We're saying Dutch team, we don't even know if it is. It could be anything.
I'm assuming it is.
We're assuming it is. It's the 24 and 25 car battling it out. The gap has just opened up again to about a second, so whether that was a mistake from the Mercedes, I don't know. I have to say, speaking livery-wise, these two liveries absolutely beautiful.
There's a lot of really good liveries. I specifically pointed out, obviously, the Mario livery. Liveries out there. That's what I quite like about sports car racing in general. That you've basically got the freedom to do whatever you want in that sort of stuff, and it works wonders.
Well, absolutely. I mean, the best thing about sim racing as well is we see so many creative people, and you're not tied to a sponsor or anything like that, so we can really have some fun and different liveries that we don't see in real life. No one's gone with the OnlyFans livery, which I'm a bit disappointed with, but maybe that was a rule. Probably, actually, it probably was a rule.
I'm gonna hesitate from saying anything. To be fair, there is an actual OnlyFans sponsored GT3 car, I think, in Australia and in the UK.
Yeah, I believe so.
That sounds about right. Anyway, also, as I've just found out from the SSE guy, a slight bit of Polish bias. There is a Polish driver in the number 25.
So
SSE
you've got someone else to be rooting for now.
I have a lot of people to be rooting for.
This is an interesting one. The Alpine Scuderia Carmona. what has happened with them? They are all the way down in 20th, behind even, I believe, some of our GT3 cars.
Yes, GT3 leader seems to be in 14th overall. And they're in 20th, so at least a couple of cars behind. I don't know. We did see quite a lot of mistakes from them, so maybe they just had sort of one too many. Probably pit stops play a part in that as well. So, you know, could be a whole host of things.
Absolutely could be. We always see in endurance racing that the gaps begin to open up around the pit stops. What is interesting, though, is it's not that big of a gap between our race leaders in Hypercar and even our race leaders in GT3. About 5 seconds in Hypercar and 7 in GT3 at the moment, but we know pit stops are playing a role there because I believe the 222 pitted shortly after taking the lead. So it's going to be an interesting one. A couple facts about Spa for you, if you didn't know. It was originally opened in 1921, which is mental. It's almost as old as your mother, and it's located in the Ardennes forest.
What? That was so unnecessary.
I don't know what you're referring to, Casper.
Sometimes I don't know what I'm referring to either. The SC guys are also saying the no OF rule.
Oh, it was a rule. Boo.
Yeah,
Boo.
it was right. Once OF shows up, they're gonna be putting a lot worse.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Worse.
I do agree with the rule. I'm joking.
It's not a bad thing.
No. Just a shame we couldn't get the hot tour car.
Oh God, no. Oh, I'm proud to say that I hated that trend.
Do not
anyway,
disrespect Haley Welch. How could you do this?
I'm not disrespecting the woman. I'm disrespecting the trend.
Clearly, you've never watched Talk to Her. Moving on, let's talk about some racing.
I haven't, thankfully.
Terrible.
Plus, she does crypto anyway. I don't care.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
6:46 left. We're looking with the Baguette Racing Team in 10th place both overall and in Hypercar.
Yeah, they're doing well, and you know I think pit stops are going to play a part. I don't think this is going to be our last change for the lead over the next 6 hours 45 minutes, and I'm sure a lot more action will happen. You can see everyone's kind of beginning to get themselves into some clean air. We've got the 666 car lapping a few GT3s here as they head onto the Kemmel Straight. Interestingly, yesterday I noticed that the top speed difference was about 40 kilometers by the end of the Kemmel Straight. Yeah, it was quite a big top speed difference, 30-40 kilometers between the two classes.
It's probably similar now, probably about 35, what with fuel, etc. But yeah, it's about a 15-second difference from what I remember in lap time overall. So, you know, about 40 kilometers an hour checks out, if I'm honest.
Absolutely, yeah. I believe that was what I calculated. I'm not great at maths, though, mate, so I wouldn't take my word for it.
You should have given it to me. I did A levels.
Ah, goddamn.
I hate myself for the fact that I did it. But anyway.
Well, you're at university now, right? You're a clever man.
I finished university now. Thank you very much.
You're a very clever man. 94 car Sunset Racing's just pitted.
I'm not.
So
I'm really not.
Well, the benchmark's me at the moment, so there's not much competition.
Actually, yeah, fair. Yeah, okay, yeah. I am clever boy.
There you go. Confidence in Casper.
Yay. Anyway.
I was saying the 94 car pitted, so a couple of the GT3s moving up in position. As we come to the end of this pit stop cycle, interestingly, normally in these events, we have some pit stops, affected by full course yellows and potential safety cars. But so far, we haven't really had that. The full course yellows have been kept quite short. And so I assume most people, aside from those suffering with damage, are following their pit strategy.
Also just goes to show that it's been a relatively clean race. that we've only had. Okay, aside from lap 1.
Oh, well, as you say that, commentator's curse, we've got two GT3s off. I don't know what's happened there. One of them I do recognize. It's the Mario car. And clearly they've had some kind of coming together with the Porsche ahead of the Audi ahead of them? Mercedes? Audi ahead of them.
Audi.
Yeah, I didn't even know we had an Audi in the comp. That shows how much I know. But they're going to try and get back past. I don't think this is for position. It just looked like they're racing each other. It's the 444 car we saw making some moves earlier. And yeah, commentator's curse there, Casper.
I really shouldn't have said anything. You learn sometimes it's better to shut up. And this is one of those times.
I do feel for the One-Up Racing team because they look to have been caught up in quite a few incidents, but their general pace doesn't seem too bad. So I'm hoping with a livery like that, I'm hoping they can be nearer the front by the end of this race.
Fingers crossed. Hopefully, yeah. I would love to see them sort of up there at the upper end of the field. Again, I love that car. It looks stunning. It just looks really, really good. I absolutely love it to bits.
Any other standout liveries you've spotted through the race so far?
The ADM one, I'm going one per class. The ADM one, it's simple, but it's very, very nice. I love it. It's sort of a paint splatter. It just looks really cool. I do quite like it.
So they've chose to run the Peugeot, which, as a Peugeot driver myself now, as of very recently, I can empathise with because good luck to them.
And having driven a Peugeot, not owning one past my driving, but having driven a Peugeot, I understand.
Ooh,
deep
running
for somebody.
Deep. I don't believe that's the car they're racing. I don't think that was for
No.
position. If I had to guess, I think that might be Project A who are running a bit deeper. I think so. They're in the right part of the track for it to have been
Yeah,
them.
maybe. Sounds about right.
They have made up some places, though. They're up into 11th now. They're 34 seconds off 10th place. But if they can hang out for a bit longer and hopefully have some good luck come their way, we could see them back towards the front. They don't yet hold the fastest laps. They still go to the 664 car and the 99 car. So it'd be interesting to see if these times start to drop towards the end of this stint.
Potentially, but again, we have seen quite a lot of mistakes from them, especially sort of into that bus stop chicane with the heavy braking. So maybe it could be sort of outweighed by those mistakes. Again, this is something I'm going to be very much repeating across the race. You need to keep it clean. Consistent mistakes will lose you a lot of time. So it's sort of one of those things.
Speaking of losing time, one team I noticed dropping a little bit was Scuderia Agile. They've lost about nearly 2 seconds to the Royal Racing 666 car in the battle for the final spot on the podium, and we've seen these two going at it throughout this race. So when their paths cross again, or if their paths cross again, I will be really excited to see that.
Should be quite interesting. The Agile car, we've seen them fight. They are a feisty little car. So could be quite interesting to see if it comes back. Right, I am actually going to try and pronounce that. So if
it
I
is
get
Dutch,
told
by
off,
the way, we got confirmed. It is a Dutch team.
Poffert, yes, performance, something along those lines.
Let me channel my inner. There's a Dutch kid who does Minecraft like things. Oh, hang on. Forget that. I'm yapping. Let's go on board with the 955 against Scuderia Agile's GT3 entry. They have closed in massively, and the gap is about half a second heading down towards Lecombe now. Let's see if they can make up any time in the braking zone. They do have traffic, and it's not a hypercar, I thought, coming through. It's a GT3, so that's going to hold them up quite a bit, and looks to have honestly neutralized that battle for the time being.
That's the number 6, is it not? So that's just the car lapping?
Yeah, must be unlapping themselves, which you are allowed to do. It's perfectly fine.
I'm just trying to get the read on that number. I think it's the 6.
Here we go. Yes, Pran Tempest Racing.
Yeah, I thought I spotted that.
started quite far back, but look at them being very aggressive, trying to make moves and unlap themselves. Obviously, these two cars here, they're not going to appreciate that. You never like it when someone's unlapping you, but it is completely within the number 6 car's rights to do so, and it's making this battle very interesting between these 3 cars here. I'm really excited to see how this pans out. You can see Scuderia Agile gaining losing quite a bit of time to the 995 car the 955 car behind them, if I can speak.
It may be best for the 6 just to sort of hang back, wait for this all to kick off, and then make a move to unlap themselves. Oh, see, actually into Blanchimont. This is going to be brave. Holding it still
that's going round. I believe that's gone round. Yeah, they're backwards, and that's there. Like you said, the number 6 being patient has paid off, and we've got full course yellow deployed for that spin. Makes absolute sense. And what we need to keep a lookout for now is who goes into the pit lane, because this could be a great opportunity to pit. For example, if you are the 955 car who chose to go past the pits, maybe the 45 ADM car could get a chance to pit. We can see the incident is clear now. What would you do?
I'm sorry. I'm just reading through the rules. I just want to check something for myself. Okay, yeah. In some places where the full yellow, you can't pit. In some places you can. I was just checking which it is. You can pit under full course yellow. I just needed to confirm that for myself.
No one seemed to take advantage of it. Oh, actually, to be fair, the 87 GT3 Scuderia Agile, they did choose to pit. They were involved in that battle, so they would have got prime stopping position. And the 25 GT3 of SSE, they've gone into the pits as well. So a couple of the GT3s using this now for one of their stops. And although the full course yellow is over, it wasn't on for very long, they will gain that little bit of time that could be crucial by the end of the race.
Full course yellow penalties. The 160 Project A and the Get Racing cars both get 10 seconds. As off goes the Agile car through, I think that's technically Radio at the top of the hill, and loses the position to Sunset Racing, who's up in 6th place now. Very well done to the 94.
Yes, Sunset Racing using that traffic and the mistake to get a bit of a gap from Scuderia Agile, and that's going to help them secure that top 6 finish, if not better, by the end of this race. So let's see how it goes for the Ferrari car there.
Traffic, again, playing an issue through the hairpin into No Name, the left. Again, it's theoretically a long track, right? But there's a lot of cars, so you need to be really, really careful with traffic. Spa, I'm going to go out on a limb and say Spa has the longest pit lane in racing.
There's probably a longer one, because whenever you say stats like that, there's always like some niche track you've never heard of that has like a 27-mile long pit lane. But you know who you should ask for this one? Mr. V. If Mr. V was here, he'd know the answer. He knows all that kind of stuff.
You know what? I might pop him a message actually.
Yeah, just say, hey, Mr. V, who's got the longest pit lane in all of? He might not know all of racing, to be fair. He knows F1. I don't know how well he knows the other series.
Well, because he's...
Sorry, Casper. Go ahead.
No. I was just going to say, because if you include the endurance, it's a really long pit lane.
Weird.
The only one that I could possibly think of is maybe the Nürburgring one. And maybe something like Paul Ricard.
I mean, what about Le Mans as well? They have quite...
Le Mans isn't actually that long.
No,
they really tightly squeeze those 62 cars. I'm surprised at how tightly they squeeze it in.
We're actually not using the full endurance pit lane here though today. We are sticking with the F1 pit lane. So you come out just after La Source.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's quite an interesting little piece of information there.
So no, I was just thinking about it last night, as you do, because I haven't got much anything else to think about. But I was just thinking about it. Like, it's got to be one of, if not the longest.
Absolutely agree. I think you might be right.
I hope that I am. I don't want to be
So
getting...
maybe someone in the chat can fact check us. Someone in the chat can fact check us. We'll see.
If anybody has any ideas, please do confirm. I am happy to be proven wrong.
Everyone, if you're lurking in the chat right now, type OCSS in the chat. Get all the lurkers out of here.
Stop lurking.
Stop lurking. Stop lurking. Start typing.
God, get the proper northern out. Stop lurking, you...
Whoa. No swearing on this channel. Come over to the Dando Skill channel, you can do that.
Yeah, that's why I stopped myself.
I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. You're learning from the best.
I'm proud of me too.
The 222 we saw pitting a little bit earlier on is closing in on Sunset Racing, who are just ahead of them. And is this our net battle for the lead?
Ooh, that is a very good question. Could well be. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know if Sunset is on the same page. It might be. With Agile, yes. With Sunset, I'm not 100%.
Okay. Well, it's certainly going to be an interesting battle because Sunset Race has been losing quite a bit of time to the 222 car over the past few laps. So it looks like they're going to be closing in very shortly and trying to make a move there. So we will keep an eye on them as we watch quite a bit of traffic actually through here. Quite a bit of traffic. That's going to play a big role.
Traffic gives and traffic takes away. It's one of sort of the key pillars, as it were, of endurance racing. So, yeah.
You can see here how this is going to be very tight for the GT3s and the hypercar that's now trying to make its way through Eau and Radeon and past them. All while the battle for track position for 7th place goes on between the 94 and the 222 car, and you've got the Ferrari in there trying to unlap itself. So this is how chaotic these endurance races get. The 222 closing in massively to the Ferrari. That's not even for position, the Ferrari. So hopefully they'll get out of the way if they see themselves being lapped. We shall see as we head down towards Rivage. Looks like a move down the inside. No, just backing out of it there. Oh, no, and then they find their way through on the 94. This is for position. Yeah. I apologize. This is for position.
Well, A, it is for position, and B, that braking sort of halfway between that straight between Malmedy and the Brussels hairpin, that was a bit weird. Maybe it was an accidental push of the brake button as contact.
That was going to happen every day of the week. It was a day late and $1 short from the 94 car. A messy move from them and a full course yellow deployed as they get themselves back onto the track. So let's take a look and see if anyone opts to go into the pit lane.
P1's not often a place where you actively make a move. So I'm slightly surprised that that they went for it. But obviously, if things need to be done, then things need to be done. I'm not gonna say it was a good move or a bad move. The concern was that FNLRT were going to get away, and well, they have. So it was sort of bound to happen.
Yeah, it felt somewhat inevitable that crash was going to happen. Even seeing how the cars were angled through Puon, it's just too fast of a corner. It was never going to work out. ACX have about a 2-second gap to the car in front of them, but actually hopping on board again with FNL, they are right behind the 87 car now. So this is getting really interesting with these two. We'll keep ACX's battle open as well, but let's see if FNL can make up some more positions. They actually came out relatively unscathed from that contact.
Yeah, well, that's the key thing. FNLRT came out very nicely. I think it only just clipped the left rear, so maybe a smidge bit of damage, but minimal. And now, look, they're going after the Agile car, who's gone to their left now, and with the slipstream as well, the move's done and would be done realistically at that sort of pace any day of the week.
Yeah, very good move from the 222 car. Let's get quickly onto this battle for 6th place in Hypercar between ACX and ADM. One of the liveries you said you really liked, and the Peugeot having to go defensive against the number 10 car here. They're blocking the line very well into the bus stop, not allowing anywhere to go through. That was superb positioning of the car from the 45 team. But this is where the slipstream can be so crucial as we head through La Source next. Is there a move on? Looking down the inside. They're going for it. Contact. And it's not quite able to do. That did look a little bit desperate from them there, I have to admit. And now they've allowed themselves to get a lap traffic. The Alpine, I believe that is, getting in between of them. So that's going to hurt their pace. And that's very, very risky through Radeon. Take it away, Casper, because ACX have a run on down the Kemmel Straight.
Right, here we go. 1 and 2 cars getting passed by ACX. So ACX do actually manage to make that move purely by a stellar exit, but we've got the Alpine trying to go up the inside to unlap themselves from the ACX car, but not late com with traffic in front of you. Is that happening this time around? Is the ADM able to get in front of the SSE car? Not quite. This time loses a lot of time through there into No Name. No, again, losing yet more time coming through this middle section of the track. Unfortunate there for ADM.
Yeah, ADM losing out to traffic. Like we said, it can play into your hands. It can also play against you. And now we've got one of the lapping hypercars trying to make their way past. Like we said, they are allowed to do that perfectly fine to race. And it's providing us with some great action here. All the traffic mixing things up. And honestly, it looks like people are getting frustrated out there and making maybe some desperate moves. So guys, tone it back. Keep yourself safe. It's an 8-hour race, and someone's pulled over one of the hypercars on the Kemmel as we just went to check back on board with the 222 car. Not quite sure who that is. It's Simline Rivals. They're stopped on track. Surely this has to be some kind of safety car or full course yellow, because he's been stopped there for a while. He's posing a danger. Casper, what do you think?
I'm surprised. I'm slightly surprised it's not been called yet. It's been there for quite a little while. So unless they're giving it maybe time to sort of try to restart. The thing is, it's far enough from the corner and off the racing line that it's not posing too much of an issue.
There we go. Full course yellow is deployed. I'll be interested to see if the safety car comes out for this one.
I mean, could very well do. We'll see. Ooh, almost contact with a Royal Racing. But yeah, where the actual car is positioned, it's not in a place where cars be. It's sufficiently off the track. There's only 15% of the actual car on the grey stuff, so it's not posing that much of an issue.
We can see here the inputs from the 888 car. Nothing. We saw the brake going on. They've not attempted the throttle. The car's in neutral. Really, really curious to find out what happened there. Once we find out, we'll try and update you. There you go. See, they're trying the throttle. It looks like engine failure.
First of all, for some reason it looks like it's still saying 22 kilometers, 40 miles an hour. It still thinks it.
There we are.
Which is weird. So yeah, that was a weird one. As full course yellow is leaving us at least for a little bit.
Yep, full course yellow over. They made their way safely back to the pits. That's a shame because they were running in the top 10, and I'll be curious to see if they can keep that position. This has closed down our battle for the lead. Simline Rivals against ISC. 4 seconds that gap is now, so getting closer. GT3s all weekend have been really, really close.
Yeah, I mean, Christ, hypercars have been really close as well. Let's be honest, it's been a really close field. Overall, loving it to bits. So again, 6:20 left. Let's hope it continues.
I don't see why it wouldn't. We've had really good qualifying, really close racing the whole weekend. It's heating up here. And these cars are all locked into a bit of a battle further down the GT3 grid. They're all very close, but they do have lap traffic in their way. And you can see how, as those hypercars make their way through, it creates bigger and bigger gaps.
It is going to cause bigger gaps and bigger issues for cars that possibly want to catch up and overtake. That's the point of racing in general. not to state the obvious, but it is going to cause issues for both hypercar and GT3. But again, that's sort of the traffic is sort of part and parcel in this type of race. So comes with the card, probably is the best way to put it.
Absolutely. And it's just the nature of endurance racing. I do think that the more you can keep a cool head, be methodical about lapping cars, take your time with it and avoid incidents, the better the race is going to pan out for you. Looking for risky... Oh, and someone's off. Someone's right in the middle of the track. That was very close. Who is that? I believe I recognize the name in Hypercar. I think it's Drivetrain Racing, yeah, who started right near the front and have dropped down to 14th in class. They are back on the road now, but they've dropped right back.
That's not ideal, that. Especially, again, could possibly be argued as unsafe rejoin to track. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we get a report for that. Number 69 team are going to look report. They haven't put one in yet, but they have said they're going to. A backmarker collided with our car.
Oh dear. And we've heard a lot of that, even in looking in the YouTube chat a little bit. Apparently it's been chaos out there with the lapping cars. So you've just got to take it very safely. Keep it clean, keep it slow. As we see 3 wide Hypercar GT3 and the 250 car getting past the SSE car. And if you look on the smaller screen, the number 55 car also making their way into the top 10 now and side by side. So let's have a look on board with those guys. We'll keep this one also open if you want to stay up to date with that battle. But let's see, 55 car slightly ahead of the Mercedes that they've been battling with for the whole race, it feels like, at this point, as they head down the Kemmel and towards Le Com. This is for track position. The 55 car is going to want to stay ahead to keep that top 10 finish.
A little bit too far away for a move into Le Com, though. Again, a little bit of bias because there's a Polish man in the car. Wait, sorry, no, I'm getting slightly confused. The 25 is closing up a little bit. Their exit of Curve Pour Frere, they're sort of closing up. I can't see him move into the bus stop. Here, now, on the big screen, in the middle of the screen, there's a bit of defensive driving from the cars in 11th and 12th place. They're still having it out through No Name, coming down to Pure Honor. Is that traffic?
I
might be traffic.
Believe that may be... Well, it's lapping GT3s, lapping each other. So, still good action there. Looks like the battle we were watching with the 25 car's been neutralized as one of them headed towards the pit lane, and they've dropped back a little bit now, 3 seconds off the next car in front of them. So, very interesting. Casper, I want you to have a look at this. This is how much the race leader has been dropping back over the last lap to the 99 car in 2nd place.
That's give or take a second. So that is quite a substantial amount of time. Actually, 2nd place just got into the pit lane.
1st place into the pit lane, or I believe, yeah.
Simline has just gone into the pit lane.
The 999 car, they've gone into the pit lane. They were in 1st, they pipped from the lead for fresh tyres, clearly wanting to avoid a battle there. As things do start to hot up, especially in GT3. Things are getting closer. Over in Hypercar, closest battle, at least in the top 10, seems to be between Baguette and the VRC factory team. As you can see, losing a little bit of time. Well, actually quite a large chunk of time. I assume that's a pit stop for 35 seconds to the Baguette team.
More than likely, 35 seconds through sector. the only way that you're doing that outside of a pit stop is if you're getting totaled through a Rouge Radion. But we haven't seen many hypercars do that. It's been more of a GT3 thing than a hypercar thing. Also, the 666 has passed its lap 2 minute, I think.
Yep, 2:04 fastest lap now. Going to the 666 car, so they'll be looking to close in to that top 3. Scuderia Agile currently the one at risk in 3rd place, only 8 seconds behind them is the Royal Racing team. And the 99 car, right from the race start, they've been holding on to that fastest lap, and they're currently leading the pack once again in GT3.
That gap between ISC and whoever's in 2nd place has been up and down all over the place. It was 15, and then it was 2, and now it's 19.
That's consistency.
I'm not 100% sure what ISC are doing, but it's working for them. Seemingly so.
Seemingly so, yeah. I mean, it's still 6 hours, 20 minutes to go of this race. An absolute marathon, not a sprint by any means. So things can hot up very easily. Speaking of hotting up, looks like the number 6 car, Pran Tempest Racing, we've seen them racing a lot of people, but not actually for position. They finally are now within 3/10 of their main rival, the number 27 Random Car Racing team. So let's see through Lecom how this goes for them. They're riding right up on those curbs. You can see the confidence the Pran Tempest team have over the 27. I believe that's a Ferrari in front of them. Down into Ravage, there's a potential for a move, but they're choosing to play it safe. And that's what I recommend for these races. They're going a little bit wider, just keeping the pressure on and looking to see if the 27 car will make a mistake. Into No Name, they're sniffing the edge now. Casper, is this going to be another move into Puon? Will it be a repeat of what we saw before? I sure do hope not. And
no.
They back out.
Oh,
they back out.
Thankfully not. Because, again, let me restate. The last time we saw that was we saw one car get completely knocked out. However, into pit, then left a lovely little dive down the inside of that Apex, and Pran Tempest Racing is ahead of.
They are indeed. That was a
P number 8.
Brilliant move from the number 6 car on the 27. 27 will try and come back, but they do have hypercars lapping them. Thankfully, it didn't seem to affect that battle too much. Let's see if they can catch a bit of a slipstream down towards Blanchimont, down towards the bus stop chicane. You can see they're all over the rear end of that Lexus. Not a car we've seen many people choosing to run, but I'm proud of the number 6 team for giving it a go. Dropped it back a little bit through Blanchimont, maybe with a lift, and into the bus stop. Not quite making a move. And a good job there from Tempest. It's so easy, Casper, isn't it, to lock up one of those front tyres into the bus stop when you're under pressure like this.
Well, when you're under pressure, obviously you're trying to protect yourself. So you may be paying attention to something completely different, other than maybe a braking zone. You have to brake a little bit harder. You get a flat spot. That'll ruin your tyres for a little bit. So you do have to be careful so that you don't lock up and don't cause extra damage to your car. Thankfully, that didn't happen, but I've locked up quite a few times before. I will admit, just under time trial, I've just locked up loads. 664's got fastest lap now, 483. I think is the or was that a 6?
That's a 463.
Ah, there we go. Again,
you do need your glasses.
I've got them on.
Maybe you need a new pair.
Yeah, to be fair, maybe I do. You're probably not wrong.
Oscar needs to get that Specsavers sponsorship going.
Yeah. Thing is, I already go Spec, so it's not like getting a sponsorship.
Fair.
But anyway,
your mic has just cut out a little bit there. I'm really sorry. I didn't know what happened.
I was basically saying already go Specsavers. It's not like a sponsorship is going to do much.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough.
Well, let's maybe get free classes.
Let's see if you could have a look at this battle here. It's for 28th place between the 907 car and the Porsche in front of them. That's 29th place overall. In GT3, it'll be a little bit better than that. But yeah, Dark Matter ahead of them. And we've not seen too much of these cars. We do try and show the whole grid, but obviously we've got to prioritize the battles nearer the front. But as there's not too much else going on, let's see if Park Motorsport can make a move.
That hypercar just blasted past them. I know it's a massive speed difference, but you don't really see it from your off-board cameras. You really see it when you're on, and just like that, you can really see that speed difference.
Absolutely, that is that 30-40 kilometers extra the hypercars have over the GT3s. Park Motorsport didn't let it put them off too much. They are going to attempt a move, maybe into Lecom. It looks like on the exit, Dark Matter just have them through a couple of these corners. So if you were a race engineer now, you'd be on to Park Motorsport going, look, prioritize exit, get the power down early, try and get a good run with the slipstream.
You'd think that's what they're going to be trying to do now, but I think the gap may be a bit too big for that to be ability. Through Eau Rouge and we go. 12 minutes to go. About an hour 45 completed already. We're almost a quarter of the way into the race now, which we'll dissect that in a short while. But it doesn't nowhere near close enough. I was slightly optimistic from that off-board shot, but now we're on board. No, not happening really. Not from that distance.
With the amount of aero the GT3s have, which is not a lot for those of you who are wondering, compared to the hypercars have much more aerodynamics going through them. The slipstream is a lot less effective down the Kemmel Straight, as the 907 car does look for an opportunistic move with Dark Matter Motorsport going wide and having to take a tighter line into No Name, which may mean into Puon. They get the move done. Let's see, side by side, 907 Park Motorsport down the inside of Puon. Will there be contact? They keep it clean, edging ahead of Dark Matter Motorsport, and wow, that was unexpected. But Dark Matter, they're going to come right back at them through Piff Path. Casper, take it away.
Here we go. Oh, not quite thinking better of it. 907 playing a little bit of a defensive role, taking that inside for the second apex quite early. Lovely stuff from the 907 car. The sport. That was very lovely. Fake. And getting past cleanly through Puon. We haven't seen that from GT3s. Last time, again, we had a move. There was a bit of damage. 106.2 for the fastest lap for the World Racing number. Is a 6.2. I can tell that much.
That's a 220.
220. My glasses still work a little bit, as you can tell.
Interestingly as well, because clearly you aren't able to see this, the 99 car, ISC Racing, they have gone faster, now dropping into the 214s for fastest race lap for the GT3. So all of the cars here starting to push more and more as they get into the groove around the 2-hour in mark here at Spa.
I can read, I just have to squint and like go really close up to the screen like I'm trying to read a leaflet.
In all fairness,
with, like,
you're
really
watching
tiny
this
text.
off my Discord stream to you, so that means it's probably about 240p now in Discord.
Well, yes.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say yes.
Yeah. Here we go. Take it away. Dark Matter Motorsport. They're going for the move around the outside of the 907 car. Great battling from these two, even if they are further back in the field. This is just brilliant to watch. This is what we love racing for.
I thought he was going to go for a move into turn 7 at Malmedy. No hope for that one into the Brussels. I call it the Brussels hairpin. I don't know why. I think I saw it somewhere. I don't know what the actual name for it is.
What you call rivage?
I think that's what I call rivage. I think Brussels hairpin. That's what I've been calling it.
As far as I know, it's Rivage, but that's just the track map we've got. It's the one. There's two corners at Spa I always forget the name of, and it's Malmedy and Rivage, and that's the names we've got for them on our sheet. So I'll be going with those.
Thing is, I'm just going off of memory.
Fair enough.
I could very well be wrong. I often am. But yeah, happy to be corrected.
we'll keep checking in with those guys. Further up ahead, we saw them take the fastest lap. The Royal Racing team continuing to just eke towards Scuderia Agile. You can see in the first sector, that's where the 666 car made up the time. But the first sector is not a very technical sector. Let's be honest. It's quite literally just a straight, pretty much. So the slipstream plays a huge role there, and whether that's what's got Royal Racing their lap time, we don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Sector 1 is basically straight hairpin, massive straight. So it is very heavily slipstream based. Something in my throat, pardon me. It is very heavily slipstream based. Whether it's worth 0.8 of a second, that I think is sort of the upper limit. Yeah, I think that'll be about the upper limit.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. It is a stretch to say that. Just looking, as we do have a couple battles going on here within GT3, but also the 888 car that we saw have the issue and had to pull over, back out on track in 20th, having to make their way through some of those GT3s for position, which you never like to do in a hypercar when you're the faster class. But the 955 car, the Vielgo Racing, I believe, they're right on the back of this Ferrari ahead of them. So this is going to be an interesting one as they potentially get a little bit of slipstream up through a Rouge, Radion, and the Kemmel Straight.
Losing a little bit of time on approach, that's never a good sign, and losing even more. Yeah, no real opportunity, I don't think, this time around. But again, if you can close in, get within maybe like 2 or 3 tenths, and just hound the other car. We have seen a lot of moves in this early part of the second sector based purely on other driver mistakes.
Absolutely.
So you could easily just look out on that.
You can see as well that this is for a pretty good point scoring position, 6th in class in GT3. It's less than 3 tenths now, the gap between Scuderia Agile and the 955 car. I'm really excited to see how this one plays out. I think these two have been going at it for a while. It's not the first time I don't think we've seen these two cars race. And they just sniff to see if there's a gap through Pouon. Slight contact there, which you want to avoid. We've seen how that can go wrong for even the chasing car. Now they're heading towards the Piff Paff Fanya chicane. And so close! But that is brilliant overtaking. You could be a hero, you could be a zero going for a move like that. And Vielgo Racing, they've made themselves the heroes there.
That was contact, but that was rubbing his racing. That was a really, really good move from the Belgian team. I think they could be quite proud of that.
I certainly agree. Moving on to Hypercar, we'll keep that battle open in a small window just to see if it does kick back up. But let's take a look at Project A. Over the last lap, they have gained 3 seconds on the Baguette Racing team ahead of them. So they could very easily close in and potentially be battling in the top 8 after that really difficult start they had.
Interesting report, because it directly affects the upper end of Hypercar.
Oh.
The 277 Velosim Endurance, Velosim Engineering cars.
Sorry, just repeat that. It cut a little bit again.
The 666 has been reported.
Oh.
By the 277. I don't know if they're gonna get anything for it, because it seems to me like it's just some sort of like a bit of a lag issue.
Okay.
And so the 666 car lags, drops back like 2 or 3 meters into the Velosim Endurance car, and then the 666 spins out.
Oh, I see. There are fastest lap holders, so I do hope no penalty comes to them just because of lag, and we get to see some more great racing between the two. Speaking of great racing, I think we're about to be in for some, because Project A are closing in on the Baguette Racing team. Cadillac versus Alpine. They pull out to the inside, and look how effective the slipstream was. The Cadillac making light work of the Baguette Racing team. They seem to have a 3-second pace advantage on. If you look at the best laps there, Project A are up with the top of the field, and Baguette Racing going wide into the gravel. That's not going to help their pace. But yeah, Project A running with the front runners on pace, so I don't see why they wouldn't be able to get back up there.
I would love to see the French make their way up towards the
Project A aren't French.
end.
Baguette, that's Baguette Racing.
I was talking about Baguette Racing.
Of course.
But Project A, they're what, 8th place now?
Yeah.
Considering what happened to them early on, that's quite good, actually.
Yeah.
Triple Four's been given a drive-through from race control. Oh, that'll be the unsafely rejoining the track and causing a collision in doing so. That's a drive-through that has been applied. No real other penalties have been added as of from the reports. So that's the only penalty that we've had so far in 2 hours, basically.
That's penalties are an interesting one, because they're basically like mistakes, and most of the teams here may suffer a drive-through penalty during this race, but with 8 hours overall, 6 hours to go, it's not something you can't recover from. And I do hope we see some of these teams recovering from it, getting back up to the front, and hopefully having a better, cleaner race.
Well, again, I'm just looking through the reports list, because the reports are public in the server. 55 has reported the FLRT car for 2 separate things. For hitting another driver, which I'll have a look at the footage in a sec, but they've also dobbed them in for track limits.
Oh.
They've put 5 distinct pictures of them crossing the white line on exit bus stop. And apparently, again, I'm just reading the quote directly. This was from a 10-minute time frame.
Well, that's good to see. We did see yesterday in qualifying few people using the wider track limits on the exit of bus stop, and it didn't seem to gain much time. If anything, it seemed to lose it a little bit, having to correct those, and with the slidey surface. So I don't know if that will have a penalty applied. I don't know if we're using real penalty for track limits, but it's good to know that these reports are coming through. And obviously, if you do see something out on track you're unhappy with, it's absolutely fine to report it and see what the stewards think. Team Versatile, they've been catching the Mustang in front of them, and they've spun themselves into the bus stop. They're going to get that right back out on track, hopefully, but they've got a lot of traffic coming through. They're going to have to be careful trying to get back on, and they do seem to safely get on. Thankfully, it's a low-speed section of the track, and also up ahead, our race leaders are pitting again.
And you shouldn't have said anything.
That's commentator's curse, as always.
Well, it's 1-1.
You should have seen yesterday, mate. I'm probably about 7-0 up.
Oh, God. That bad? And it was only 2 hours as well.
I know, it was only 2 hours of qualifying. It was horrible. I killed about 4 different people, so I'm sorry.
Good heavens. Yeah, don't get you talking about other people. 2 cars in the pits. And actually 3 cars. Agile's come now as well. As has the 666, so we are past a quarter of the way now. 6 left on the clock. ACX Simulations leads the field. Well, there's other cars in the pits. He's a leading car on track.
He is
how I'm going to phrase that.
This one-up racing car that seems to be they're making their way through the pack. They've moved up a few positions by the looks of it. They're now 16th. We saw them a bit further down in GT3 earlier on. Let's see if they can make the move on the Mercedes ahead of them. Casper, I'm going to hand it off to you for a minute. Enjoy the racing.
Yeah, well, actually, we're going to see what happens into the bus stop chicane. Here we go up the inside. Then 13 tags all rub into race. That should be fine. That's not an inherently bad thing. The 444 gives the position up. I think with contact, I can't really blame them. That contact, it was, I think, perfectly fine, but it was sort of teetering on the edge of it being maybe a little bit iffy. But anyway, respect from the 444, and now the one-up car is able to just run into the wind up the hill, through the Kemmel Straight. Long stop for the 191 Team Polar by MG Motorsports. First of 4. Again, there has to be 4 long pits across the race. You can do more, but a minimum of 4 at the least. And then that's obviously okay. You've got normal pit stops in that as well, as and when you need them. And 179 drivetrain racing BES penalty for cutting, drive-through penalty. That sounds like it's track limits. Climbing back up the field after early stuff in the race. 5:57 on the clock here in the 8 hours of Spa Sim Series. Second race of the year. I do believe, 664 on pit again. We're going to be seeing the long pits coming through. One race actually in 15th. I was wondering. By the way, for ISC Racing, that gap's it was initially up to 15, then it dropped down for a mistake of their own to give or take, I think, about 2-3 seconds in danger actually of being passed by the FANATEC car. And now that gap's been bumped up to 25 with fastest lap after fastest lap to boot. So they're doing really, really well. As we're looking on with the...
Oh, I don't know what happened to Casper, but he appeared to just...
hello.
That was a spin.
That was a spin. Was that 179, I think?
I believe that may have been. I'm just trying to see there.
That would be insult to injury because they've just picked up a drive-through penalty for cutting, was what it said.
It is. They're still stopped on the track trying to let people go through, and that is the Ferrari. Drivetrain Racing, their race has just been going from bad to worse with these mistakes. They started all the way up near the front. They were even leading, I believe, at one point. And now...
I think they were.
Yeah, now it's just been damage after damage. Scuderia Agile also running deep through the con. We saw they were getting close to a battle there. But yeah, we've got a close actual fight here between 6th, 7th, and 8th in Hypercar.
I've got the YouTube stream open on one of the other screens, and one of the comments is actually quite funny. From Hangman Official, the GT3 field wasn't told clearly that this wasn't super touring. Not complaining, it's brilliant to watch. It is brilliant to watch.
Fair enough. I'm sorry to GT3 field for that then. But it is brilliant to watch, so I'm not complaining either.
Listen, nor am I.
The 666 car, they've just come out of the pits. We see Drivetrain Racing cutting the track again, letting people pass. They must have severe damage. They're sort of catching... Oh, we've got a full course yellow. I believe that'll be for Drivetrain Racing. Am I right?
Oh, no. What if it's that GT3 car that was there?
Oh, it could have been. Who was that? We're not 100% sure.
It was light blue. I couldn't quite remember. It was light blue.
Light blue. Is there anyone around that sort of area? Maybe Scuderia Agile will go past and see. Is it that Porsche up there?
I think it might have been.
I might know who that is. I will have a little look. It could be these.
That's a Lamborghini.
That's not a Porsche.
Neither is that.
Neither is that. No, I've gone back
Neither
to
is that.
Right, well, they can... You know what? Whatever, they get away with it this time. They won't be named and shamed. But full course yellow slows everyone down. Potential to pit. Let's see if anyone does. Doesn't look like it. I don't think we're within a pit stop window. And there's not too many close gaps here, is there?
Yeah, I think on pit stops we've just had some.
Yeah.
So I don't imagine we're going to be seeing all too many around about this time as we're back to green flag racing.
We are indeed. And Project A, they're looking to make their way up the field, get a little bit closer to the top 5 now, which is a great recovery from them as they put some temperature in the tyre. And the 664 car as well, also looking to get towards the 45. I know we've had a lot of pit stops, so this grid is mixed up at the moment, but it should sort itself out.
Should. I think there's a GT3 leaders in the pits, was that? I think I just saw.
I believe so, yes.
44 long pit, 1 of 4. Again, it's 3 minutes 20, 200 seconds total pits. So they have to spend quite a lot of time in the pits in this race. I think that's equivalent of about a lap and a half here.
Yeah, it looks to be that way. And the pit stops, like you said, the long stops especially, going to take up a lot of time. So people do get around and change positions. The only ones we don't really know is the people who have been doing alternate strategies like Project A. So it's going to be really interesting to see where they end up as the 664 closing in on the 45 ADM car for the overall lead of this race at the moment.
I was talking earlier about the Baguette racing team. They've just got to drive cutting.
Oh. That's interesting. That must be real penalty oriented. Quickly, let's hop on board with Project A because they are going for a move in the bus stop. It looks a little bit squirmy. They've been hit, but the GT3 that hit them.
Round.
Yeah, they've suffered from that one. I would have to look at an offboard to determine who was in the wrong there, but it looked to me like the GT3 just was slightly in the way, but I could be wrong.
I'd put blame on the hypercar for this, because the hypercar has to get past safely. That's one of the key things. It's up to the hypercar to get past the GT3. So I would personally put the blame on the hypercar, but again, it is up to the stewards. I could very easily.
That's dropped Project A right back, so let's keep an eye on them. But further up ahead, the battle for first is on between the 664 and the 45 ADM car. Gap just 0.3 of a second. Peugeot versus, I don't even know, Ferrari. Royal Racing going round down the inside before Blanchimont even starts. That's the speed difference you get with fresh tyres on the car. And the ADM now dropping back. Will they choose to go into the pits this lap, or are they going to stay out? They're staying out this time. Clearly, the 664 has the pace advantage there. That was a very easy overtake from them.
I really do like that Peugeot livery. No, it was a really good from the Royal Racing. Made use of that extra traction that the Ferrari had and just got ahead without too much of an issue.
You can see Project A once again fighting one of the Baguette cars. They're going round the outside. It's the same place we saw the last move, but through Blanchimont, they'll have to keep it ahead, and they do. That's a great move from them. The Baguette factory team now dropping behind. You can see how much time they've lost over the last lap to Project A, who've closed right in. That was some excellent driving from the two drivers there.
Very, very good racing. We've had it overtakes just now on both sides. You go on the inside and on the outside pre-Blanchimont. So, you know, it's a really good overtaking spot. You just got to be hoping that your opponent suffers some sort of issue on traction.
And I don't think this battle is over because 0.6 with how much aerodynamic load these cars produce could be enough for Project A to be under pressure from the VRC factory team. So let's see. This is the official VRC team. They're closing in towards Lacombe. How much curb will they use? Quite a bit. Oh, no! That's a huge lag from Project A. That's so disappointing. Oh, no. That was such clean racing from them. Project A seemed to have just straight up disappeared after that. They're no longer on the timing sheet or anything. That's a real shame.
They've just fully up and dipped.
We can't dwell on that for too long, sadly, because Royal Racing are now trying to make the move into the top 4, and they do. The 666 car gets ahead of the Baguette factory team. Sorry, VRC factory team.
Again, that was actually a much a very good move. So sorry, I've just seen, by the way, from the ADM garage.
Sorry, you cut out a bit there. I'm sorry, Casper.
I was just reading the comment from the ADM livery or beaming with pride. I do quite like it.
I'm not even being funny. You've got to do it once more. We'll hear what you want to say eventually from the ADM garage. You get to that bit and then it cuts.
We're very grateful for the compliments on our livery beaming with pride. Okay, is that better?
That's better. Yeah, I got that one. Thank you. I'm really sorry. I wasn't trying to pull your leg or anything. Genuinely.
You might as well have been. To be fair, I am 6'2". There's a lot of leg to pull.
Well, okay.
Well, yes, but it's a very nice livery. I do like it. It's just like a paintball. I've been painting quite good. Project A in the pits.
Yeah, they've rejoined, but they're back down in 9th now. I mean, this has been just a disappointing race for them. I don't even want to talk to Tong after this because he'll probably, like, eat me or something. He'll be that angry. Let's look at something a bit more positive, and then we'll get to them when we have a bit of a lull. The VRC factory team are staying within 1 second of the 666 car, giving us a little bit of action here, which is quite fun. I don't think it's going to be enough to make a move on this lap, but if they can kind of keep within this distance and potentially the Polish team ahead of them make a mistake, they could close in.
Yeah, could very well close in, but again, the 666 and the 664 have basically been trading fastest laps. So I wouldn't imagine that they're going to be making that mistake all that soon, especially when there's a Tempest racing car in the way.
Indeed, there is, and as you see, that gap's starting to open up now with the 666 car that does hold, like you said, the fastest lap, edging their way out in front.
And yeah, so you'd imagine there's still pace in that car with that driver. I don't think the fastest lap has changed for a little while. But again, the fact that it's there with the team and it's been flipping between the two Royal cars, it's just proof that there's pace in there, and I have a feeling there's going to be a little bit more. I don't know, but it's just that feeling like there's more to come, surely.
I'd have to agree with you. And speaking of more to come, let's have a look at this. Our GT3 leaders, 97 Park Motorsport. They're losing around a second, a lap, especially last lap, to the Simline Racing team, who are in P2.
And I hate to interrupt, but just a little bit of breaking news, as it were. Car 25 split strat will be boxing to retire from the race. The second driver has a broken pedal, so can't get in.
Oh, that's a shame. We will miss you, Split Strat. Here you are. Yeah, we saw this Porsche involved in some really, really good battles as well over the last 2 hours, 15 minutes. So that is a shame to see them go. I have to admit as well, this is a lovely livery. I love the purple and the yellow complements. It's one that stood out to me. So that's a real shame to see them having to box to retire the car. Just have a look in that small window there. The VRC factory team, again, not letting that gap to Royal Racing open up too much.
Gap's not really opened or closed. They've been keeping it relatively stable. So it's not good or bad at the moment. If they stay like this for a couple more laps, I'd say it's an issue for VRC. But for now, it's not too bad.
I'd say on
It
this
just
lap,
depends on tyre temps.
there must have been some kind of mistake or traffic for the 666 car, because last lap they were pulling about a second on VRC. Now they've got them within 4/10. So you've got to ask yourself, what's happened there? What's going on between these two?
I'm not sure, but they're close. So whatever's happened, I don't mind.
Yeah, I don't mind. It's going to provide us with some great racing. Let's see if they're able to make an impression through the bus stop. You can see again that gap starting to open up. So it must have just been some kind of a problem for the 666 team. As we cross the line here, we should get an update on... Yeah, you can see through Sector 1 and 2. It's clearly not a big mistake, but 0.8 and 0.3 they lost to the VRC team and only managed to pull it ahead in the final sector. So maybe the slipstream will play to their advantage during this section. We do have traffic here, though. This is going to be tricky.
Oh, this is going to be very, very difficult, but he manages to make it work. Okay, don't really think he had much of another option on that one. On that sector split, it's not like the third sector is a particularly, downforce heavy or anything like that, indicating maybe a difference in setup. No, it'll have been the slipstream. You're right. So there is that to bear in mind. But the gap's opened up ever so slightly. Maybe the Royal is better in the twisty bits. I don't know. Maybe that tire temperature that we were talking about starting to be a bit more than a nagging pain.
Yeah, it could be that. I do think it looks to me like the VRC car running slightly less downforce, potentially. Or maybe that's just the nature of... I believe it's the Alpine they're in. Maybe that's just the nature of that car in comparison to the Ferrari. So it could just be that Royal Racing pulling it ahead in Sector 2. And then the VRC factory team catching back up. But that battle seems to have calmed down just a little bit at the moment.
There was an incident on formation.
Sorry.
Reported against the wall.
Could you just say it once more?
There was an incident on the formation lap that reported a little while ago on the 179. So, making the race even worse for them. And basically they should have held a bit more distance. They caused a bit of contact during the formation lap, is what the stewards are saying. It would be a drive-through. However, the 179 has now retired.
I see.
Or has since retired. And also, literally just come through seconds ago, the 077 Radio Gold Team Versatiles car has been given a 10-second stop-go for contact through Stavilo.
Oh.
Let me have a look.
They're currently running in P2 overall as well, so that could hurt them. Let's check. They do have a 30-second gap to the 666 car behind them, but you've got to account for going in the pit lane, stopping still for 10 seconds, then getting out. I think that gap will disappear.
Yeah, the penalty is, I think, fair. They missed their braking point in Stavilo, causing about a 5-6 car pile-up, and then forced the Project A off track through Blanchimont, and also forcing it to balance, which is probably what they picked up the initial damage from. Because remember, they had early damage.
Oh, I see.
So that'll probably be from what it was.
That's disappointing then. We'll see if the 77 car can recover from that, because that's the last thing you want to be hearing in a race where you're running in a podium position, is you're getting silly penalties for incidents at the start. But that's why you've got to keep it clean. Keeping it clean, hopefully for us, will be Team Poland and the 27 Random Car Racing. They're currently locked into a battle for, I believe, it is 5th in class, so the top 5 in GT3, and it's getting close between these two. 4 tenths, the gap now as they head towards the source. If you were Team Poland, do you want to stay behind, or do you just want to make the move here as they pull down the inside?
I'd wait. I would wait. You get much more slipstream off of
Never mind,
the
because
run.
that's wide from the random car team. They've let them through almost there, dipping a wheel in the gravel. I know it's not what you would do, but in that situation, it felt like Team Poland didn't have much of a choice.
I mean, the thing is, it didn't even seem like it was a game of like what you'd have in F1, like DRS chicken. You'd give the position up, get the DRS, and just get it back. So as sort of a defensive play, because he went really deep into. But Poland's in 5th place, so I don't mind.
Yeah, you're not going to complain about Poland.
I'm not going to complain about my nationality in the top 5.
Here's an interesting one. This is your gap to GT3 leaders. We've seen this gap slowly going down by, what, 7-8 tenths a lap? And now, these two are within a second of each other. The 97 car and the 999 car. We're getting, this has got to be the 4th or 5th battle for the lead in the GT3 category. These guys have been racing absolutely phenomenally.
I'm going to say is if this Park Motorsports car races like the other, we're in for a treat. Because the other Park Motorsports car raced hard.
Well, if they've trained against each other or spoke about strategy together, I don't see why not.
Well, exactly. So this should be, fingers crossed, a really good fight.
Well, let's hope so. Keep an eye on our hypercar gaps. At the moment, they're looking relatively stable. So we're going to stick with this GT3 battle. It's about a second the gap at the moment, but it has been closing down ever so slowly in the favor of the 999 car we're on board with at the moment. The purple Mercedes, the Park 7 Motorsport car in front, they're going to have to go defensive, and we could be in for a real treat of a battle here because these two are not going to want to concede position.
It is a little too far away from move though, and now hypercars directly. Believe it, is that the 69? That is the 69.
Nice.
Yeah, very nice. Perfectly on cue there. Yeah, I was bang on. As he's now closing towards the park. Question is he going to go for the move on the park? No, he's going to wait. That's crucial.
Someone's in the wall there. I don't know who. Just look behind. Is that one of the hypercars in the wall, actually?
I think it is. It's 23rd overall.
23rd overall. We will go have a look. Yeah, Scuderia Carmona, the number 16. Not many hypercars left in this race. A lot have retired. I wonder if this will be our next retirement, considering they are a lap down on the nearest car. But props to them for keeping going. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. This has got to be some kind of full course yellow.
Quite possibly, but this seems like it's going to be much more substantial damage. Maybe drive shaft. Or something like that, because that is not normal. There's another car up, GT.
Yeah, this is getting a little bit chaotic down here. I believe it's Malmedy. And that was close. Very close. They're lucky to get away with that. Scuderia Carmona do get going again. We didn't feel the need for a VSC as the 77 car, I believe, going in for their penalty now.
Ooh, that could be argued as a unsafe rejoin.
I think
no contact.
No contact. I don't think there had to be avoiding action either. If there'd been avoiding action, maybe. I think it was just a close call between the two cars there.
I'll be honest, I couldn't tell.
Yeah.
I really couldn't tell if there was or not. So that's why I'm saying it could be, might not be. I couldn't tell you. I'm saying the possibility is there.
100%, I agree with you. It's something that will definitely be looked at by the stewards. Casper, I ask you, look at the top left of your screen. That is where the 77 car has come out after their stop-go penalty in 3rd place.
Okay. Not a bad place to be in. You're 13 seconds off the 666, but you've got the 69 directly behind you.
Nice.
And again, nice. the 69, nice, does fight quite hard. We have seen, despite, even through damage, actually, not just despite it, even through damage, it fights really hard. How is GT car overtaking a hypercar?
That's a good question. I have no idea, but clearly whoever is driving that Park Motorsport car is absolutely on the limit. But I think that would hold them up, because they have to let the car pass again, even if they are able to make the move. So that just felt a little bit silly.
I'm trying to place what car that is. Is that the Scuderia? I think it might be.
I think so, yeah. It could be the car we just saw going off in the gravel, actually. You're right, a similar colour. But this has allowed the 999 car to get as close as they've been in a while for the battle. Again, I say, for the lead of GT3. 97 versus 999. That's 4 9s right there. Hopefully we don't have to dial 999 because we don't want any incidents between these two. Here we go. 0.3 of a second the gap, and a big slipstream coming towards the bus stop.
Right, we'll see if it's effective. Bus stop is a difficult position. However, running on the ground in 2 corners in a row isn't really going to help you in terms of actually trying to catch up to other. I think now the gap's grown to 0.9. But again, with a bit of slipstream down the Camel, maybe a good run out of Lasalle could easily change. Because remember, these cars are doing about 270. The 999's last lap was 270, and I can. Well, yeah, I can go ignore myself. Yeah.
Yeah, never mind. Oh, never mind, Casper. We don't want to talk about that. We do have a 3-way fight for 11th place going on at the moment. The number 6 car, the number 995, and the Mustang that is sending a move down the inside of No Name. Slight contact between the Mustang and Mercedes. Can the Mustang also get past the Lexus here? This is incredible. From Silverhead's division. 10th place now. Let's ride on board through Puon. A little bit wide from the Lexus there. Here comes Silverhead division. Round the outside, using all that extra speed they got into Piff Paff. Around the outside. And they make the move. 9th place. That's 2 positions in about 4 corners for the Silverhead's division. What great driving from them.
That is absolutely lovely stuff from the Mustang. Gets the inside through Puon to get alongside, holds the line, and get a bit ahead. And now and then entering Piff Paff, brakes a little bit later, hooks it around the outside, and cracking. Great move.
Absolutely brilliant. The 955 car did have an opportunity, but lap traffic's kind of held them up now. And so they're going to be backing off just for the meantime. What great racing down in GT3 as their leaders do begin to pit. Obviously, GT3 and Hypercar, they're going to have very different pit strategies. You can see the 77 car starting to get a bit more of a gap to the 69. Nice. That's behind them after that penalty was served.
God, we really are children, aren't we?
Yeah.
The 770 has just picked up a report for overtaking under full course yellow.
Oh.
There's a video attached on the approach to Eau Rouge. We assume that the VSC has been called and the 770 not blast past, but goes past at pace the 45 ADM car. So that is set to be looked at, but we're still guys are still looking through the BTPs are still to be looked through. So could be a while before we get anything from that.
Yeah, stewards working their way through the reports as quick as possible. Again, we obviously want penalties to be dished out in the race so drivers can do something about them, but the more reports that come in, the harder our steward team have to work, and big props to them because they are, I know Vigo and all the other guys behind the scenes are doing a lot of hard work right now, and we'll thank them at the end of stream because they really do deserve a round of applause for putting these brilliant events together. Sorry, Casper.
Yeah, just don't cough yourself to death. That's all I'm asking. I don't want to.
Yeah, I'll try
paperwork.
not to. Yeah, no,
just don't want to fill out the paperwork. That's all it is.
Long first aid form for Oscar.
Yeah, long first aid form for Oscar. I'd have to be. God, what you like? We've just got under 5.5 hours left to go here in OC Sim Series second race of the year, I think.
I think so. I think you're right. I think Fuji was earlier this year.
Yeah, Fuji was earlier this year. I don't think there was any before.
No.
No, well, Daytona was December, wasn't it?
Daytona was 24, I think.
Yeah, I'm asking the month, not the actual race
I
length.
don't remember the month. I'll keep it a stack with you.
Yeah, keep a stack with me. God, I appreciate it. FNLRT, 6th place at the moment. Did have pole position, if I'm right in thinking.
Yes, you are right.
I am right in thinking, thankfully. And is currently in 6th place. ISC leading by an entire minute.
Casper, we're both wrong. Fuji was last year, according to Vigo. This is the first race
Fuji
of
was
the
last
year.
year?
Yeah, this is the first race of the year.
I could have sworn it was. You know what? I have the OC account.
You're gonna go
Here.
check now. You're gonna go see if your
He's-
Mandela effect.
No, he's right. It was 11 months ago.
There you go. First
It
one
was
of the
11
year.
months ago. I don't know why I thought it was thingy.
I don't know.
I Mandela effect, clearly.
Clearly. OC Racing Mandela effect. Have a look at this. The 222 catching almost into the rear bumper of Team Poland ahead of them. Clearly, a huge pace difference between these cars, as you can see from the last lap. Let's have a look on this lap, how much they were able to gain by. And yeah, another sort of 2 seconds on Team Poland. So they are flying at the moment, whoever's in that FNL car. Wide from Team Poland again, Casper. Cover your eyes for this one, mate, because it looks like an overtake is coming on your favourite team.
I'll just take my glasses off if I have to, because then I won't damn thing.
Oh.
But anyway, right up the hill we go. Once again, I think he's a little too far away for a move this time around, but he is closing a little bit. More than I think, more than I hope. But no move this time around. No, half a second away under braking, it too much.
As we saw in qualifying, FNL are absolutely rapid, and 5th place is not really a reflection of where they should be at the moment. As we see, they're all over the back of Team Poland heading towards Ravage. Can they get a move down into there? Not quite, but that's wide from Team Poland. Oh, sticking their nose in. Cheeky boys. Can they get something done through No Name? No, but that was defensive from Team Poland through No Name. So now the 222 car is going to have to run down into Puon. We've seen overtakes go wrong here, but looks like Poland actually backed out there and let the 222 through, which I think is a good idea considering the incidents we've seen through that corner.
I can't really say that I blame them. Simply because, you know, we've had a lot of incidents on the approach to Puon when there's been 2 cars wide. It doesn't often work out all too well.
And you see there, there's the end of that battle in the bottom left, the Team Poland car letting some hypercars through and dropping a second back to the 222. So a good little battle there from those two. I think very smart from Team Poland to just play the long game and let the 222 hurt themselves with the potential mistake.
Hey, realistically, realistically as well, just quickly before we get onto the cars, 5th place isn't bad at this stage in the race. You can easily make up. Okay, maybe 1st place is a little bit out of reach, given, you know, how far ahead the leader is, right? But it's probably best for them to just stay to your own and just focus on putting out consistent laps, keeping relatively in touch with FNL.
Sorry, Casper, to cut you off, but Scuderia Agile getting very easily past the 69 car there. A 69 car just going into the pits, clearly, again, not wanting the fight.
And that'll be why.
Against Scuderia Agile, which is exactly what you were talking about. It's all about keeping it clean at this point in the race.
Well, yeah, you're 2.5 hours in. There's 5.5 to go, just shy of. You don't want to be making too many mistakes, because you're in the middle of the race. This is when drivers get into a little bit of a lull. You get used to things. So you just don't want to be making mistakes at this stage because you could easily lose. RSK Motorsports are in the chat. Hi guys. For context, RSK won the Fuji race.
Oh, very cool.
Nice to see you guys again. Shame you're not taking part. We'll hope to see you very, very. Love them all to bits. We managed to interview them post race. They're a pair of Dutch brothers, and absolute joys to talk with.
I do remember actually. I think
Yeah, they were absolute. They were an absolute joy to talk with. It's a shame that they're not taking part. But I mean, it gives everybody else a chance. So
that's true. That's a good point. Yeah, we've had some great racing. Speaking of great racing, have a look at this. Last lap between Scuderia Agile and Park Motorsport. Scuderia Agile in second place in their class, losing a little bit of time. That gap down to 2 seconds between these two. So expect things to heat up there as the 666 car sets the new fastest lap overall for the race, heading towards the 159s now.
I was just about to suggest, is that on the cards during this race?
I would say. Pole position time was a 58, I believe.
So we could get down there.
Definitely, it's doable. Especially with these two Polish teams running at the front now. It's going to be a pure battle on pace between them, isn't it?
More than likely. I don't really see it between anybody else purely because of, A, they've both been trading fastest laps, and B, they're just running away with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Those two, it would be, like when we see in F1 the two McLarens going at it. It would be great to see the two Royal Racings going at it for the lead of the race.
By the way, in real life, the current record for a fastest lap by a hypercar in real life is a pole position 1:59.617, set by Antonio Fuoco in the number 50.
Sorry, Casper, you cut out.
May of this year, Antonio Fuoco slap 1.
Again, keep going. We'll get there eventually.
Unfortunately, there's not much that I can do about this.
It's all
so
right.
I apologise.
It's fine.
It's a 1:59.6, the fastest lap.
Okay, we have got faster than that
Ever.
this weekend, so we'll see if in race trim we can beat that as well.
Also, sorry.
Sorry.
In chat, hello, driver of the 21 Beget Racing here, had to retire due to back pain. And since my friend isn't here, he can't take the wheel, so we had to retire.
Oh, that's disappointing. I'm very sorry to hear that, because we saw some great racing from you. This is for second place in class. Down the inside goes the 97 car. They're left just about enough room by the Scuderia Agile. And through into second goes Park Motorsport. What a move from them. Very bold and brave into the bus stop. But let's see if the 87 car can get it back, because as we know, they've got that powerful slipstream for the next part of the lap. For the whole first sector, they should be able to catch up. And we're going to see that gap drop in real time as long as they're able to keep it cool through a Rouge. And as we know, in these cars, a Rouge has been difficult.
Yeah, we've seen plenty of spins, especially early on in the race. We haven't. Now that I say that, it's slightly worrying. I probably shouldn't have said that, but we'll see if that mistake checks out. Cars closing is the agile, but not closing really enough.
I'm not
for...
sure, Casper, if you saw that, but Scuderia Agile actually backed out of that. They dropped off the throttle and used the slipstream, so maybe a bit of fuel saving going on from the team there. That would be an interesting one.
More than likely.
Yeah. So
More than
using
likely,
the
because
slipstream to fuel save.
Because that's the best way to do it. It's a big thing, and I know some people don't like the series, but I love it to bits. It's a big thing in Formula E. If you're in a slipstream, you save a lot of battery power, right? Which is essentially that series' fuel. So it's a big thing there, and it'll correlate over here as well to a slightly lesser extent, but it's still, a very useful skill.
Right. Well, that's probably why we saw that. They have dropped back since, so clearly there was a bit more pace in the Park Motorsport car. News from the chat. I was driving the 444 and my wheel disconnected. That's why we needed to be honest.
Oh, that is a shame.
Yeah, it's a real shame there. And oh, the number 10 car just running a bit deep through the bus stop there as we were looking at them. Only a small mistake, no need for any drastic action. And have a look at the bottom left. The 24 Dutch team with a name I'm not going to even try and pronounce yet. Maybe by
I think it's Poffert, yes.
Poffetius. Okay, Poffetius.
Something along those lines.
They are closing slowly to the car in front of them, so maybe a battle down there in GT3 soon.
Maybe could very well be. Hopefully will be.
Hopefully will be indeed. Yeah, it's been GT3 have been having some really brilliant battles, and that would be for 5th place overall in class. So definitely one to keep your eye out on.
Yeah, and thankfully Poland's in 4th, so we're all right.
Well,
yes,
you know what? Shall I scare you? Let's see. Oh, they're gaining time. Don't worry. There we go. They're gaining time.
You can't scare me like that. You can't scare me like that.
I'm sorry. It was too tempting.
No, it's fine. I understand. It's okay.
All for entertainment.
Yes.
Dance, monkey dance.
The 77 has been dobbed in. Been given a report. Yes, it seems to be. Let me check if they've picked one up. Yeah, they got a report earlier for that big contact that we were talking about. They got the 10-second stop go. They were basically caught speeding. Well, the direct quote is failing to slow down, as well as ignoring the and almost ramming us.
Casper, I'm gonna have to ask once more for that one again.
I'm gonna try one thing to fix it in a sec. If it doesn't, I don't know what I can do.
Okay. Thank you.
Failing to slow down when full course yellow is deployed, as well as ignoring the countdown, almost ramming us. Us being the 195.
The 195, is that a GT or a hypercar?
Vanguard Racing
Vanguard
team.
Racing, yeah. I see them.
So it's hypercar.
Well, that's bad news for the 77 team again. Hopefully not another penalty coming their way, considering they're running in the points paying position. They're running in the podium places, and if they keep acquiring penalties, they're only going to drop further down.
I'm just watching the.
What do you think,
What,
Stuart Casper?
Right. Please. First of all, do not take my words as gospel. Right? That is one thing. I don't know. I think that might be a little bit overblown.
Yeah?
Because I think there's still it's close, don't get me wrong. But there's still, what, 2 car lengths difference? Sort of space between the cars, give or take?
Well, fair enough.
Speeding under VSC, maybe. But I think the almost ramming is maybe a smidge overblown.
All right, well, good to know. Hopefully for them, there's no penalty coming. As long as no contact was made, I'm sure it's not too bad. Still, that battle for 5th in GT3 is ongoing. At the moment, it's a battle on pace, but as you can see, the 24 car closing in to Random Car Racing. So it's getting tighter there. Keep an eye out for that one. It's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, it should be quite an interesting one. He's got cars that the hypercars behind. Well, see how that affects as they come through the bottom end of the circuit. Looking on with, pardon me, number 3, 15 seconds away from cars. They seem, at least at the moment, pretty set for a podium. I know they're still 5 hours. They seem pretty set for a podium. Could they possibly go for the big one? And could maybe actually go actively challenge the one guys?
Well, that's the question, and judging by the gap at the moment, they are... Oh, never mind, that seemed to be a bit of a glitch on our end. They are closing in slowly to the Polish team, so it will be very interesting to see how these battles pan out as the race goes on.
I mean, the battles overall have been panning out really nicely across the field. Somebody should put in chat Poland P4. Yes, I'm distinctly aware of this fact. I am keeping a very close eye on. I am very happy about this. But we don't have to always talk about those guys, especially when these guys are in the lead massively.
Yes, well, 2 Polish teams, 1-2 at the moment in Hypercar. Down in GT3, running in 4th place. And I believe there was another team with a Polish driver. So your nationality is getting represented plenty on this grid.
And I'm very happy about that. Yeah, there's a lot of endurance. Endurance overall has a lot of people from Poland. So I'm just quite happy. There's not really much else I can add to that.
No, and I don't blame you at all. I would be happy too. I don't know if there's any British teams. I assume there are some. I'm not very patriotic, so I don't really care. I just apologise that they live there. Gaps are opening up at the moment as we head towards the 5-hour mark. That's 5 hours to go. It should be a fun one. But let's see if anyone starts to close in. Like we said, the closest in Hypercar seems to be the top 3. And in GT3, they're all starting to spread out a little bit. But still, some of these guys, especially near the back of the top 10, are getting a bit closer.
Yeah, the cars are still closing in. Hopefully, that's fixed itself. Maybe, we'll see. There's a lot of cars that are they're all sort of running their own races, which, again, we're in the middle of an endurance race. And there's, what, 17 cars still running for GT3, I think?
I think that there's, 17 cars still running.
17.
Wow, we've had a lot of retirements. I didn't even realise.
Bang on. But, yeah, they're all sort of running their own race. Strategy will just play itself out, and I think last 2 hours is where it's all going to sort of come together again.
Just like the Beatles said, Scuderia Carmona, they're going to have a bit of a fight on their hands though, aren't they, if they want to come together with the rest of the grid, because they're so far back. If you take a look, they're in 18th overall, which is still behind some of the lead GT3 cars. Their race has just been abysmal. I feel sorry for the Alpine team because they're recreating the French team in Formula 1. Their car just seems to be going on strike.
I mean that's just typical French.
Yeah.
He's just decided not to go through that corner.
Yeah, if anyone... watches my channel, they'll know my opinions on some of the French teams in Formula One. So we'll swiftly move on from those guys.
All I'm going to say is there's one thing that they have in common.
Casper, I've got
say nothing
exciting
more.
news for you. We may
have you now?
potentially have an interview lined up in the near future, so keep your eyes and ears peeled for that. I don't know who it is yet,
Enchanté.
but I've been asked if we want an interview, so we shall see.
I'm game. I'm perfect. I'm down for someone else.
We're getting a Zam, even better. We love a Zam.
Oh,
So a Zam.
is that a threat or?
No, Azam has been driving in the number 6 team.
Okay.
Down in
far off.
GT3. Oh, who was that? I missed.
That was through Puon.
You might see it here on board with the Zam's car. They're just about to head through Puon.
I think the car was moving, so I think they were moved out of the way.
That's good.
There was certainly somebody off.
Yeah, it seemed like it. Okay, yeah, good job. That's cleared now. But yeah, running down in 10th in GT3 at the moment. Azam's team is 6 Pran Tempest Racing. So hopefully we can get Azam in for an interview.
515, 25 seconds stop go. But pit times, I think it said.
25 seconds stop go for pit time. So they've clearly ignored the race director's notes for the driver swap. Are you ready, Casper, for Azam to come in?
I am ready.
Hello, Azam. How are you doing? Hello.
Hello.
He's here. Well, he is here.
Oh,
There we go.
He is
Hello.
here.
How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I just finished my stint. My teammate just got on.
So.
How was it?
Yeah. How was it?
I'm very happy with my stint. We did have a bit of a hiccup at the start with one of the Sunset cars. After that, I just logged in. I had amazing pace. I was overtaking pretty much everyone in my way. I think I got to about 8th place before the pit stop.
Well, I was just going to say, at the moment, with the Scuderia Agile just pitting now, you've moved up into P9. You've got a car ahead of you. I don't believe this battle's for position. It's not. But how are things out there? What are your hopes for the race? Do you still think you're on potentially for a win if things go your way? Or do you think maybe a top 5 finish?
Realistically, with this Lexus, it's one of the slower cars in GT3. I would say we would be very happy with a top 10 finish. Top 5 is maybe if, racing, anything can happen. In that case, of course, top 5. But realistically, I would say top 10.
Fair enough. I mean, at the moment, you're smashing that goal. So hopefully you continue to keep catching the people ahead of you and making your way up the field. We've seen some really good racing, haven't we, from this car? What was it like in some of those battles where there was 3 cars fighting for one position?
Oh yeah, I had a big grin in my face behind the wheel. I was just enjoying it, really. I'm not really fighting for the win here. I'm just here for enjoyment. So yeah, it was very fun.
That's great to hear.
Believe me when I say, I don't know about Dan, but I had a grin and a smile when I was watching some of those battles. You had some really good fights out there.
Yeah, I tried my best to keep it clean, There were a few touches, door-to-door touches, and someone spinning as well. So I just kept my head, keeping the patience, and that worked out for me.
Good man.
That's really good to hear. I do actually want to ask you, in regards to sort of keeping your head, we've seen a lot of people in the YouTube chat talking about how it's chaos out there at the moment. What's it like with the hypercars and the lapped cars?
Hypercars, I believe that as long as you're predictable and as long as you show your intentions through subtle movements, they will pass you safely. So it's more about knowing multi-class. Personally, I've had a lot of races multi-classing. So because of my experience, it's much cleaner for me. But I understand that for some people it may be more difficult because it is, at the end of the day, a 16-second difference between the 2 classes.
Yeah, you're bound to get some crossovers there on track and a few hiccups, but it's good to hear that with your experience and just being able to be predictable, that's the best way to do it and hopefully have clean racing for everyone involved.
Yeah.
Casper, have you got any more questions for Azam?
Hey, I've only got one. Are you coming back into the car?
Yes, the final stint will be taken by me.
How long
Good
will that
stuff.
final stint be? Or are we not allowed to know? Is that top
2
secret?
hours.
2 hours,
It is
okay.
going to be
2
2
hours.
hours. It's the conventional, 2-2-2 strategy.
Ah, okay.
Oh, okay, good to hear, good to hear. Well, that's all from me, Casper.
I haven't got anything else. I just wanted to say you've been absolutely cracking in the car. Can't wait to see you back in a couple hours.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, we hope...
And your commentary as well, I love it.
Oh, thanks, man. We do appreciate it. It means a lot. I hope to be able to commentate over more really fun battles. And I hope, again, like you said, you're not here to race for the win in the Lexus, but just here to have fun. And I hope it continues to be fun for you, because we've seen like some really, really great moments from your team.
Indeed.
All right. Thanks, Azam. We'll see you later.
Thank you.
All right,
Bye-bye.
take care, mate.
Bye-bye.
Have a good one.
Bye.
Now, during that, I don't know if you spotted. I'm getting straight to it. The number 250 was disqualified for not taking a stop go.
I did not see that. That is interesting. Is that were they in hypercar or down in GT3?
Let me check for you. Give me a sec. 250, 250, 250. 250 was Dark Matter Motorsport.
Oh, we saw Dark Matter actually doing quite well as well before. Having a bit of a race with, I believe, the One Up team.
Yeah, they were racing with one about, I think, part of Motorsport as well. But yeah, they were disqualified for not taking the stop go.
That means crucial, guys. If you are watching and you're a team here, make sure you're following those racing instructions, those penalty instructions. Even if you disagree with them, you can dispute it at the end, but follow them whilst you're in the race. Casper, I've got more exciting news for you.
Please do.
We have another interview. This time, we have the man who was alongside me yesterday for qualifying, Tong, is here and racing for Project A. Tong, it's not been a great race. Started on pole and then just bad luck all round. What happened out there?
I can't get away from you, Dan. It's just terrible. But
You can't get away from me either.
No, I can get away from you. Your microphone doesn't work half the time.
Oh yeah, true.
It's been a it's only the first half of the race. What we're going through now is just full push. We don't care about risks that much now. It's just send it, try and get as much time as possible. I reckon after the long stops, Wojo's just pitted there, the lead Wojo. We're still targeting them for the win. We're about a minute down, I'd estimate, but we are clearly faster every single lap. So yeah, we're gonna have to try and it's gonna be full push for the next 5 hours, pretty much.
We actually caught live the disconnection. Whose end was that on, and what happened? Internet go down, or?
I don't know what happened, because I came, like, VRC, many apologies to them because they did nothing wrong. I thought it was their fault at first. Thank God it wasn't on a live broadcast. But what happened was basically my game froze, and then I went to the chicane, and then it just crashed. So we lost another 36 seconds there because we already went through the first sector. And then we lost more time because when Lassa loaded in, the clock didn't start counting down. So it's been an interesting start. But, like, you know, if you can lose all that time in 4 or 3 hours, you can gain a lot back in 5. So we're going to have to see.
Yeah. Yeah, we. I was reading through the reports, and that early incident that had you in the wall just after Blanchimont, if I'm correct in thinking.
Yeah.
I mean, talk me through it.
Well, Lassa was actually driving at that point, and what happened was the driver behind, they said, the 179, mind you, they've been a weapon since the start of the race. They managed to, I think Georgie had a screen freeze, which is unfortunate. Look, we've all been there. It happens, and then he went out, basically went out wide. Lassa lost the car over a bump. But we managed to actually kind of recover something like that. Even with the damage, we were right next to the bus stop, so we could save a bit of time by doing a long stop. But yeah, not ideal. The Cadillac as well, like you would have seen at the start, the car just, it doesn't launch. The Ferrari launches really, really well and has the top speed. So that's what's really screwed us there.
I've got to ask, in regards to that, you've had all this bad luck. Like you said, you tried to negate it with a couple like early long stops and pit stops. What's the strategy looking like for the rest of the race? Because I imagine now you guys are going to have to be putting in some long stints to make up for what's happened earlier.
Yeah, so we still have the long stops to do. So I think Lass is going to do the next stint, and we're just going to go full push because he's still doing amazing lap times at the moment. I want to keep him in to do another bit, and we could have a fun bit at the end. At the moment, it's just push, get it nailed down. It really is just a case of push to the line. 5 hours of pushing to the line. We've seen it before with like half an F1 race to go. This is now 5 hours on the edge, so it's going to be, yeah, that's pretty much the strategy.
I've got to give you some good news, Tom. Just looking at your gap to the 69 car, you've been shaving off 3 seconds last lap to them. So that should be positive. You are closing in.
Yeah, we're not targeting them. We're targeting the leader at the end of the day. The guys ahead are fast as well, but until it becomes impossible, we're going to target the leader 664 and the 666 Wojal just pitted there. I think we're going to pit in the next 3 or 4 laps. So yeah, I'd say with the pace differential and with me and Lasse being on the same pace, it could be an interesting finish. I'm hoping from a commentary standpoint. From my standpoint, I hope it's boring and I hope everybody crashes.
Huh. Well, it has been interesting so far, hasn't it, Casper?
Yeah, it's been actually a really interesting race overall, sort of obviously ups and downs. Very much more so for your team.
It's
not to rub it in too much.
No, rub it in. Why not? Bathroom microphone boy. It's been tumultuous, but you know what? There's cars starting to retire, and even when the cars got disqualified, there'll be less kind of incidents. I've had, I'm going to put it this way, not safe for broadcast language has been said about some of the GT3s, but look, we're gonna...
Tong, I'm sorry to interrupt you just quickly. Scuderia Carmona down the inside on the corner just before Blanchimont, overtaking the 45 car, the Peugeot, who are now in the slipstream of the Alpine. It's France versus France here for the last few positions in the top 10. Bit of a lockup from Scuderia Carmona. Can ADM come back? Not quite. They dropped further back on the exit of La Source. I'm sorry to interrupt you there, Tom. We're just going to keep an eye on that battle as we talk to you.
I think the boys in the Peugeot deserve all the credit. They're doing God's work on that thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was actually a really good move from Carmona. They've had a good bit of bad luck as well. They were the ones who went off at the start and with drivetrain. So, yeah, I think Lasse actually, if we look here, is behind one of the Wojals as well. So I better go back to him, I guess, but I appreciate you guys having me on.
No worries, thank you, Tong. And yeah, Lasse trying to unlap himself now, so this could be an interesting battle. Project A, believing they're still on for the win at the moment, and with moves like that down the inside of Puon, I don't doubt them, do you?
I don't doubt them at all, yeah, especially, again, like Tong said, with Lasse putting in a lap after lap after lap, he's had some good pace recently. You know, they could very, very easily at least get themselves onto the podium if they keep things going, and also a little bit of luck works their way. But yeah, also knowing Tong, I'm not surprised not safe for broadcast language was used.
I'm surprised there wasn't some use just then in that interview, to be honest. Normally, he has a plethora of names he likes to call me, and none of them I can repeat, so...
Well, I got called Bathroom Mike Boy, so, you know,
it has been better since you left and rejoined, by the way, so thank you for that.
Yeah, it is better now. I was a good boy, don't roast me. Oh, behave. But, yeah.
Keep an eye on Project A. Keep an eye on Project A. That's what we're saying.
That's what we're saying.
With the pace they're on, if we go here to their best laps, like I said earlier, they are in the 2-minute mark. That is good enough to be fighting at the front. They're actually the second fastest of all of the hypercars at the moment, but I'm sure Tong will want to be the first fastest come the end of this race.
You say that, they've just put in chat, we're struggling heavy with the Peugeot. It runs out of ERS after 45 laps on low setting, and if we get light yellow damage on any of the sides, we lose a second and a half a lap, and they lose over 10 kilometers an hour on the Kemmel.
Yeah, ADM have their problems. I'll say Project A pretty fast, but ADM, yeah, definitely that Peugeot is a difficult one to drive, and a massive respect to them for being the only team to pick it and give it a go. That props to them.
I love that Peugeot. It's a shame that it's not an actively good car.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Peugeot used to dominate in WEC for a little bit, but...
That much I know, yeah. But that's, before my time. I only got into endurance sort of last year of LMP1, basically.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, I've been trying to get more and more into WEC because I've really been enjoying the races. And if you are new to endurance racing as a whole, this can serve as a really good little sort of first try for it, these sim races. Maybe even competing in one yourself. The OCSS server is open to public entry. It's not creators. It's not anything like that. So we'd love to see some of you guys who are watching the stream maybe partake in the next one. Right, Casper?
It is, and you know what? If you check the description of the video, the link is actually in there. So you can just join straight up, find yourself a team, and get ready and join for the next event. Could you wish? So that is always an option.
Yeah, it certainly is. And down in GT3, Slimline Rivals, ever so slightly, beginning to catch the 955 in front of them.
Ever so slightly, but then 30 seconds up in the first sector. I know it's a pit stop, but it just looks funny.
I don't think that was quite right, but yeah.
No. I know it's a pit stop and everything. It just looks funny.
It is hilarious.
Oh,
round they go. That is not what they wanted. Just as they were starting to catch in that top 10 or top 7 in GT3. That's unfortunate. Look who has made the top 10 in GT3. Our pick for our favorite livery, the One Up Racing team. They've been doing well.
Easily, they've been doing very well. Flying through the sky like Bowser's airship and everything.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with what they've been able to put together for us. The Lexus is now catching the Peugeot. The battle of the strange picks here. The unusual picks, the ones that not everyone went for to try and win the race. We've got a lot of Ferraris, a lot of Cadillacs, not a lot of Peugeots and Lexuses.
Strange, yes. Respectable, also yes. Should put that out there.
Absolutely, yeah. We have the utmost respect for them.
Because, again, they're not necessarily, the fastest of cars, but they're, good little bit of fun. Off is forced the leader in GT3, I believe.
Yep, I think so.
As Dan is mid-sandwich, it seems.
Mid-lunchable, actually.
Mid-lunchable!
Wow.
Oh!
Yeah.
God, I don't think I've ever had a Lunchable.
This is my first time. My girlfriend's mum, she gave them to my girlfriend. She gave them to me, so I'm trying Lunchables. They're just like little crackers with ham and cheese on them. They're all right. I had some sandwiches earlier.
Apparently, you can get a pizza one as well.
Is that not the Mr. Breast one? The Mr. Breast one?
I don't know. Apparently, I don't know if it still exists, but apparently there was a pizza one.
Well, that is interesting. This is a car we've not talked about much. I keep seeing it getting lapped, so I feel a little bit bad. The Skunk Works car. They're out there trying. They're not last. The Carmona Racing MRE team, they're last in hypercar. But what do you think about these guys?
I mean, that's damning with such faint praise. It's insane. No, it's glad to have them on the grid, and also they're 10 seconds ahead of Carmona, so they're giving a little bit of a fight at the bottom. But yeah, it's a shame they can't get further because that's a Porsche, or is it a Caddy? I think it's a Porsche.
They all look the same to me.
Yeah, I'm actually with that nose. I think it's a Caddy. There's subtle differences. I can very vaguely. Yeah, I think it's a Caddy. It's a shame that they can't. Oh, somebody's put Ferrari. Right.
It's
serves me right for not knowing my cars. It's a hypercar made by a company somewhere on Earth. But then it turns out it's made in Mars. But with a name like that, Skunkworks. It's a funny name. I wish they would have been further up, purely on the name.
Yeah, that's valid. That it is a funny name. They win the name award of the day. The 222 has got back into third place now. I think they're another one that could be a little bit like Project A, looking to maybe hunt down for the lead, but just not quite getting there yet.
It depends. I have more confidence in Project A than I do in FNL, simply because of the pace of ISC and how consistent they've been.
That's true. They are a second clear if you look at the best laps of all of the other GT3 cars, which is quite a significant. Well, it's not a second clear, but you know what I mean. They're the only ones to.
Yeah, I mean the difference between ISC and FNL was about 0.4. So it's not, it's not loads, but it's still a significant amount of time.
Closest on-track battle at the moment is between the 69, nice, and the number 10. About 2 seconds, and it appears that they are slightly closing in on the number 10 car. Clearly, the number 10 has just had some kind of pit stop or slight error, because they've closed a hell of a lot in a short space of time. But this could be a battle we see for 5th overall.
It could be quite interesting. I would love to see it. The 69, nice, is we have seen them battle quite a lot, and they're very good at it. So I can't wait for it to happen. But it seems to be happening sooner rather than later, because they've picked up quite a bit there.
They've closed right in, that gap dropping about a second in the first sector. Whether the ACX simulations team picked up some damage, fuel saving, tires going off, no one really knows. Also, further back in the hypercar category, the Scuderia Carmona and Skunkworks teams just having a bit of a scrap there. Skunkworks actually pulling into the pits, that's why. Never mind. But yeah, this is our closest on-track battle then. With ACX simulations looking in their mirrors a little bit now as the 69 car, nice, gets a little bit closer to them.
I don't think it's to do with damage. It's more likely fuel saving. Just because if it was damage, that gap would have shrunk somewhat significantly, and it's stayed relatively the same, if not ticked slightly up through the middle sector. So I think it was just a bit of fuel saving more so than anything.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. Probably fuel saving. Which is where, though, not always in these races are the battles won on track. Often, they're won in the pit stops, they're won in the strategy. And being able to nail the strategy, and being able to extend stints for longer and holding out for safety car timings and such, that can be a lot more important than pure pace. As we see, the number 10 car getting a little bit squirrely through the bus stop, clearly feeling a bit of pressure as the number 69 looms in their mirrors, gets ever closer lap by lap. Very interesting.
Well, we'll see what happens here. Is the ACX crew going to keep saving fuel?
Sure.
You'd imagine probably not,
if
given,
on a set strategy, why wouldn't they, is my question. Why wouldn't you just stick to your plan, let them fly past, burn up their fuel and tires quicker, and get ahead of them for the end of the race on pure strategy pace? And they have actually picked the pace up a little bit now. You can see ACX simulation a little bit faster through the first sector and on that last lap through the final sector.
Would it not be better, though, to give the opponents the issue of dirty air, and then them having to manage their tires, so through this long middle sector, right, which is, high downforce, pretty heavy on tires, they're having to sort of manage that gap so that they can't catch you on the straight. So they're basically a sitting duck until you make a mistake.
Well, yeah, I do see the point of that.
And then, grand scheme of things, it doesn't really matter. And you've got relatively clear air in front of you.
At the end of the day, I bet we're overthinking this way more than the guys in the car, though. They're probably just
more
like,
than
drive!
likely, yeah.
Drive as fast as I can! Please, please don't let me crash, please! But yeah, no, you do want to be in control of the pace, and being in the front, being in the clean air is an advantage. But we can see 69, nice, getting a little bit closer again towards the final sector. They won't have much effect of the slipstream here, maybe a little bit, but now they've got to also work their way past the GT3, which will slow them down, especially if the GT3 does that and wants to stay ahead.
Reports just come in from the 666 car, reporting the 77 again. Basically, I'll contact the bottom end of the circuit. Trying to, while the Royal is trying to move to lap the GTs that are there, because there's quite a few, he has to lift off, and then he's basically bumped in the backside by the 77.
All right, over to Stuart Casper. What's your verdict?
It's... I'd say there might be something coming. Purely by virtue of... I'm looking to see if there was space for him to go anywhere. And yes, there was, because the Royal was hugging the curb, basically, on the inside of Curve Paul Frere. There was a GT directly in front, so he had to lift up. Right? And the 77 could have just gone to the side around him, I think.
Ooh, full course yellow is out on the track. Do we know what this is for? Because we haven't seen any instances.
Is there anything not moving on the minimap?
64, Scuderia Agile is limping. They're in P2, and there's a GT3 involved as well. By the looks of it, at the
That's 666?
Sorry, Stavelo?
That's up to Blanchimont.
Yeah, up towards Blanchimont, sorry. This is interesting. This is P2, and they're limping on the gravel. This is a huge moment in the race. 27 and 64 have been caught up in the incident. I'm getting news from the race director, Vigo. The 27, yeah, they've returned to the pits already. The 64 now in third place. Let's go on board, and that's
be surprised
a
if
smashed
we...
windscreen.
That is... Oh, God, somebody's thrown a pebble at that. Goodness me. I wonder what's happened. Because that's... Because I'm thinking that's exit of Curve Paul Frere, so something must have happened through there.
Yeah.
That's the only real place that I can imagine something. Maybe the cars turned into each other completely by accident or something. I'm not 100% sure. Race control. Pit lane closed.
Pit lane, that's interesting. Because how is this 64 car meant to get... I'm assuming they're allowed to violate that rule.
I think obviously, yeah. I think realistically they're going to be able to go in, but everybody else has to stay out. So yeah, 64 is allowed in as well as 27, and they've just put it explicitly. Thanks, Vigo. We assumed so, but didn't want to.
You know, see it in writing, isn't it? It's good.
Good, yeah.
Confirmation.
Took the words out of my mouth.
Yeah, that is a very damaged 64 car. At the moment, the VSC is helping them not to lose too many places. They've lost the place to the Royal Racing 664. I assume they're going to lose maybe one or two more places with the 666 and the 10 once they pull into the pits. But that must be so frustrating as a driver. I don't know who's at fault for this incident, obviously, but getting caught in lap traffic is never what you want.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's especially irritating because they were in second with a good margin. And if things would have continued, I probably would have said they're likely to get on the podium.
I think they still can. We've got 4 hours and 40 minutes of racing left here. That's the race leader lapping them now.
It's been made much more difficult.
Definitely.
I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying it's because of this, it's been made considerably more difficult.
There they go, into the pits, limping the poor 64 car.
Just ignoring the bollard. It's there for a reason, but anyway.
It looks like they've actually not quite made it into. Oh, they're full throttle, but something's happened. They can't.
They're full throttle. I think they've.
Oh.
Yeah, I think they must have beached themselves in some fashion.
Well, here we go. Full course yellow is now ending. Closest gap on track is this one for 8th place in GT3. And
Okay.
they are going to get going again.
Right, while that's happening, the two earlier reports on FANATEC have just come through. The one on contact, no further action, the track limits thing, they're going to get a 10-second penalty added to their final time.
I see. I've just actually seen a couple penalties come through in-game as well, and one of them, I believe, was for the 77 car. Oh, sorry, I think they've served one. I apologise. I think they've served one.
Pit lane's been reopened now.
Pit lane open. Well,
For
that makes sense.
clarification.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, it's in writing. Wanted to clarify.
The 955 again fighting with the.
Oh, careful!
That got very hairy with this. Oh, contact! That's
Contact!
got to be an unsafe rejoin. That's huge contact.
That's on the 770.
Yes, I'm gonna have to agree with you there. That is most definitely on the 770. Which car is that? That's this one here. That was a very unnecessary rejoin. They could have backed out of that. And,
That's on the 770. You had plenty of runoff space. You could have just kept going round instead of trying to basically T-bone the car to the side. That's poor.
I agree. We don't want to see more of that, so probably a penalty coming their way as well. The 77 car, despite that penalty, using probably a little bit of the full course yellow, is now in the lead.
In the lead for now. They seem to have got quite a few more penalties. Well, possible penalties. There's still reports at the moment. Possible penalties seemingly coming their way. So I don't want to, say that it's, they're a shoe-in for the win, but there's still stuff down the pipeline that could be coming.
What I am interested at looking at is the gap to the leader. Project A 2 laps down. I think they were actually 3 laps down at one point. They did manage to unlap themselves, yeah.
Do
you still think that being in 6th place 2 laps down from the leader now, they have a chance at winning this race?
They need a safety car.
I think so.
To get at least 1 lap up, they need a safety car. Because I can't see how, with a long lap like this, it's a 2-minute lap, so they're anywhere between 4 and 6 minutes down. I'm not sure how you can catch that in 4.5 hours.
Oh, sorry to interrupt you, but 5:15 just getting overtaken by the 87 car there, and they've had a big wobble on the exit. That's not great for them. In GT3, they're 12th in class at the moment, so sniffing the top 10. But yeah, just a slippery mistake there, letting a car through.
Yeah, easy mistake, easily done. But what can you do? I think podium contention, yes, for Project A. Win, I think, might be a bit too much of a stretch.
If they start setting some of the fastest laps, then maybe I'll change my tune.
Yeah, the thing is, it sucks that I have to say that, but I'm being cautiously realistic here. I don't know without a safety car, and considering and seeing the amount of stuff that we've had, and we've not had a safety car, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't have one flat out.
That was interesting from the Scuderia, I believe it's Carmona GE3 there, or it might be Agile. Just putting their indicator on to signal they were letting Team Versatile's Academy through. That's I've never seen that before in AC.
That's not something you see often, an indicator in use in a sim game. I don't even use them in GTA.
You don't even use them in real life, mate. That's why you got so many points on your license.
I don't have any points on my license. I don't officially have a proper license. I failed my practical 3 times. That's a whole other story for another time.
Well, clearly for not using indicators. I mean, come on.
Sure, that's the reason. I'm not a BMW driver.
Sorry, what's even more interesting, that was for position. I thought it might have been, but yeah, the Scuderia Agile indicating and letting through Team Versatile there. I wonder why.
That's... I don't understand. I'll be honest, I don't understand that. Especially if it's for position. I'm not sure.
No, neither am I, but it's certainly a curious one. They'll have their reasons, I'm sure. In 4th place in Hypercar, the number 10, ACX Simulations. They've got a 5-second gap to the nice car behind them. Just actually eking that out a little bit at the moment, but these two have been close on track all weekend long. Every time there's been a mix-up in the pit lane, they always come out sort of within 10 seconds of each other.
I mean, that, again, similar pace, similar strategy. That just means they're close, and we're getting some, hopefully, soon, some pretty close racing.
I have to agree. I think we've got some coming. I mean, 4 hours now. We're heading in 30 minutes. We'll be at the halfway mark. What are your thoughts on the race so far, Casper?
I think the best way for me to describe this race is there's been a lot. There's been a lot going on, and that's not a complaint. That is very much a good thing. There's been a lot going on. Some better, some worse. Some absolutely brilliant racecraft. Some slightly dodgy racecraft. But I am not complaining. For a first half of an 8-hour race, it's quite a good one. At that.
It is.
What are your thoughts?
Well, you know, I think we've had some brilliant moments. I think we're going to have some really cool moments to come, and I think strategy is going to play a big role in that. One thing, you know, I always feel bad because whenever you have events like this, people put so much practice in, people spend so much time, and sometimes bad luck does happen, and you don't get to finish the race, which, even if you're not going to win, you always want to finish. And sometimes there are things out of your control that lead to you not doing that. So I always feel bad for those guys. But overall, I think we've had some brilliant racing across both the categories. Qualifying was amazing. And, oh, just as we see, the one-up car, by the looks of it, with damage. Oh, no, just pulling over to the side. They're okay now.
I was going to say, because that was driving out like it lost a tyre.
Yeah, I thought the same, but they were just had a wheel in the grass. Not sure if they'd gone off or something like that. But yeah, up in the top 10 for them. We've had some really good racecraft this race and seen people come right from the back all the way back up to the front. For example, this 55 Mustang, who started near the top, fell to the bottom, and are now near the top 5.
And that's just credit to the drivers. The fact that they've just kept going. And also, dragging a, let's be honest, a very heavy Mustang, American cars are not light, up to, was it P6? That's credit to the drivers. That is good stuff.
Absolutely. We saw they had pace. They made it into Superpole yesterday and I think qualified P2 for the race. So we know they've got pace, and I actually expect them to keep making up positions as this race goes on. So keep an eye on that car.
You think they could be on for a podium?
I wouldn't write it off. I genuinely wouldn't write it off. We've got a big mix of engines in this race. For example, the Mercedes, one of the more popular GT3 entrants, that's got a roaring V8 in it, which I'm sure you've heard throughout this race. But, you know, looking into sort of the hypercars, you've got V6s in there and engines modelled similar to Formula 2 cars. So a real mixed bag with these. And I have to say, I think the organisers have done a good job on the BOP, making these cars perform relatively close to each other.
Yeah, the BOP is working pretty well. BOP, of course, balance of performance, for those of you that may not be aware. This is why I truly enjoy sports car racing, because you get that sort, especially at the moment, you get that sort of variety, right? So it's basically you can do whatever you want. Like Cadillac have got a V8. Lamborghini, who've now cut their hypercar, had a V12.
I believe Aston Martin in actual WEC run a V12, don't they?
Do they run a 10 or a 12?
I think it's a V12. I'll double check this. You carry on.
But like you get so many different engines. Like Alpine basically use the one in F2 and bump it up a bit. And then Porsche have got a turbo. I think it's a turbo-powered V6. So you get all that variety, and yet for WEC they put an actual damn noise limiter on it. They've put it on similar, and I hate it. But besides the point.
I did get to check. It is a V12, naturally aspirated V12 in the Valkyrie, which is incredible. So we don't have the Valkyrie here, obviously, but such a wide range of engines in endurance racing compared to F1, where you've got the groan of your grandma in the V6 turbo hybrids.
And also, Vigo's correcting me, Lambo had a V8.
V8, there you go. Okay. Well, Vigo always corrects us. If we say something wrong, just know, every time we say something wrong, there's a little notification pops up to one of us, and it's Vigo telling us the right thing to say. So thank you, Vigo.
Why don't hypercars have V12s? The concept.
Well, they do.
The idea behind it.
The Valkyrie. The Valkyrie is a hypercar with the V12. So there you go. Casper, you got to start checking your facts, man. What are you saying?
Listen. Clearly, I don't need to go. Clearly, I need to go Specsavers, not just for my eyes, but for an ear test as well. The fact that that's a legitimate sentence that I can say is insanity.
3.5 hours you've been here, Casper. I can forgive you for making a few mistakes here and there. I'm sure I've made plenty.
God, you're making me cry now.
Do you want to know our vehicle regulations for this event? Vehicles must fit within approximately 5,000 millimeters in length, 2,000 millimeters in width, with a minimum weight of about 1,030 kilograms, but both hybrid and non-hybrid setups are permitted.
Yeah, because the basis of hypercar was that you had to fit into four measurements. It was weight, power, downforce, and drag. Right? And you could create anything as long as it was fit those criteria and then some safety stuff. Right? That's why you get so much variety. Right? That's why Peugeot was able to attempt running without a rear wing. That's why you get Caddy, you get Porsche, Toyota, all of them. They're the same car, right? But they're all sort of different in their own way. Right?
Absolutely.
And it works in their favor. That's what endurance racing needed. It needed a bit of variety, which it didn't really get during the LMP1 times.
Yeah, I'm genuinely, like you said before, I'm loving how these new WEC and hypercar regulations are giving us such good racing, number one, but also varied cars with different engines, and just allowing teams the freedom to do whatever they want. Almost like old Formula One did back in the day when you could have six-wheel cars and you could have V12 and V10s on the same grid. So,
oh god, yeah, I forget the six-wheel car existed.
Yeah, it's fan car as well. So there's some great moments throughout motorsport when you allow teams to innovate even going
exactly.
rallying with the Lancia, the rear-wheel drive, and the Audi Quattro with their four-wheel drive.
Well, that's sort of a whole different thing. Because there's a whole Grand Tour bit about it that Clarkson did. But essentially, the story behind that is Audi by what's the best way to describe it? By sheer dumb luck, was able to get the regulations changed to allow four-wheel drive.
Yeah, that's true.
Then a couple of years later, entered the Quattro with four-wheel drive, right? And they were just dominating everything.
Yeah.
But Lancia was in that last season of, I'm trying to remember what Lancia it was. I think it was the 037.
Yeah.
Try to race direction. We'll have a look at that. I'll take a look at that in a sec. Because there's a decision that has come through. And basically, Lancia was the last rear-wheel drive rally championship winner. Because every rally car since then has been four-wheel drive because it's better.
I think we've got new regulations now. I think in rally there isn't as much four-wheel drive. But you know, like we're saying, it's just all about that innovation, isn't it? And just how you can change the sport and how it leads to these interesting stories. If you are just tuning in, quickly, I'm going to run you through our race leaders. First overall in hypercar category is the number 77, Radio Gol Team Versatile. They've been out in front for a while now. They have had a few penalties. They have had some incidents, but at the moment they're controlling the pack. In second place, you've got the 664 Royal Racing Team from Poland. They've been mighty quick. If you actually have a look, not this one, but the 666 car in third hold the fastest lap, and these two have been trading fastest laps for the whole session, so don't write them out for the win either. Moving into GT3, first overall, we've got this, the 99 car that has an 86-second lead over second place. They have been controlling the pace since the start of this race. It's been absolutely incredible. In second place, you've got the 97 Park Motorsport car, the Mercedes, who've been chasing them down and have been keeping it clean. And honestly, we've not talked about them in a while, but they did get into some mighty battles earlier on in the race in order to secure this second place. So props to them. And in third, the original pole sitter for GT3, who had a bit of a rough start, but has climbed their way back into the podium places, FNL RT. They've been setting some mighty fast lap times as well. I wouldn't count them out for the win, but at the moment, the 99 car looking quite dominant in GT3. As well, want to say a big thank you to all of our drivers who are taking part today and all of the viewers watching. We really do appreciate you sticking around. Make sure to support Oscar, myself, and the Discord by hitting the links down below.
Yes, thank you to the driver, but one or two may not like what I'm going to say. The 770 has the drive-through penalty that we saw about a minute or two ago is for overtaking under full course yellow. It's the incident with the ADM that we mentioned earlier. And yeah, they just overtook and didn't give the position back, basically.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just a drive-through. Drivers were specifically told in the briefing, I believe, no overtaking under full course yellow.
Well, then that's the rules.
That's earned a and drive-through,
as Clarkson would say.
Yes. I'm just checking just to make sure that I'm not lying. Yeah. It's not mentioned explicitly, but it's basically mentioned. So yeah, 4:20 left in the race here.
4:20, and why not? Considering we're at this time, right on board with the. Oh, I was going to say right on board with the 69. They're in the pits. What are you doing?
They're coming out of the
They're
pits.
coming out. Way! There we go, and they're right behind Project A. They've got fresh tyres, fresh fuel. Can they catch up to the Project A team? Maybe, maybe not. We've seen Project A be pretty rapid, actually. And now they're up into the top 5. They were all the way down in last place of Hypercar at one point after a terrible bad luck at the start. And now that they're making their way towards the front again.
God, we really are men, aren't we? The 42069, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, we're very mature commentators. That's what we are.
Sure, that's definitely what I would use to describe us. Anyway, right. 77 leads the pack. 2 Royal Racing cars behind. Query for you, Dan. Do you think the Royal cars are going to catch up and overtake?
Well, looking at the lap times, it's very close. The 77 car and the 664 car have like 100th of a second between their best laps. One thing I will say is that the 664 is a yellow Ferrari driven by a Polish team. And if we look at Le Mans this year with Robert Kubica in a yellow Ferrari, then maybe they are on for the win.
Don't get me excited like that. Come on, man. Come on, man. Don't be doing that to me.
I had to mention it at least once this stream. It's got to be one of the best motorsport stories of the year.
Oh, easily.
Go on then, Casper. Sorry, I've got one for you. I've got a question for you.
Go for it.
This Peugeot, predictions on where they'll finish the race.
Ooh, I reckon. Right, I reckon they'll get to. I think they'll finish 9th. It's not exactly a very inventive prediction. However, A, Scuderia Agile is 3 laps behind, and
Yes.
B, they've said themselves that they're struggling from issues. So unless one of the top 8 retires, which obviously we hope that doesn't happen, but in the hypothetical scenario that it does, that would realistically probably be the only way that they pick up positions.
I'm gonna just to be the contrarian. I think they'll finish a bit higher than that. I'm gonna go with. I was gonna say 8th. I'm gonna go with 7th. I think they've got it in them. A bit of bad luck, a bit of good luck to them. A bit of bad luck for maybe someone else, and I think they could do it if they stay consistent. We've seen really clean, good racing from them, good consistency from them, great battles from them. I don't see why they won't be able to just be that little bit cleaner than some of the other drivers here.
Hangman, I'd just like to say, it was him that asked the question, not me. I simply answered.
Yeah.
So this is unprompted. If you want to have a bone to pick with somebody, go pick a bone with Dan, not with me. I'm simply answering a question.
Listen, if you believe in commentator's curse, here we go. The 45 car is gonna explode. There you go. Now the opposite should happen. So we're fine.
Do that.
I'm helping them. I'm helping them.
Right. A little bit of news. There was one, and then it was removed. So I don't know if it's actively if it's being rewritten or something like that. There was a report against the 77.
Okay.
Something to do with failing to slow down under full course yellow. Now it has been withdrawn, but I have a feeling it's simply just being rewritten / more footage added.
I see. Well, that's that's risky for them. I actually will draw your attention away from the reports for a minute, Casper, because
I am watching.
The battle for 7th is well and truly underway. Scuderia Carmona, the number 44 car, closing in on Vanguard Racing, and further ahead, the 666 car is within 10 seconds of the other Royal Racing team. So things are starting to close up between these two teams, between these teams now. So let's see how this pans out, because over the last few laps, let's take a look. You can see Vanguard Racing have been losing out to Scuderia Carmona, who had a horrible race to start with, but are starting to get back into the swing of things now.
We'll see what they can happen, but losing the back end through the bus stop isn't exactly the best way to go about that. 1.1 now, basically. It was 1.2. It's 1.1 now.
It's closed in from about 2 seconds at the start, well, when we first sort of started the onboard here. So quite a bit of pace in that 44 car compared to the 195 ahead of them.
Yeah, closing in quite nicely. I don't think they'll get them this time, but I think on the next go-round, I think they've got a chance.
I have to agree with you. I mean, look, I love the detail on these cars, by the way. The flexing of the windscreen wiper there as we head down the Kemmel in the slipstream of the Vanguard team, and you can see within half a second now, Scuderia Carmona into Rivage. Who's going to keep it tight? Who might lose the rear end? You can see there, Vanguard running deep in Rivage. That loses you a lot of time, not nailing the apex there, and it compromises you for No Name.
They closed a lot under braking there for Rivage. I don't know if you noticed that, but they closed up a good 10th and a half purely under braking for the hairpin.
Absolutely. This it's just such a difficult corner to nail, and if you get it right, it can be worth crucial tenths. Through the piff-paff chicanes, Scuderia Carmona, they look so much more confident on the curbs than the Vanguard team were avoiding them. That was a bit understeery, though, into Stavilo 1, and that will hurt you, because now you want to get on the power early and catch the slipstream, but they've not got that. So this is where Vanguard could pull away and hold them off for another lap.
Yeah, but I think again, with the confidence under braking, they're probably going to catch you up through bus stop and Lasso. So I think it's going to be done this lap. You can see, they've closed up, and then B, the car ahead has had a bit of a lock-up.
Interestingly,
I think it'll really lock up as well.
It doesn't look like Scuderia Carmona are later on the brakes. It looks like they're just smoother on them. Let's see if into La Source they're able to do anything, and not quite, but another little lockup from Vanguard pushing them deep and allowing Scuderia Carmona to get all over the back of them. Will they risk making the move into Eau Rouge and Radion? Oh, of course they don't. They back out a little bit. They're not that stupid. Let's see as they head up towards the Kemmel Straight. Can they do something into Lacombe? They're gaining. Will it be enough? These cars have a lot of aerodynamics. They should get a slipstream effect, but actually Vanguard seem to be running slightly lower downforce because they have that edge on the straights. I noticed even through Blanchimont they were pulling away a little bit. It's in the braking zones and the corners where Carmona are gaining the most.
I think one of the also bigger mistakes that Carmona made was, I think they lifted a little too much on approach to Eau Rouge Radion.
Can they get something done into Pouhon though, Casper? That's the question. Not quite. We've seen a few, haven't we, go wrong through there.
Well, we've seen quite a lot go wrong through there. Thankfully, nothing happening to Piff Paff Chicane. I think that's my favourite, just because it's Piff Paff. It's my favourite corner name probably ever, because it's funny.
It is funny.
Carmona looking for the outside into Stavilo. Can't quite get it right. Switch back into Curve 4 Frere. No, not able to. Maybe the slipstream up to Blanchimont, but no, again, you were talking about that earlier. The 195 has got a lot of pace on the straights and is opening the gap up through Blanchimont. We go, and there's a GT car in the way, and here comes Carmona around the outside contact as well as they approach the bus stop. Braking on the outside, that'll turn into the inside, but Carmona wasn't able to make the move despite a big slowdown from a GT3 car.
Yeah, that lap traffic really played into the 44 car's hands. They caught up massively through Blanchimont as the 195 had to back out, and a tighter line through La Source for Scuderia Carmona. Can this be the one where they get the run? They need to keep it planted through Eau Rouge. Use that break in the air, that slipstream effect to close in. It looked a bit wobbly through there, though. Looked like they actually lost a couple of tenths, and you can see again, Vanguard Racing have that advantage in the straight, so they're gonna need maybe honestly that potential overtake with the lap traffic was the best chance they were gonna get, because Vanguard seemed to be able to just plant the foot and get the better exit out of these crucial corners.
This is why it's always good to listen to somebody, because I said earlier, it was, I believe, about ACX simulations. I think it was ACX simulations, but they were in a fight, and I was essentially saying it would probably be better to keep the car behind if you've got the advantage on the straights, because then they can't pass you, because the advantage through this middle sector, yes, you'll catch up, but the main passing spots aren't in this sector.
No, they're not, and you know, having that Sector 2 speed, it's always a trade-off at Spa, isn't it? Every team talks about this. You can go for the speed through the corners, and, you know, you'll follow well through Sector 2, but it makes overtaking a hell of a lot more difficult. Or you can compromise that speed in the corners and have the straight line speed, and often that ends up being a crucial decision on your success in these races.
Most teams pick the speed.
Yeah.
They can deal with the downforce loss. That's not too bad. Most just pick the speed because they want to be quick.
And have a look at those sector times from Vanguard Racing. 6 tenths in Sector 1, 5 tenths in Sector 2, 6 tenths in Sector 3. The 44 car has dropped right off. They had a chance there. Maybe they'll get another one soon enough.
Hopefully, of course. That long pit 3, I think, for the 999.
Believe so.
Yeah, again, I'm going to keep saying this occasionally, but it is 4 long stops, 3 minutes 20 each. And only during those can you do driver changes. Sorry, yes.
That is, just think about it. How many laps is that? If you look at it from hypercar perspective, they're doing about a 2-minute lap time. That's 1.5 laps. So we talk about these guys being lapped by the people ahead of them, but most of that is just in the pit stops.
It's about 13 minutes worth of long stops. So you're talking 6.5 laps just over, which is a lot.
Yeah, that's a huge amount. Especially if you're taking them early on, like some of the teams we know have been doing.
Exactly. So, this is why long stops play a very important part in strategy, because you need to know when to take them. Vanguard Racing Team, by the way, just put in the chat, our driver decided to lock in.
I can see that from the sector times. He really has.
Yes, we've spotted that.
When they come across the line here, have a look at how these graphics... Oh, they've pulled into the pits. They did make a bit of time, but clearly they're trying to attack from a different angle strategy-wise now. So that's an interesting one. Great driving from Vanguard, because when you're under that kind of pressure, it's so easy to slip up and make mistakes. I mean, we saw it. If any of you are Formula 1 fans this year in Canada, Lando Norris, with the pressure of the championship, made that mistake crashing into his teammate. Vanguard Racing were able to keep their cool.
And keeping your cool is important, because you lose your cool, you get angry, you start making mistakes, you lose time. It's a negative feedback loop, and you get even more irritated, and once you start to get into that mindset, it all goes downhill from there.
It does. But one thing that's not going downhill is the race pace of this 222 car. We haven't paid much attention to the GT3s in the last 15 minutes or so with that battle we just had, but there's a couple close battles here. The most pressing one for second place, 5 seconds between the 99 car we've seen leading most of the race, who is now, whether that be through strategy or genuine pace, is behind the 97 of Park Motorsport, and also for 8th place, One Up Racing, slightly under pressure from Scuderia Agile.
I wonder if FNLRT is able to get ahead of ISC and then force them to slow down.
Looking at the lap times, just from the last lap, slightly in favour of the 99. So I'm assuming they've taken a pit stop and ended up... It's a shame that pit stop graphic isn't working properly, but it's assuming that they've taken a pit stop and have gone into 2nd place, because their pace has been phenomenal this race. Absolutely phenomenal. But the 97 car, you know, they're edging ahead, but they have got the 99 catching by about... Is that about 2 seconds last lap? Wow. 3 seconds nearly.
Oof. Yeah, pushing 3 seconds. That's a big advantage in a singular lap.
Maybe we should take just a moment to ride on board with this car, because clearly they're doing something everyone else just isn't able to do with the speed they are going at the moment. The 99 ISC racing car, their performance has been so consistent and just so fast. It really does make you wonder how they're able to do it, because, I mean, just look at this. They're nailing every single apex.
Listen, they've been doing it for the past 4 hours. I expect they'll be doing it for the next 4.
Absolutely. What is interesting, though, is you can't always count on them to do that, because we have driver changes in this event. If you're new to endurance racing, different drivers will be taking the wheel of each team's car. And sometimes those drivers aren't always at the same pace. One driver might be faster than another one. So even if you have a good stint and build up a good lead, the next driver coming in might just be those few tenths slower. And that can really change the game.
I think... number 6, Pran Tempest Racing has been told to fix their lag or swap their driver.
Clearly some lag going on for them. That's always my least favourite part of sim racing. It's very realistic.
It's unfortunate.
You know, there's things you can't emulate that from real life. And AC has its drawbacks as well. But lag is always so unfortunate, because it's never anyone's fault. It's just a real shame that it happens.
It is a shame, and it sucks. But it comes with actively playing online. So it's something that you've got to work around. And there's not really much that you can do. Until the internet gets so good that everywhere you can connect to just on the snap of a finger, on the click of a finger even, then we're going to have lag. And I don't imagine we're going to be getting it for many years.
No, probably not. The number 77 team, they disconnected for their driver swap. We'll see if they're able to come out ahead. I don't think so, considering it'll have to be a long stop. So the 666 and the 664 should take the lead of the race here. It'll be interesting to see whether the number 10 car and potentially even Project A are able to also put themselves in that fight for the podium positions.
FNLT for a drive-through for cutting.
Oh.
That's big.
That is big, because they are 3rd in GT3.
That is big, because A, they're 3rd in GT3, and B, they were realistically the other team that we were expecting to fight for the win. And now that they've got a drive-through, they're going to drop back another, 25, 30 seconds?
At least. We were talking about earlier
in that range.
how long the Spa pit lane is. So I imagine they normally have 3 laps to do this. So I imagine they'll wait for as long as... Oh no, they're going straight in. That is interesting. This is the car last in GT3 at the moment, the Academia Endurance Racing team. They've just finished their last long stop. But yeah, the 222 car, really not good for them. And all of our leaders in in Hypercar now into the pits. So this is where the number 10 car and the 161 Project Day car might come into their own. Even VRC factory team, they're all closing in as the strategies begin to cross over again now. So in the next hour, there may be a bit more action between our top teams. If you are just tuning in, a huge thank you for coming along to the OC Sim series. Remember to hit the subscribe button on Oscar's channel if you want to see more of this. This has become somewhat of a yearly event at the moment, which is quite fun. The 77 car back out on track now, just behind Warhol Racing. So, like I was saying just a moment ago, we could have some battles for the lead. Well, here it is. Within a second now, the two race leaders. This is the first time, I think this race, these two will have crossed paths on track. They've been racing phenomenally. And at the moment, the 666 car losing a little bit of time to the 77, who's had their fair share of issues, but has kept their head cool. So this is one that we definitely have to watch. Lead of the overall race. Of course, this helps drivers behind. If these cars do end up battling, it holds them up. It allows other people to catch. And this is what teams like Project Day, like ACX Simulations, like the VRC factory team will be hoping for, because that can put them back into the fight for the top 10. And we have now officially, in the last minute or so, crossed the halfway mark of this race. We've had so much great action. The top cars are closer than they have been over the past few hours, showing just how good these drivers are at the moment. They're all within seconds of each other. This race has been phenomenal, and I think it's going to continue to entertain us. So do stick around. I appreciate all of you who have been watching this. Like I said, if you do want to support the race, there are Oscar's links, including links what's it called now? Sim Spots. That's what I'm looking for. The word was in my head. Like Sim Spots, where you can get... Oh, dear! Oh, my. I'm sorry, Oscar. I'm not plugging anything because Mario has just gone flying through the bus stop. He's going to need a mushroom after that one because he'll have lost one of his lives. Oh, dear. The one-up team there. They're going to need a one-up because that lost them quite a bit of time. They are currently running, I believe, within the top 7 in GT3. So on for a good finish. They started further back, but they've been making their way through to the front, which is really impressive. I'm glad to see because, as me and Casper have talked about before, they are our favourite livery of the event. Now, the 77 car's got some work to do if it wants to catch up to the 666 car. At the moment, 666 does hold the fastest lap of the race. We're yet to dip into the 159s, though, and I think we'll see that before the end of this race today.
Hopefully. Hello, I am back.
Welcome back, Casper.
Hopefully. Have they gone for a pit?
So all of the top 3 pitted very recently. So they're all on similar strategies at the moment, and you can see they're within 30 seconds of each other, and we still have half race distance to go.
Well, this is going to get interesting then, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and anybody else who may be watching?
Even Project A and ACX Simulations, they're back on the lead lap now, just about. So they could be closing in by the end of this race.
You know what? I apologize to Project A. I was cautiously pessimistic. I probably shouldn't have been.
I'm not sure if you saw it as well. One Up Racing Team had a big moment at the bus stop, flying across the bus stop chicane. But their pace is looking good at the moment. They're looking to unlap themselves on Team Poland whenever they can catch to them. But at the moment, they're comfortably in 7th place.
They're going to lap themselves, it's fine.
yeah. Well, if you don't know, Casper's part Polish. Fully Polish? Part Polish?
Oh, fully Polish.
Fully Polish, so you know who he's... Oh, wow!
Whoa!
One of the Polish hypercars there, getting all sorts of squirmy with that Mercedes in front of them. You can see on the small screen what that POV's like for them, as the one-up car looks to make the move on the Mercedes as well. I don't remember the team name, I do apologise. But here they go into La Source, and they're ahead.
That's number 24, I think.
You're right.
Couldn't
Well,
quite
look at
see.
you go. You are brilliant at this, Casper, mate. Someone
See,
should
I-
pay you.
God, I know. They should. Well, again, I've got glasses. You'd hope I can use them.
Exactly.
So sometimes it's a little bit iffy, but in most cases, it's not too bad.
Well, have a look with
I mean,
your
as we've
glasses at this gap. The 666 car is edging out the number 7 car in P2. The number 7 car has led a fat portion of this race, but at the moment, they're just not able to make an impression on the Polish team ahead of them.
No, they can't. And I think if I'm keeping track of the decisions and the reports, all that, there may be more penalties to come for them.
Oh, okay.
So, because we've still not had one or two that have come in against them. I don't think. I may be entirely wrong, but I think there's one specific decision that we haven't. Oh no, we have. Sorry, we have had a decision on that, I think.
Okay, so at the moment, no outstanding penalties for anyone.
Not for anybody in the top end.
Speaking of penalties, though, the 222 car, they did manage to hold on to third place after that drive-through they received for cutting. They're 30 or 40 seconds off P2 now, though, and they were in the hunt at one point. So that must be a little bit disheartening if you're one of those drivers.
And again, they had a drive-through for cutting, right?
Yes.
That's an easily avoidable penalty, largely. So they are going to be kicking themselves. No doubt about it.
I have to agree with you. Yeah, it's just unfortunate. One team that looks like they're still having fun out there is this number 6 car, Azam's team, Tempest Racing. They've got the 1-up car looking to lap them behind them, but I'm sure they'll have a bit of fun because, like we said, they're allowed to race. They can have, they can do a bit, even if you're lapping someone. There's no blue flag rules like in F1. It's a bit more lenient in endurance racing, and so you get your elbows out a bit more.
Yeah, and again, one of the important things about blue flags in endurance is if it's somebody in your class, then what you're used to in F1 typically applies for the most part. If it's in a different class, though, that's not your problem. You need to get past safely. You don't have to actively move out of the car behind's way. That's for them to maneuver around you.
Exactly.
You can help them a little bit if you want by, moving to one side or whatever. But technically, you don't have to. Which is why we see a lot of cars, especially through sort of No Name and Rivage, the other way around, obviously. The cars just follow each other because they can't get past when there's traffic.
Even into corners like these, the bus stop, it can be very difficult to get past because the bus stop's such a slow corner. The hypercars don't have that much of an advantage until they're on the straights, and that is a very bold move to pass the Peugeot from the 44 Scuderia Carmona car. They are, yeah, maybe the Peugeot's putting the white flags out for that one. Then again, it's an Alpine it's fighting against, so they're all right with a civil war, aren't they, the French?
I was going to say, Alpine yellow flag should be a white flag, surely.
No, I said white flag.
Oh, you did? Okay, sorry, I thought you said yellow flag.
No, you're too locked in on the racing. I was bullying the French.
I've been in the I've lived in the UK for what 18 years. I've picked up a knack for taking the mick out of the French.
They're everyone's favourite to take the mick out of. They are just funny.
Yeah, the land of croissants and pretentiousness.
I've not talked
Believe-
about this car for a while. I was saying earlier on how they've been doing quite well. Into the top 4 now. Actually,
still are.
might be. Oh, they're in 3rd actually as they go through here.
I think there's a couple of people in
the pits. Yeah, I think the 222 car might be in the pits. So I'm not going to say for certain they're in the top 3 yet. I think they might be in maybe the top 5. But the Mustang, just a quiet race to get back towards the front. Really impressive from them.
Yeah, again, I'm going to say it again. They've been doing quite well. The Mustang's a typically pretty heavy car, so it's not exactly the easiest to drive. So, you know, credit where credit is due. Very nicely done by them. 77 closing in a little bit to the 666 Royal. 3.2 is the gap at present. Another 20 odd seconds behind is the sister car, the 664. The 10 is in the pits.
Number 10 car into the pits. That'll be interesting for those guys behind, like Scuderia Carmona and Project A, who have also nipped into the pits now. VRC factory team puts them into the top 4 until their next pit stop, I assume. And yeah, the 77 car seems to have found a bit of pace by the looks of it. Just started to close in on the 666 car. So you can see they're in the same frame now, just about. The 666 going into the Piff Paff chicane, just as Team Versatile exited Puon.
And can you comment on this accusation from Azam saying Dan sounds tired as hell, bro?
I'm actually like not. I don't know what that means, bro. I'm chilling. Like, I'm alright. I'm happy. I don't know why I sound tired. I'm pretty up for this. I'm excited to see where the race goes. Once there's some action on track, you'll hear me shouting again, but I can't shout for the whole thing.
Basically, if it wasn't for me, he probably would be tired, is what you're saying.
Well, yeah, I can't shout for everything. But, you know, if these guys close up for the race lead, you best believe I'm standing up and screaming my head off.
I'm not standing up.
Boo. Clearly he's not as committed.
Yeah, clearly. Also, I don't really have a mic I can pick up and hold.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'll let you off.
To be fair, mine is on an arm, so technically I could move it. Like, I shouldn't have done that.
He's broken everything, everybody. He's broken everything.
I fixed it. I've basically popped the mic out of the actual arm out of where it's attached to the desk in.
This is all my fault. I apologize. I'm sorry, Casper. I shouldn't have made you prove that you're committed.
It's fine.
I know you're committed. Look at this, though. Gap dropping down even more between the front two.
Yeah, it's closed by about a second since, you know, we got onto this slight tangent, which is quite interesting. We'll see if Royal's able to defend, and by how much are they able to bring the sister car in?
I think surely, I mean, this has got to also be to do with traffic, this gap closing, but surely the Royal car has a bit of pace in them. They've got the fastest lap of the race so far. Surely they could open the taps a bit more once they see the 77 getting closer and closer in the mirrors. But sometimes having a car to chase, it can unlock that extra pace in a driver. It's not the first time it's been heard of, and it's certainly not the last. Sometimes that clean air can be a bit of a disadvantage, and you want to start catching up to someone and seeing their brake lights get closer and closer. So let's keep an eye on this just for a little bit longer. But also, Scuderia Carmona in 5th, they have got the ACX simulations car right on their tail as well.
I think on that point of drivers and chasing something, it's a little bit of psychology, I suppose, because if you're just driving around in clean air with nobody to chase, you're just going to settle yourself into a rhythm, right? Whereas if you're chasing somebody, you can see that there is a specific target that you need to get past, and you'll be looking for ways, okay, how can I pick up time here, there? Oh, they're making mistakes there. I can make a move into this corner, and so on and so on and so on. You can take a lot more. It takes a lot more effort, but it's typically worth it. Whereas if nothing's going on, you basically get a little bit bored, is what happens.
And the last thing you want to be doing if you are the car out in front, the one being chased, like the Royal team are at the moment, is drive in your mirrors. You've got to look ahead, and sometimes the best way to defend is to attack. But the gap now almost down to a second between these two. Our overall race leader and P2, the 77 car. This is the battle that's been brewing for, I would say, the past 2.5 hours. And we're about to see them cross on track for the first time. I'm so excited. It's closing as they head through Sector 2. Do you think the 77 car will be able to make the move, Casper? This is getting closer.
Ooh, well, I think, yes, they'll be able to make the move. Query of when, maybe next time round. I think they need to close up a little bit more than that. Unless they can get to within maybe 4/10 going into La Source, I don't think they're going to get it this time around. Quickly as well, the 515 has been given a drive-through penalty for an unsafe rejoin. Warranted. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to go into too much detail.
Fair enough. Okay. Thank you, Casper, keeping us up to date on those reports there. Doing a great job of that as well, by the way. Thank you so much, mate.
This will happen when you have multiple monitors, and you can have one on one thing, one on another thing. It's great.
I have multiple, but one of them's running the stream, and the other one I'm doing the cameras on, so it's not...
Wow.
Yeah. But I'm looking through some other stuff when I can.
That's fine.
Here we go. Bit messy through Radion from the 77 car there. That's not going to help them close in, but the slipstream should be somewhat effective down the Kemmel. Although, saying that, looks like Royal have actually pulled out a little bit down this straight at first. These guys are going to be absolutely on the limit, though. When you're fighting for the lead, even at the 3 hours 45 minute mark, you want to give it your all. And they've got traffic to deal with too. And this... is that the Lexus? That is the Lexus, I believe. Is not going to make it easy for either of them. Just staying predictable, though, which is the right thing to do. And here we go. Closer than ever now. Down towards Pouon. Is there going to be a move? Not quite yet, but maybe towards Blanchimont. If they can close through Piff-Paff and Stavilo, the 77 car might just get the move they're looking for. You've also got Super Mario ahead of them, and that's going to cause some issues.
Yeah, well, a little bit of lag as well. Here comes the 77. Can they make it around the outside? Or is Super Mario just going to get in the way? He does.
Super Mario.
That's really unfortunate timing.
I'm going to be honest, Super Mario, he held up Royal, but then he also kind of helped them out in the end. So that's traffic going in your favour and against you all at the same time.
The epitome of giveth and taketh away.
Exactly, pretty much what you've been saying the whole stream. And that's okay. That's a little bit frustrating for the 77 car. I can see why the Porsche did that. It's a little bit unpredictable. I probably would have moved out the way for both of them. But there you go. Still so close to the 666 car. 6/10. We've seen moves happen from here, although I think they're going to need to be just a little bit closer going into Lacombe if they want a move to happen. They're going to need a good La Source here.
I'm thinking if they can get within 4/10, which they haven't, but they're closing. They need a little bit more than that.
If they can get on the power out of the first corner well and keep that speed through Rouge and Radion, then you've got the chance to close in and make a move into Lacombe. At the moment, 6/7/10, it just doesn't seem to be enough. And you can see Royal there being a little bit defensive, a little bit of a weave. One move to the inside, one move back, which is perfectly fine. They're allowed to do that. But you can see they're looking in their mirrors now. The battle for the lead is heating up.
This is going to get pretty feisty. Again, I reckon about 4/10 is when we're going to see something. Because these guys don't want to be too brash. They need to be a little bit cautious. We're past halfway. We've got 340 left. There's a lot of factors in this. they need to be a little bit more cautious, especially with traffic holding them up through pit path. This is perfect.
Down the
For
inside! Contact! And it's a big
Around
spin!
They both go!
Oh no! The race leaders have both crashed into each other with traffic causing an issue. And I'm going to be honest, I think it was a day late, $1 short from the 77 car. It seems like they may have got just a little bit greedy there and tried to take the lead in a corner where maybe they should have backed off, got past the traffic and kept chasing. That's put them 10 seconds back from the race leaders, and that was not the way we wanted that to end. That's disappointing, honestly.
10 seconds back. However, I have a feeling the wild car will have had some sort of damage. It did hit the rear wheel, the rear onto the wall, like straight on. So I think there's going to be some sort of damage. I would not be surprised if they come into the pit lane now because of that.
Yeah, we'll have to see. It's not quite 10 seconds, more like a 3-second gap between the two of them. The 77 car will have to try and find some pace, but like Casper said, do either of them have damage? And if they do, they're going to have to go into the pits. The 664, other Royal car, 10-second penalty for full course yellow speed. Neither car goes into the pits, so they must have only minimal damage. These cars can withstand a bit of a bump here and there. There is the purple Mercedes, I believe, of Academia Racing, now getting overtaken. That's unfortunate. Again, it's what you were saying. There's still 3.5 hours left of this race. They do not want to be getting involved in incidents like that.
Especially, you know, you're fighting for the lead. You've got another car 10 seconds behind, which...
Casper, sorry to interrupt, but they're going at it again. They're going at it again. Bit of bump drafting from the 77 car side by side into Lecom on the inside. The 77 late on the brakes, but so is the Royal car. Bit of a slide from Royal. They were super late on the brakes there. They do manage to stay ahead. I have to admit, it was risky from them. These guys are going at it now. Hopefully, they're not driving in anger. Into Ravage, Royal lead by a fraction of a second.
That was really tight. I was worried that was going to go into sort of what we saw at Spa last year in real life, with big damage down the front, down the back straight, down the camel straight. Thankfully it wasn't, but a brilliant battle through Lecom at Malmedy. Nonetheless, here we come to where the fight was here. Nothing going quite yet.
Last time round through Fagnes was where we saw that big accident. This time they're a little bit further apart. And before these guys decide to make a move on each other, if you are a fan of GT3, our GT3 leaders in the bottom left for you, we apologise that more of the coverage is focusing on this battle for hypercar lead at the moment, but this is the lead for first in class, and the 77 car is closing, looking for a move into Blanchimont. It's not going to happen this time round. They go a little bit wide. They don't have enough braking zone to make it happen into the bus stop. Great defense from the 666 car. This is getting intense between these two, Casper. Oh, who's your money on at the moment? I think the defense from the 666 is going well, but can they hold this on for another hour?
Well, can they hold this on for another 3:37? I think this could get quite feisty throughout. It depends on how they play the long stop strategy. But overall, I think this could easily go on all the way to the end of the race within 0.4 of a second. That's what I'm thinking will be enough to make a move, and he's closing in, going to that very right-hand side. Left side is the racing line. Does he go for that move? Blocked off a little bit by the Royal down the inside. Into Lecom, they make contact.
Super deep from the
is the 666, and he comes back on track in second place. So that is a lead change.
That was a messy braking zone from the 666. We saw it the lap before, very late on the brakes, almost taking both cars out again. And that time, just having to go into the runoff, that just looked like a bit of a desperate move there. They could have hung it around the outside, been a little bit more cautious, but yeah, the 666 concedes the position. Your new race leader, once again, the 77 car.
That was a lovely move. It was messy, but I wasn't sure if he was going to pull it off. I thought the 666 would have had a bit more pace to hang around the outside of that first apex, but seemingly not.
Well, yeah, I think from the 77 car, that was executed perfectly. You know, they used the track well. They stuck within the track limits. And just were perfect on the brakes. It was the 666 car's race to lose there, and they did lose it. They messed up that braking zone. They were too late, and in the end, that's cost them. And they're now dropping back from Team Versatile, who've taken the lead.
Oh, deep breaths, I think. We all need a little bit of a deep breath after that, because goodness me. Bear in mind as well, you've got the other Royal car. 13 seconds down? 10 seconds? Dropping constantly.
Yeah, well, all this battling is only going to help those behind to catch back up. Even pit stop wise, a few of the others in the top 7 and 8 are just a lap behind. So with pit stops and strategy coming into play, you never know who might be on for the lead by the end of this. This battle still remains close between these two. Within a second, I promise you, we'll try and show some love to our GT3s as much as possible, because they have some great battles. If you look in the bottom left, 23rd overall, Team Versatile's Academy, Team Versatile also in the lead, they're chasing down their opponents too. So if you are a fan of those guys, we'll try and keep that window open for you as we focus on this battle for the lead.
Well, we'll keep an eye if we can. Traffic playing its part as always. This could get pretty feisty. Damage caused to more than likely at least one car, if not both. Bit of bashing, bit of banging here and there. Rubbing is racing, but goodness me, in comes the Versatile Academy 23rd placed car.
They just closed in on their rivals in GT3 and chose to dip into the pit lane there. So no battle down in GT3 at the moment. If you look, the gaps there relatively solid for now. But we saw this with the hypercars, didn't we? There was not much action in hypercar for a while, and everything's heated up. But we did have loads of action in GT3. Now it's the opposite. Hypercar is starting to get a lot of action, a lot of close gaps, and GT3 spreading out. That's just the nature of endurance racing and how the strategies play out. These cars will cross paths every 20, 30 minutes or so.
It's great, isn't it? I absolutely love it to bits. That's why we do it. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Sometimes the hypercars may have a bit more pace, be a bit closer, have a bit more battles. 20 minutes later, it might be the other way around.
Casper,
who knows? Again,
have a look at that for me. The sector times from the last lap. Look how close these two are fighting for the lead.
0.6 dead and 0.6. 0.06, sorry, even. That's not much at all.
Over the full lap, a 1/10 of a second between the two. This is two drivers on the absolute limit right now. This is pure entertainment. Please make sure you stay tuned for the rest of the OC Sim Series, because there's still 3.5 hours of amazing action to go here. We're over halfway through, and the gap to the lead in Hypercar is less than 2 seconds.
Yeah, and don't forget, again, there's more fights in GT3 as well, which are bound to happen. Let's be honest, from what we saw earlier, it'll definitely happen. So, you know, it's a great race. What more could you ask for? Don't go anywhere, please.
And this is the gap for the 664 car to the leader. All lapping very similar lap times at the moment. All in the 201s, 201.3 in the Clean Air for the 77, 201.4 for our two Royal teams. They are so close. Any mistake from any of these guys, and who knows how the order could change.
Well, exactly. I mean, we saw what a mistake did for two of them. It gave the 77 the lead, at least temporarily. Right?
Well, yeah, it did. Yeah. And now the 77 has the lead after that lock up into Lacoste.
Well, exactly. So, you know, anything can happen, and especially three teams of high caliber, two of which are from the same squad as such. right? So an element of strategy is going to be played, you'd imagine, by the Voil crew. So this is all just shaping up to be a cracking sort of last 3.5 hours.
Absolutely. We are glued. At least, I don't know about you, Cass, but I'm glued to the screen at the moment with this battle for first place. As long as it stays under 2 seconds, we really do have no idea what's going to happen. We'll keep an eye on our other categories and on our other battles on track, but obviously this has got to take priority as the leading fastest car group and the leaders of the race.
Yeah, there is that, and also, again, the sister car is within 10 seconds of all of this. If the sister car gets involved, that's when you've got another level added to this.
Looking further down Hypercar, Project A starting to close in on the top 6 again after a pit stop. And as well, there's a few other cars that could close into the lead lap if they keep the pace they're doing up. So the top 3, I wouldn't write any of them off for the win. There's even the potential for those further down in Hypercar to still be on for the win. At the moment, just checking in as this battle cools down, our GT3 leader is still the 97 Park Motorsport, but that 99 car, correct me if I'm wrong, is still edging towards the Mercedes.
Yeah, it looks to be, and I'm going to stop you there before we continue. The 666 have just put in a report on the 77 over those incidents, with it being contact.
I could see the argument for the incident where they both crashed with the Academia Racing car involved as well.
Yeah.
I could see the argument for that being the 77 car's fault because it was them sticking a nose in maybe where they shouldn't have. But I saw that incident once with one onboard camera. The stewards will have the footage from the teams. They'll be able to review that.
Yeah, they've put their own footage into this. There was for the incident at Piff Paff, there wasn't really any room there for him to go. That's the problem.
Did feel like a bit of a move where it did feel a bit of a desperate move, let's say.
Yeah,
one of those where
there wasn't.
There's a hint of a gap and you kind of just go for it, but maybe if you look at it realistically, you should have just backed out and waited and passed at a better place. At the end of the day, if we look at it in terms of how did it pan out for the race, well, the Royal team stayed ahead and they were overtaken in my opinion, a fair way. I'd much rather see this race go down on track than on penalties, especially as the 666 car is now starting to close back in to Team Versatile.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely with you on this. I'd much rather see it done on track than on penalties, but if penalties involved, then so be it. I don't know, man. It's
a tough one.
It's a tough one. I say it could go either way. In that it's either a penalty for 77 or nothing at all. It could take a while to resolve.
It could. That one's going to be a tricky one for the stewards to review. I hope, for the sake of the race, these two get to keep battling on track as getting close to the Mercedes. There was the Royal team. That's lost them some time. This battle at the front, still keeping our eyes peeled. If things do start to die down a little bit on action, we have got some interviews lined up, Casper. But at the moment, you know what? At the moment, we'll keep an eye on things. I'll say we're ready for them, and we'll maybe get some interviews in.
Oh, sorry. There's been another one sent in. I'm trying to understand what's the intention with this?
I mean, I assume just to get their rivals a penalty. If they
No,
feel it's
no.
deserved.
Nothing really like that. Okay, so the 195 has put in a penalty. Put in a report for full course yellow rules. I've watched it. It looks dodgy. Something might come out of it, right? Against the 66, the 161, the 770, the 77, and the 666.
Right. Okay.
Yes. I could easily see something come out of it. The car was slowing down. Basically, there's like 4 or 5 cars that actually pass him when slowing down for full course yellow. Basically, is what happens.
I see. So okay, is this when they had damage? The 64 car.
The 64's not involved in
The
this.
64's not involved. Oh, okay, that's weird then. I thought I knew what the incident was, but
66, 161,
66.
770, 77, and 666.
now, as far as I know, you only have to slow down once that full course yellow hits 0. So if it's in the 10-second window, it's fine. Is it within that window, or is it after that window?
I think only one car realistically in that case might get something, but they then gave the position back.
Well, that should be okay then.
But then if that's the case, you could argue that they've sort of dobbed themselves in, because the 195 then goes to reclaim a position that was sort of done on under braking for full course yellow or whatever when it was still green.
Well, then that's actually on them. Yeah, they have dominance, because until it hits the 0 mark, you are allowed to keep racing. You can overtake under the braking. That's why nailing the full course yellow is part of the strategy. Interesting.
Listen, I don't know. I'm going to leave it to Vigo and Co. Because I couldn't place what you do with that one. That one's a complex one.
There's a hit for Academia Racing, who, if you look in the bottom left of your screen, are currently off the track, spinning around. Are they doing? Don't know. They're trying to get back on the track.
Down around, down around, down around she goes.
They got a drive-through penalty, which I believe they're serving now for cutting. So into the pits they go. That's another hit for them. Not the luckiest race for the Academia Racing team, unfortunately.
Unfortunate, very unfortunate.
Indeed.
But what can you do? 3:22 left on the clock here. We're well past halfway now.
We certainly are. Team Versatile losing last lap a little bit of time. Only about a 10th or so to the Royal team. Making it up in the middle sector though, so that could be those different downforce packages playing their part. But yeah, the fight for the lead is certainly interesting. The 664 dropping back a little bit at the moment.
Maybe it's trying to... Well, either A, it's made a mistake, or B, it's trying to save fuel / tyres.
Could be. I do think some of these guys, for example, Project A, ACX Simulation, Scuderia Carmona, who've had a really good comeback into 4th, actually, for considering where they were earlier on in the race, they could be beneficial to try and extend their laps and maybe get a pit stop ahead of these guys, even if it means they've got a fuel save and tyre save towards the end of the race.
Well, the more you save now, the easier it'll theoretically be later in the race.
Yeah.
But again, you've sort of got to look out on focus yellows, hypothetical safety cars, assuming we have them, and so on and so on and so on. So there's quite a lot to it.
Absolutely. It's yeah, we're in for a treat. Let's just say that.
It should be alright then, isn't it?
It should be alright then, isn't it? Yeah. 99 car.
God.
Not making as much of an impression as I expected in second place down in GT3, considering the pace we've seen from them earlier in the race. The only GT3 team still to be in the 214s at some point. And I'm sorry to interrupt myself because Project A are about to go through on ACX simulations. They're side by side towards Blanchimont, and before the corner even starts, Project A making up into 5th place, top 5 for them now. Can ACX come back at them into the bus stop? Not quite. Bit of a lock-up from there, but just steamy tyres. You're all right with those in hypercar?
Yeah. Steamy tyres. They look like they really have been in a spa, haven't they?
That was a good one.
I'm actually quite proud of that one.
Yeah, no, I rate that one.
I'm actually quite proud of that one.
Who's the ghostwriter?
I don't know.
Okay. Maybe, I don't know. I can't think of anyone funny and racing related, so I'll let you off this time.
I'm not.
Oh, that's big contact! Huge crash from ACX straight into the back of the Lexus. That's going to have to be full course yellow. Another car involved in that. Yeah, another GT3, I believe. Oof. We were talking earlier to Azam from that team about how they'd managed to keep things clean. That right there, it didn't look like their fault. They kept predictable, but ACX driving straight into the back of them. How unfortunate.
Huh. That
they're
is
still
really
sideways
unfortunate.
there. Let's see if they can get back on the track.
Whoa, that doesn't look too stable. That doesn't look too good. They could probably retire. They could not retire. Jump to pits.
The last thing you want to do is return to pits having already gone through Sector 1. It's better to try and keep going if there's not too much damage. Looks like they'll get away with it this time, but wow, that was a big incident.
Yeah. Something else that's also a big incident, just before we get to green, decision's been made on the 666/77 ticket. The run into Lake Com racing incident.
Okay. That seems
the
fair.
run into Pave Path, we have deemed this incident is on 77 for causing a collision. Go, 10-second penalty added to the final time of 77.
So, overall now, with that 10-second penalty added, the 666 car is in the lead of the race. So, Team Versatile now have to create a 10-second gap between them and whichever car is in P2.
Yeah, about 7 seconds.
Whoa.
As it stands.
That is... that's a big task to undergo. So that's some motivation for the Ferrari of Royal Racing to keep pushing.
Yeah, well, they have to. They could. If the 664 gets involved in this as well, they could possibly get a 1-2.
Oh, well, exactly. That's true. The 664, though they've dropped back a little bit recently, they were within touching distance of a 10-second penalty. So, yeah, that's really interesting. We do have an interviewee ready, I believe. So
Right, cracking.
I'm going to bring them in. This is Luca from the 55 GT3 car. Now, in case you don't remember Casper, this is the car that had a little bit of a rough start, but has found their way back towards the front of the GT3 pack. Luca, how's things going out there?
Yeah, I just got out of the car, drove for a good 2 hours. Doing pretty well, actually. P5, I think, right now. Yeah, we dropped back a lot, even though we had a very good start. We had some collisions with other GT3s and a hypercar here and there in Eau Rouge, so that was like very big damage. So we had to do a very early long stop, which put us like all the way at the back. But we're doing a pretty good recovery so far.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue that. You certainly are. How was your last stint, just in sort of in general?
It was pretty good, actually. Well, I kind of started off pretty badly because When I got out of the pits for my first stint, immediately there was a full course yellow, so my tires really never got up to temperature, so that was horrible. And when I left the pit for my second stint, everything was fine. Like, tires were good. Traffic wasn't as bad on my second stint as well, so pretty nice.
And speaking of traffic, what's it like out there with all of the lapped cars and all of the hypercars lapping you? How have you managed to keep a relatively clean race so far?
Yeah, so actually the blue flags in between classes are pretty nice. The people are moving and passing safely. The hypercars, it's a bit of a different story. There are some drivers in the hypercar who sometimes think, oh, I'm coming up very fast. Oh, my braking zone is gonna come up. I'm just gonna put it alongside and overtake like that. But then they forget that the GT3s do brake slightly later than the hypercars. So we've had some issues there sometimes, but no big incidents. So all in all, I'd say it's pretty well done.
Correct me if I'm wrong, you guys made it through to Super Pole yesterday, I believe, and narrowly missed out on that pole position. What was it like on that race start when you kind of dropped back a little bit, and how's it been mentally to get to where you are now, back again in the top 5 of GT3?
Yeah, we were definitely very happy with the Super Pole results. Our quali driver is in the car right now, so I think this is going to be our best stint for the team. Yeah, so with the start, the starting driver had some issues with real penalty, with the full course yellow time and long stop time not showing up. So that was very frustrating, especially when the incident happened with the hypercar where we got hit in Eau Rouge. There was not much the driver could have done about that. And it was just a miscommunication between the GT3 driver and the hypercar driver. So it was definitely, those are the most frustrating ones, you know, because if you know you could have done something about it, if you just moved out of the way, it's just feels different other than when it would be like your own mistake, spinning on your own, for example. But definitely now that we're getting back up to the better places, maybe even closer to the podium, it's definitely keeps getting brighter and brighter.
Excellent. And me and Casper have been asking everyone this. Do you think podium or potentially even win is within reach for you guys? We've got 3 hours left here.
I don't think a win because the ISC car is just so damn quick. I think a podium, if we manage to keep the car on track and we manage to keep pushing very hard and the cars in front maybe make a small mistake or a strategical mistake, I think a podium is still possible. Definitely not impossible. So that's very nice.
That's good to hear. Casper, anything from your end?
Not particularly. This is always a question for me. Are you going to be getting back into the car?
No, not anymore.
Nah.
It might even be that our current driver is going to go until the end.
Okay.
So yeah.
How long of a stint would that be for him?
Nearly 3.5 hours.
Wow.
Christ.
Yeah.
So if he manages to pull that off, he definitely deserves a big congrats, whether we finish on the podium or top 5.
Well, either result would be brilliant,
Fair dues.
especially considering some of the bad luck you guys have had. That's all from me, as I think Project Day is looking to lap you. Casper, is there anything more from you?
Not particularly, no.
Wait, can I just say?
Oh, yeah, go for it.
We're the only Mustang on track.
Yeah.
which
Yes,
is very surprising.
actually, yes. One question: how is that car? Because it's the only one that's out there.
I love it. I honestly love it. It's, well, you can assume it's a bit more to the understeer side, but it's actually very well driven. When the tires start wearing out, the car actually starts turning more, which is kind of weird, but it just works. I mean, I understand that not like the top teams and the esports teams wouldn't pick this car because it does have its understeer issues, but I'm very surprised we're the only one on track in this car.
Well, clearly you're doing something right because you were very fast in Super Pole yesterday. One of the only 4 drivers to make it through, and you're in the top 5 now. So maybe they need to learn some things from you guys.
Perhaps,
Yeah. Yeah, probably.
Right, well,
Yeah.
Luca, thank you so much for coming and sharing that insight with us. I wish you the best of luck for the rest of your race, and hopefully we see you making some moves and having some good luck.
Thank you very much. Good luck
Yeah,
on the commentating.
Thanks,
Thank you.
man.
Best of luck.
See you later.
Bye bye.
Well, that was great to hear from Luca and the Silverheads
Yeah.
division. Really interesting to hear what it's like from the driver's perspective, because obviously we can make our best guesses, but we never really know what's going on in the car, and obviously there's little things we'll miss out on from their stories. So super cool to hear from them.
Yeah, no, I actually quite liked. He was talking about the Mustang. It's like the more the tires wear, the easier it is to turn. I don't think I've really heard that in a car.
It makes
It's usually
sense if it's a
typically,
bit
obviously-
understeery, though, I suppose.
Well, yeah, true.
A bit more rotation
Yeah.
on the rear if you can slide it.
Yeah, if you can get a bit more rotation on the rear, that'll make it easier to make the corner, I suppose. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Speaking of
That's not
our
correct.
hypercar race leaders, they 5-second gap between them now. So the 77 car is trying to aim for that 10-second advantage they need with the penalty added on top. This car, the 907, currently in 10th in GT3, is hunting down Scuderia Agile, their 87 car, in 9th. If you have a look, last lap, gaining, I imagine there must have been a mistake or something, 12 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, 11 seconds through here must have probably either gone off through Curve Paul Frere or gone off through Bus Stop.
One of the two.
Or even both. Could be both. Yeah, I mean, Park Motorsport GT3 has been sort of basically a coin. On one side, you've got the 97 doing a great job, and then doing then the 907 on the flip side, which at some point I saw in chat earlier saying, yeah, you've mentioned 97, let's not talk about 907.
Well,
Because it's not doing too well.
let's put like more of a positive spin on it. The top 10 are in a Park Motorsport sandwich. All right? Much
Yeah.
like Sergio Perez and Max Verstappen.
Yeah, but that's top 20.
No, that's Liam Lawson and Max Verstappen.
Oh, no, yeah, that's completely true. If it's Checo, it's 19.
Check. Or DNF sandwich.
Yeah, probably. Have you heard he's probably signed for Cadillac now?
Yeah, that's an interesting one. We're not here to discuss F1 rumours, though. We're here to talk OC Sim Series, an even better series than Formula 1. What's that? Never heard of it. Formula who?
Formula E. Right, two more decisions have come in. Two reports by Random Car Racing. One on the 14 Scuderia car Mona. Basically on... which one was that? That was, I think, unsafe... Yeah, unsafe rejoin. That is going to be 5 seconds to be added to the time of the 14. And then the second one is causing a collision. That's a drive-through for the 44 Scuderia Carmona Racing.
Interesting. Okay, so couple... you see that as well. 27 Random Car Racing just awarded a drive-through for cutting too. So couple of penalties coming through for a few teams. I have to say, big props to the stewards for being able to update so much of this live, because it makes for a much better race at the end of it without having a bunch of time penalties added on, which I'm sure there'll be even more of at the end of the race as well. I think there'll be some time penalties added on for people.
No, yeah. Hold on. This one's on hold until they get the right number. The 14 Scuderia Carmona is on hold until the right number is actually found.
Well, let's take a ride on board with One Up Racing. And Casper, cover your eyes because they are hunting down Team Poland. We mentioned maybe an hour ago they were a lap down on Team Poland. Well, now they are within a second. This is for the top 4 in GT3. And One Up Racing, Super Mario himself, he must have got the star. He must have got the bullet bill because he's on the hunt for those Polish drivers in front of him.
I don't know which I like more, the Polish car or the Super Mario car. I love them both.
They're
That's
so
the
good.
issue. That's the issue. I love them both.
And I can make so many jokes about the Super Mario car. You know, it's just brilliant.
Yes, you can. It's almost like he's on a Yoshi.
Maybe he needs to find some of those fruits to go faster.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, that works.
That probably would help.
Maybe he should throw blue shell at them.
And blue shell goes after first.
That's true. Red shell.
Red shell.
Yeah.
Get lucky with the green, maybe.
Watch out for bananas from these guys.
Yeah, the Dutch guys behind are screwed.
Right, here they come. Oh, and the Polish team have had to compromise Blanchimont massively for the hypercars, and through goes Super Mario on Team Poland. He gets ahead.
No, they haven't.
He earns himself a coin, and he'll get some extra points at the end of this kart race.
The Polish team got a drive-through for cutting. They weren't even.
Well, maybe Vigo. I beg you, please write that penalty off because they were letting cars through. They didn't gain an advantage or anything. Take that one away. But yeah, Team Poland now chasing Mario, much like one of the red Cooper Troopers would be chasing Mario. I'm running out of them here. You can tell. I'm trying my best. All right.
Yeah. I can very clearly tell. See if you can get the slipstream mushroom. Out on the camel straight.
He
before
needs
he
the
gets
golden
into
mushroom
the
for this one.
Yeah, I don't quite think he's got it. He's a little bit too far away. He's only picking up triple greens, and that's not really of much use.
Clearly, One Up Racing have been bagging to hold on to the best items to use late in the race.
Yeah.
That's why they started so low.
Yeah, they've been sandbagging. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man, I know Mario Kart. Hey, have a look at Hypercar. Top two into the pits again. They're basically running an identical strategy, and this is making the race.
Who'd have thought? What about the third? In they go as well.
So does this mean Project A, for the first time since the start of this race, may very well be leading it for a little bit until they log back in?
2 laps down. I don't want to be a pessimist, but 2 laps down.
They are, but remember, though that could be a lap and a... Well, no, it's 2 laps, isn't it? So, yeah, they'll be about a lap and a half after these pit stops. So, they're not far off when you account for things like pit stops and such.
Yeah, okay, fair point. You've convinced me.
All right, that wasn't too hard then.
Yeah, I'm not difficult to convince on these sorts of things. It's fine.
Hopefully I'm not wrong.
Well, we'll find out.
I mean, if anyone is a fan
be
of the channel, they know often my comments age like milk. Sometimes they age really well, though, so you never know.
I'm distinctly aware of your comments aging like bread.
Yeah.
Some
of them have been okay, and a lot of the time, in a roundabout way, if you kind of like watch to the end a little and like interpret it a little bit, I'm sort of right about a lot of them. Kinda.
Your takes are aged like milk, and just leave it there.
Okay, I'll leave it there.
Fine. Don't
I will
try
have
to
this.
dig yourself.
I'm not as bad as FP1 will.
That's not difficult.
Fair enough.
Don't try digging yourself out a hole, because otherwise you'll bury yourself in one.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, coming out of the pits, a couple of drivers. The 77 car already out and still in the lead, so I was wrong about Project A. So there you go. Proving your point exactly. I feel horrible now.
Literally.
I'm quitting on the spot. Stream's over, guys. Go home.
I mean, you're just making my job so much easier.
In GT3,
this isn't a complaint.
In GT3, I'm going to distract you. Wow, look at these times. Park Motorsport pulling ahead of Scuderia Agile, who were catching for a little bit, but Park Motorsport picking up the pace, keeping that Park Motorsport sandwich intact. The main team, the 97 car, I say main team, I'm assuming, because they've got less numbers, they're in the pits at the moment.
Long stop or short stop, I wonder.
They haven't logged out yet, so I'm going to assume short stop. It's number 16, Scuderia Carmona, 5 seconds from race direction.
I shall find out.
Thank you. Been on it with the reports today, Casper.
Yes. Okay, so it's the 5-second penalty that was given to the 14. 14. That's given to the 16.
Okay. So it was to the wrong car.
Yeah, it was the wrong number. I don't think they could actually find the number, but they've actually given the number now. The penalty's going to be tacked on.
Okay, that makes sense. The 44 Scuderia Carmona has been closing in on Vanguard Racing. You can see ever so slightly. These two have been close all race long. And although they're down in 8th at the moment, Scuderia Carmona have been running as high as 4th. Between 4th and 8th, all of these guys are fighting for the top 5 positions at the moment. Maybe even a potential podium. So don't look at this and go, oh, the gap between ACX and Project A is 50 seconds. Project A is clearly in 4th place. There's strategy to play into this, and it's really, really tight between all of these cars at the moment.
It really is. And we are about to tick over 3 hours to go right about now. The 077 leads the lot in hypercar. A lap ahead, apparently, of the 666. I don't know how true that is.
I would assume, unless sometimes in AC, the timing screens take a lap to recalibrate, but unless the 666 has gone for a long stop before the 77, which could give the 77 some good clean air to run in, but in the same vein could give the 66 some good clean air to run in if they're a lap behind. They're not going to get caught up battling again, and we saw how that ended last time.
Well, yes, that's true. We'll see. We'll see how it comes through. Park Motorsports leads GT3, but not by all that much. ISC and FNLRT within 26 seconds of the leading man. So that'll more than likely be a pretty feisty fight over the next 3 hours.
You're hearing us right, by the way. We have just had one of the greatest fights for the lead of the race in Hypercar, and GT3, if you look at those lap times, is setting up to have another one. So you are spoiled for choice watching here today. These fights have been absolutely amazing, and the 99 car that has had incredible pace all day, holding the best lap in the GT3 category, the only car still to have made it into the 214s during race pace, is catching the 97 car. And I still wouldn't write off the 222 or the 55 at this point.
Yeah? Imagine if the 55 wins this.
After they said they're aiming for a podium or even a top 5 they'd still be happy with. But at the moment, their pace is looking strong. So we shall see. Only 13 seconds separates the top 2 in GT3 as well. So keep your eye on these guys here.
It'll be quite entertaining. Somebody just put in Discord one of the clips. I think that must have been when I was when I was out of a car, of the one-up car basically jumping over the chicane. About an hour ago.
Yeah, that was quite funny. You know what it got then? That little feather power-up that lets you jump.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's on it.
He
is absolutely on it.
As I'm saying, I'm tired. Look at all these Mario Kart things I'm able to come up with.
Pull them out of nowhere, pardon me.
955 car. I believe.
Drive through for cutting.
Yeah.
That's the Belgian car in 9th place.
Yes, this one here. So that could be good for the 907 Park Motorsport team. They might gain a position if they're close enough. Still, ISC Racing closing in at the moment, so keep your eye on them. We're going to have them open down here and watch them catch as we check in with our front runners in Hypercar.
Yeah, I think it needs to take a little bit of time to recalibrate itself, because what on earth is going on? I think they're actually a lap ahead.
Yeah, I believe so. So I'm assuming the 666 and the 664 car have taken long stops, and the 77 just took a pit for fuel and tyres. So assuming they've still got another long stop left, within the next 3 hours, we should see them take that. So Casper, don't worry, for the end of the race, we're probably going to get a showdown between those two.
we've had, ladies and gentlemen, it's taken 5 hours, but we've had our first 2 appeals.
Oh.
Well, one of them has already been looked. This was submitted about 10 minutes ago. That was looked through, denied. It was to do with one of the 27 penalties, specifically the drive-through for the 44. That was denied. The Royal team have put one in for the incident at Le Combe. And they're effectively saying that they got dive bombed, lost about 10 seconds due to additional damage, and then also generally the 77 running away 10 seconds ahead.
Steward Casper,
That's their appeal.
can I have your opinion on that? Because we saw that incident live, and I have my opinion. I'd love to hear yours.
Dive bomb, yes. I don't know if it's 10 seconds though. It didn't seem to be as much as 10 seconds. I could be wrong, but I think 10 seconds is over-egging it a little bit. I could see something like 5 seconds being given, but I'm not too sure. I'd imagine it'd stay as is.
I'm going to go a bit firmer than you. I'm going to say no penalty. The reason for that is, yes, it was a dive bomb, and yes, it's a risky move. It's one of those moves where you're either a hero or a zero. But at the end of the day, the 666 car ran deep. They left the space. There was no contact. They could have potentially hung it around the outside. They weren't pushed off. They went off of their own accord, being late on the brakes. And so therefore, I think, although it was a very risky move and one that doesn't always end well, the 77 car passed cleanly.
For some reason, I thought there was contact.
I don't believe on the actual pass there was. I don't believe that. I could be wrong because we saw it from one camera angle, and these guys have a few more of them. So if there was contact, that might change my answer.
Give me 30 seconds. They put a clip as part of the initial thingy. I can just rewatch the clip and see what's happening. So they're coming down the Camel. No, there was contact.
Okay, well,
there was contact, and that's why he was forced off.
This could spell trouble.
Because he then picked up additional damage.
This could spell big trouble for our race leaders, the 77 car, if they pick up yet another penalty. They've had quite a few this race, and I'll admit they have been aggressive when overtaking. They have been on the edge. So I wouldn't be surprised to see another one come in their way, as to see them getting past a few lapped cars as well, one of them being the Peugeot, hanging in there in 9th. I'm proud of that Peugeot.
I said it's in 9th as well. I said it would be in 9th.
You did. It's still 2 hours for my prediction to come true, so we'll see.
The OC is... Oscar runs the OC Racing channel, right?
Yeah.
He said, I'm going to start streaming myself soon. Only problem is I'm not actually fast. Oscar, believe me, neither am I.
You know what, Oscar?
This is why I'm behind the box.
I've watched your iRacing videos. You may not be the fastest driver ever. That's not for me to say. But you are entertaining. And that's a hell of a lot more important when you're live streaming. So I say go for it. We'd love to see it.
Yeah. He's not wrong. He's got you there.
Yeah, exactly.
And you can have multiple streams on at the same time.
I don't think
it's a very, very real possibility.
Today, but I don't think he just means streaming soon in general. I believe. I may have misinterpreted that. He may be streaming soon today. That would be cool as well. Please don't take all of our viewers though. We need people to donate to the PayPal.
He's
so
convinced.
We can have this event again.
You've convinced him.
Yes!
You've convinced the man.
Come on! Let's go.
Goodness me.
VHK is slowly gaining control of everything. He's going to become Oscar at some point.
Oh, don't give him the opportunity.
Park Motorsport Losing another 2 seconds last lap to ISC Racing. This battle, like I said, there was a lull in the hypercars and the GT3s went mental. Then there was a lull in the GT3s and the hypercars went mental. Now we're going to get the hypercars going, the GT3s going mental again.
Win, win, win.
This race has been brilliant.
Yeah. Hello, convinced I'm... Get
Hello,
out.
convinced oh, man. Oscar, can we ban this
Get
guy? Can we ban
out,
this guy?
please.
30-hour timeout, please.
Is anybody going to the Sim Expo in Chicago next month? A, I didn't even know there was one. B, I don't have the money to go.
I'm going to the one in Germany in a few months. You're interested?
I still don't have the money to go.
Ah, man. I actually haven't booked my flights or accommodation yet, so that's something to do.
How? How?
Silly. I forgot.
Yeah. Oh no, you forgot.
Let's keep an eye
Egypt.
on all of these cars. Bit of a close racing here. It's not for position. 907 car trying to get past the Geen Mercedes. Can they do it? Can they not do it? I don't know why I said that. Into Rivage, not quite, although maybe a chance in the mid corner if anyone goes wide, but actually look pretty... That's how you're meant to do that corner. I've seen a lot of people messing it up today. That is a lot cleaner from those two guys.
Oscar's offering that you stay with him in Dortmund.
I've got my girlfriend coming though, so we might book a room somewhere together. But I appreciate the offer. I appreciate the offer.
I'm not suggesting anything.
Okay, alright, no, not like that. It's just like, she probably won't want to be in a room with like a bunch of guys as well, so, you know. Alright, you don't have to, don't go there with it.
I'm not suggesting anything.
Sure.
Never would. Why would I? We're looking at the race. It's 2 hours 48 minutes and 53 seconds left. We're looking on with a 907 Park Motorsports car. Why would I suggest anything else?
Okay, perfect. We're not even looking at that car anymore. We're looking at the 664 now, and soon we're going to be looking at the 99 car because they're getting within a second of the GT3 leaders. But they are currently being lapped. This is them on screen at the moment, just behind the Royal Racing car. I dread to read the chat right now.
Oscar's just said even better.
Well. I was right to dread to read the chat.
Yeah, completely fair. Remember that. Oh God, I love doing commentary sometimes.
You never know what's gonna happen when 8 hours passes by. Two men are sat watching cars go round in a circle, and they go slightly delirious.
I've been delirious for the past 2 hours, mate.
Yeah. I've been delirious since before the stream started, so don't worry.
Thanks, Vigor.
Fish.
Right. Love you too.
Fish in chat and action on screen. The gap between the 99 car and the 97 car is closing. Almost under a second. Just 1.1 seconds. And it looks inevitable. Does it not, Casper?
It does. And Oscar, to answer your question, your best guess is as good as mine.
Yeah, I got no.
But on this, this could get quite interesting. I can't wait to see. The GT3s have provided quite a lot of good battles. So one would assume that continues.
Especially for the lead of the race. We've seen both of these cars very consistent in their last few stints. And the 99 car has just had formidable pace throughout this whole race, and now it looks like they're in a stride of their own. I would have thought they'd have caught the 97 car a little bit earlier than they did as they dip a wheel into the gravel there, but it doesn't matter because now there's roughly half a second between the two. They're not going to be able to make a move into the bus stop after that small mistake on the exit of Stavolo 2, but we'll see if they can close. Oh dear, they've been punted off into the gravel by one of the hypercars, and that felt a little bit dirty. And that's neutralised that race for now. That's a real shame.
That might get looked at.
Yeah, I would have loved to have seen that from the hypercar's angle, because that did feel a little bit too aggressive there. I don't know which hypercar it was.
Well, it'll be one that's very near and ahead.
Yeah. Maybe
Not to state the obvious.
they're a little bit too far. Maybe it was Project A actually. They're around
Might have been.
that area. That was a bit messy if it was. So
Of course
anyway,
Tong would do it.
yeah, of course Tong would do it. Bloody Tong. That's ruined the race between those two. There is one further back between Scuderia Agile and Park Motorsport. This one's been ebbing and flowing between these two the whole race long. They've been close by, and I think they've traded positions quite a few times. At the moment, the 907 car is in 9th place, which is slightly better than when we last looked at them.
99 Blanchimont incident noted, please report from race control.
Okay, so race control will be looking at that, and I think that's fair enough, because as much as the hypercars are the faster category, they've got to remember that a lot of these GT3s are in their own race, and that was the race for the GT3 lead. So both groups of drivers got to keep it respectful.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's something that I've mentioned many a time. They're essentially two separate races. Do not get involved. If you do, you will be told off. It's simple as.
Yeah, and that move there felt like one that could have come a little bit later. Looking at our hypercar class, we will keep this race open in a slightly smaller screen for you. If I can find where it is. There we go, Scuderia Agile. The 664, I look to be closing in on their sister team, but actually have just dropped back a little bit as we head through La Source. They were within 10 seconds through the bus stop, but maybe that was just timing being a bit wrong.
It's weird that the leader's got a lap advantage. It just doesn't look right to me. Do you know what I mean?
I understand, but such is the nature of endurance racing, where strategy plays such a big role.
Yeah, I mean, I know that there's still probably long stops to come, and so on.
I believe so.
But to me, it looks unusual. And I'm just going to leave it at that.
Yeah, it is. And I think the 77 car is yet to make a long stop. So by the end of this race, I wouldn't be surprised if they're all on the same lap again. You've got to remember, these guys are all on different strategies. They've all got different
55
drivers.
drive through for cutting.
Oh, interesting.
That's the Mustang.
Oh, no. We were just talking to them earlier. They've been on such a good run. Hopefully this doesn't affect them. They're currently, is it 4th in class in GT3?
They're 4th in class.
They've got...
It's about 30 seconds, give or take, assume.
They've got ISC actually going through on them in Rivage there. But they've got One Up Racing 100 seconds plus behind them. So I think they'll be okay.
Also, Dan.
Yes.
A second fish emoji has hit the Twitch chat.
We're on Twitch.
Oh, YouTube chat. Sorry, I'm used to saying Twitch. I'm used to streaming on Twitch.
Fair enough. But I'm just gonna go pray real quick. Sorry, I just, you gotta pray to the fish. What's going on our racing cars?
Just go blub, 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 you'll be fine.
Blub, 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 blub.
You started like Mr. Krabs there for a second. Oh, God. Can we talk about the socio-economic state of the world right now? No, let's talk about the Project A car. It's too depressing.
What if I actually distract you with the battle for GT3 might be back on?
Whoa.
Have a look at these gaps right here. Catching is Park Motorsport by quite a significant amount the last lap. Let's see when they cross the line for this lap here. Again, 2.5 seconds within this lap. We might actually see them chasing down 97 car.
That's pretty much 3 seconds difference, that.
Wow. That is incredible. Whether there's traffic involved or a mistake involved, as we see another hypercar going through on the 99 team. Clearly, they didn't let that... oh, that was spicy through a rouge. Radion, Please don't kill me.
It's Radeon, actually.
WTF1 did damage to the world with that video. Can't make any... Can never say it wrong ever again now.
No, neither can I.
Oh, actually, Park Motorsport eking out a bit more of a gap there. I thought, you know, we all thought ISC would be catching at a rate of knots, but it's taken them a lot longer than I realised to get to the 97 car.
You'd think, and yet... I mean... You mentioned earlier that it could just be a different driver, and I think you're onto something with that. Maybe not all drivers are created equal.
Well, that is part of the joy of endurance racing, is you never know. You never know who's in the car, and obviously that lets the pace fluctuate and lets changes for the lead happen. So it keeps the race very interesting.
By the way, if you know what quote I paraphrased, give yourself a pat on the back.
You're gonna have to tell me.
Someone's not read Animal Farm.
I actually haven't. No, I'm illiterate, bro. No, I lie. I'm reading Dexter at the moment. It's so good.
Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds like a sort of, what's it called? Like a child hero I'd read about in year 2.
You don't know Dexter? You know, like the TV show Dexter?
No, I know the TV show Dexter. I'm just saying, just Dexter sounds like Clifford the Big Red Dog's companion.
Well, okay. Dexter is not. I would not want him as my companion, at least.
No, well, yeah, that's fair. I've not watched much of Dexter. I've watched bits.
Fair enough. ISC, they got to get past the Mercedes. You remember this Mercedes? I always forget them. What they're called? What are they called again?
Oh, it's the Dutch ones. It's the
the Dutch ones. That's
yes.
it. 24 car. They've got to get past them, and then they can start hunting down the leader in class. And that was a bold move from the hypercar. There's 3 abreast coming in towards Lecom, and they do make it past. That's obviously increased the gap. That's going to happen, but they're closing down on the lead for GT3. This battle, it should have happened laps ago, and then we had that incident between them and one of the hypercars. It's now happening within the next few laps. You can see that gap getting ever closer. The 99 car has been on an absolute rampage this entire race, and I personally cannot wait to see them go toe-to-toe with the purple Mercedes ahead.
Still a bit of an update. So the 77 has put in a report on the 666 regarding intentional blocking.
Interesting. Stuart Casper, give us your thoughts.
Let me have another look. Because right, I'll try to describe it. It's on the run up over Radeon. They approach the kink on the Camel, and you've got the 27 Random Car Racing GT on the far right side. Royal sort of trying to get past, and then Royal going to the racing line. It's I've said this quite a lot, but it's sort of on the margin. Because it seems like a bit of a block, but I don't think it was intentional. I think it was the Royal car trying to get onto just the racing line, which is obviously as far left as you can.
I'm going to have to interrupt you a little bit, Casper.
I can see why.
Because, yeah, the battle for GT3 lead is really heating up. They're within 4 tenths coming down the Camel. They had some traffic to deal with, which slowed, I believe, both of them down a little bit. But on the brakes, let's see if the 99 car can close. Look at the curb they're able to use in comparison to Park Motorsport. They're all over the back of them, heading through the Mulsanne corner. Now down towards Rivage. They've got a hypercar on the inside, which, again, they're going to try and use opportunistic from the 99 car. Contact. They keep it clean. Oh, that's a little bit risky. Rubbing is racing. Maybe not in that situation. But now they're going to follow them down to Puon. I'm sure the 97 team won't appreciate that contact because it was a little bit opportunistic from 99. They think better of Puon, which is fair enough. We've seen a lot of racing incidents through there. A lot of overtakes go wrong. But now it looks like they've got a much better run down towards the Piff Path chicane. Will it go around the outside?
No.
Not quite defensive from Mercedes. And again, blocking the line. That's great defense there. What do you think?
That was a really good battle. I think, thankfully, it didn't continue through Puon. Very opportunistic coming into the hairpin at Rivage. As we're on board with ISC now, they're coming back up the hill once again. We'll see what happens.
A bit laggy there from the 97 car.
I thought it was a bit of a lift, but I think you're right with it being a bit of lag. As they come through Blanchimont now, bus stop seems a bit too far-fetched as it stands.
Maybe
he's closing,
not.
He's closing. No, taking the defensive line as the Park
There's a bit of a
Motorsports,
bump
especially
there.
the hypercar, round the outside, bit of contact between the two GT cars. The 99 nudging the Park Motorsports car forward ever so slightly.
And that was one of the top 3 hypercars there trying to find their way through. So you can see how these two battles for the lead can end up influencing each other. But the 99 car still able to stay within touching distance of Park Motorsport. They're going to get another run at it here. Down towards Eau Rouge, through Radion and onto the Kemmel Straight. This is the best zone for overtaking. This is where the slipstream is at its most powerful. Both of them slightly wide through Radion, but it's a 1/10 difference. They're going to be going side by side down the Kemmel Straight into Le Cobb. Who will be last on the brakes? They're almost even at the moment. There's one car in front that may cause issues, but the 99 car takes the lead of the GT3 race. Can the 97 car do anything about it? Coming through Mulsanne and into Rivage? Not quite. Both of them making their way past the lap traffic. That was very respectful from, I believe, the Scuderia Agile team. A little wide through Rivage from the 99, but nothing too crazy. And looks like they've made the move stick. Great clean racing between those two. That was so exciting to watch.
Again, GT3, we saw it before, provided. As we sort of half expected, as the Peugeot makes its way into Puon, avoids everybody else, they sort of strung apart a little bit. No, they haven't. I'm confusing it with the blue hypercar in the background.
No worries at all. Yeah, the purple car, the 97 Park Motorsport, are falling back from ISC Racing now just a little bit. It might have a chance if lap traffic plays any kind of a factor, or if there's any mistakes from the car ahead. But if you look down the GT3 field, we've got a few other close battles. If you look on your left there, the 24 car, the Dutch team, they are closing in on position 7 ahead of them. But these guys, ISC and Park Motorsport, starting to fizzle out this battle. Looks like the 99 car does still have that pace advantage they've had for the whole race so far.
They are very much putting it to use now. As you can see, I mean, they've opened up by quite a significant margin at this point. So I think at this point it's theirs to lose.
I have to agree with you, yeah. The 99 car has been not in a dominant fashion, because they didn't quite control the last 2 hours or so, but has relatively confidently been controlling this race. And it was really good to see a pass on track from them.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more there. Coming down Kemmel, anything going? No, a little bit too far away. I think we've sort of died down a little bit, got into a lull again.
Yeah, the Royal car there, either the 666 or the 664, sandwiched between them now, and they're going to have to give up position there. Whether into Rivage, they slow down the Porsche, but not really. You can see the gap starting to build between these two again. We'll look further back in the GT3 field for more battles, though, because I'm sure there are more to come. But that was great racing between these two. Really respectful, really hard, and both drivers on the absolute limit.
And that's what you love to see. That's what you sort of half expect from racing overall. And it's brilliant. We've still got 2.5 hours of this.
Oh yeah, I strongly recommend you tuning in to the end, till the end of this race, because we've had action all the way through it so far. It's been really, really fun. At the moment, this 907 car, Park Motorsport, their other team, closing in on the 6th Tempest Racing. That's a Zam's team. They're driving their Lexus, the only ones to pick that car. And as you can see, slightly slower through Sector 2 than the Mercedes that's chasing them at the moment.
Tempest was the GT that was involved in the incident on the Camel, was it not?
They were. They had that huge incident on the Camel, yeah.
Credit for them for being in 9th.
Oh, that was a slow-moving car there. Not sure what happened with those guys. Saw them lose a position, though, to the Dutch team that was sort of closing in on them. So that's an interesting one. Not sure what quite happened there with that Mercedes. Let's get on with the 907 car. We'll keep an eye on our battle for the lead in the top left. Casper, it's over to you for a minute.
Over to me for a minute. Let's have a look. Park Motorsport, you've got 97 in the little box in the top left. You've got the 907 here in the main screen. 1.6 is the difference between 9th and 10th. Question is Park Motorsport going to be able to catch up and overtake? Lexus, sort of like the Peugeot, it's not popular. Very much a choice for fun. And it's, again, it seems to be like, yeah, 907's closed in half a second already within about 30 seconds. Which is a substantial amount. As we come through the bus stop, 2 hours, 28 minutes left here in Spa. 1 second splits 9th and 10th. We're still looking at the fight. First, second, well, wouldn't really call it a fight. But hopefully we can see something come back between the 99 and the 97. 99 has had pace all day. So I wouldn't be surprised if we don't. But fingers crossed, hopefully we do. Up the Camel Straight we go. Not closing. There's not really much difference in the gap. It seems like the number 6 is keeping time through the first sector, but it's the second and the third where they lose the most time. As we come into the Rivage hairpin. And then through No Name, turn 9. And then up to Puon at turn 10. Nothing going as yet. But hopefully we can get some... Ooh, that was a hypercar out of nowhere. That's yes, it surprised me a little bit.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect someone to send a move from there. It was a bit opportunistic, but we've seen that from the hypercars all race. Very much taking the risk and reward strategy, aren't they?
Yeah. I mean, they kind of have to. Because, obviously, they're going to get stuck behind if they don't, make the move. So they're just going to lose a lot more time than if they make the move and it's sort of... They still make the move, but it's not ideal. Then it works out much better for them long run.
And obviously, Casper...
Oscar, what?
Sorry. I was just going to say, at the start of this race, we were talking so much about how it's crucial to play the long game and eke out gaps. As we see Park Motorsport, they're about to go for the move on the Tempest Racing team into La Source, not quite able to do it. They're now going to head up Rouge, hopefully getting a bit of the slipstream. Maybe not. In GT3, this is your battle for 9th place. And slidey from the Mercedes, almost losing it as they head onto the Kemmel straight there. That's going to help the Lexus to eke out a bit more of a gap. Obviously, the Lexus not the best car here today. And they'll just be happy with the top 10. But they've had so much fun racing everyone when we were talking to Azam. And it's great to see them just putting up some good battles here. So let's see if Park Motorsport can make it past down to Rivage. Casper, do you think they've got a chance?
Not into Rivage, no. Defensive line there from the number 6, Pran Tempest Racing. I think realistically, maybe if he can pull a little bit of time.
I'm sorry to distract you, but somehow the 97 car has gotten back ahead of the 99, and they're now fighting up towards a Rouge, whether that was a crash or damage. I'm sorry we didn't see that. We'll keep that battle for 9th open as well there for you if you would like to watch that one. But this is really interesting. I wasn't expecting this. The 99 car once again chasing the 97. GT3 is providing the action right now.
Into Lecom, clatters the curbs on both sides. That'll lose him a little bit of time, which isn't ideal, and Park Motorsports needs whatever it can at this point, because we know that the 99 has got a lot of pace, and it will very easily use that pace given the opportunity. So for the next little while, needs to keep him behind if possible.
They are sniffing the backside of that Mercedes as they head down towards Pouon. Oh, and there's a crash on the bottom left if you saw that there. That battle's over. But round the outside, which will be the inside for Piff Paff, this is an absolutely mental move from the 99 car for the lead of the race. Just forces themselves round that Mercedes. The Mercedes said, not today. The 99 car said, yes, I will have that place. Thank you very much. What a move.
That is lovely. Oh my word, that is a brilliant move. Getting around the outside of Pouon and staying around the outside of Pouon is a challenge in and of itself. Being able to then launch a move on the inside of Piff Paff on top of that, I would argue move of the race.
That's got to be a contender for overtake of the race. That was incredible. And honestly, Casper, I wish that was the racing we'd seen for our hypercars when they were battling for the lead. These two have had absolutely amazing, respectful racing, pushing the limits, but leaving the space. And it's led to this incredible battle to watch with two amazing overtakes and very little contact from these two drivers.
Very little contact. Quick update. There's been an appeal. The second appeal from the Royal team. Basically, they were asking for more, and they got more. The penalty was upped from 10 to 15 seconds. So they get it. So 77 gets an extra 5 seconds penalty on top of the 10 that they had from the incident prior.
I think it's testament that this race will be close at the end because obviously the 77 car are trying to fight this as hard as they possibly can. If you look at the bottom left, you've got a battle for 7th place. On your screen right now, you've got a battle for 1st place. GT3 is providing the action, but don't worry, we'll be checking in with our hypercars later on because they're starting to close in too. All of the racing here, I thought so in qualifying, seeing how close the gaps were, and I was right. Today's racing has been absolutely insane. It's been incredibly close, and we still have 2 hours left of the race. So if you've not tuned in, if you're just tuning in, if you're staying for the whole thing, thank you very much for watching, and I recommend that you keep us on your screens for the foreseeable future.
For at least the next 2 hours, 22 minutes realistically. Because obviously final lap, etc. 14th overall for Park Motorsport, second in class in the GT3 class. I think there's only 12 hypercars, and how many GTs is there?
15.
14? 15. That was close enough.
Let me interrupt you. Because the two Mercedes are going for it in GT3 for 7th place. The Dutch team versus the number 955. They've both had their fair share of incidents, but now they're going side by side through the exit of the Piff Path chicane, and the 955 gets ahead into 7th. But can the Dutch team do anything to get back past? The 24 car will have the slipstream heading towards Blanchemont and the bus stop chicane, but that's a wheel in the gravel, and we've seen so many teams do that, and it's compromised their run down towards bus stop.
Yeah, hit the gravel. Very nicely done by the Belgians. I think it's Belgians in the other car. So very, very nicely done. This is the car that's had another 5 seconds tacked on to their race time. Of course, that'll be thrown on at the end. Because I don't think in this game you can do mid-race time penalties. You can do drive-through, but I don't think you can do mid-race time penalties.
I believe so. I believe so. They will have that added at the end. This gap keeps intriguing me. The 664 edging a little bit closer every now and then to their teammate, but then just not quite able to make an impression as of yet. But look at these gaps in Hypercar. They're getting closer and closer.
Yeah. Again, GT3 has just finished its little round of battles. So, what's going to happen is the Hypercar's going to come in. Is the ebb and flow sort of tied in, tied out? Whatever else you can imagine of that's along that similar type of mechanic. Yeah, that's quite... I can't wait. And the end of the race is going to be funky.
It should be. It should be if we're right about pit strategies and the way the 77 car is acting, you know, in the Discord, trying to get appeals through and avoid those time penalties, makes me think that even though they're a lap ahead right now, by the end of the race, they think it's going to be a lot closer. So that will be interesting. You can see even in GT3, some of the gaps still quite close. Looks like the 99 car will be ever so slightly eking out ahead of the 97. You can see there through Sector 2 and 3, dropping almost a second and a half on the Park Motorsports team.
Again, and this is where the extra pace we know comes from. Absolutely. Because we know that the 99 has got extra pace. We've seen it all across this race. Alas, that is certainly something again, very much the 99's to lose.
I got to agree with you there. It's 99's race so far, but we've seen them make mistakes before. I mean, the 97 got ahead just a few laps ago, so who's to say they won't do that again?
It's a very real possibility, and I would not count it out. That's all I'm going to say on that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Keep an eye on that gap there. We'll even keep a little tab open for them for now. The VRC factory team as well. They've been closing in on Project A. I think Project A would probably like to have a bit more of a gap to the VRC factory team than they actually have. So that's another battle. Like we said, the top 7 or even 8 have been quite close the whole race.
Yeah, I mean, the number 69.
Nice.
I can't not crack up at that because it's funny.
We are just hilarious.
We're just so hilarious and so very mature. But yeah, they've been on a run. They've had a lot of good battles. Pace has been here or there, hit or miss. I think 5th place they won't be too disappointed about.
Scuderia Carmona look to get ahead of the number 10 car, ACX Simulations, as ACX Simulations have pitted. So starting to see another round of pit stops from Hypercar, which should mean, well, might mean things close back up. You never know. You never know who's on what strategy. But yeah, keep an eye on those gaps there. One Up Racing I saw serving a penalty as well, but they're still hanging in the top 7 in GT3.
Decision made on the sort of blocking incident that we had with the 77 and the 666. That's just a warning to the 666.
Okay.
The first move is obviously to move out of the way of the Lambo GT3. However, the second move to the left can be considered a block. Nothing major, however, can't always capitalize on traffic. is the exact wording of what Vigo and Co. Have said on that.
Props to the Stewart team as well, because these decisions are not easy to make, and they are going to upset people. That's just the nature of racing. But they've got to make them, and whether you think they're right or wrong, I respect them for doing it and making quick, swift decisions and looking at the evidence. So big props to them.
Yeah, definitely worth a shout, because there's been a lot of sort of unusual, I think, decisions and incidents that have had to be stewarded upon. I don't know if that's English, but it makes sense to me. So yeah, fair dues to the stewarding team. They're still 2 hours, so let's not give them their full credit till the work is done.
Yeah, they could make a stupid decision, and I say I hate them by the end. But you know,
Mhm.
I'm hoping I won't. I'm hoping
you won't, because I don't want to have to deal with backlash.
No. Well, you know what though? We're just the commentators. We don't make any important decisions. The only important decision we make is like what joke to tell next. So we're fine.
Yeah.
Just don't
And also
say
whether we want to be
any
paid
bad
or not.
words. We want to do what? Ket?
If you want to get paid, oh my god!
Oh, right. Yeah.
Jesus Christ!
Okay, that makes a bit more sense. Yeah.
Oh my god, Dan!
I thought
God's sake.
I thought it was a bit like, whoa, what? We're gonna do what on the stream? I mean, after. Sure, I'm joking.
So, yeah, not now.
Not on the stream, bro. Jesus.
Oh, so much time. Christ. Okay. That is the incident with, well, I'm don't quite want to call it an incident, but the situation with the 195 and the whole full course yellow thing, that's going to be a post-race investigation.
Okay.
They want to take proper care in reviewing it, as it's quite an interesting moment. Is what it's been called, and I mean, you're talking about trying to get 5 cars penalised, but then it's not under full course yellow. You're just slowing down for the sake of slowing down.
Well, exactly. So I don't think we'll see too much from that.
I don't know. Yeah, we won't see anything till post-race.
I think that's fair enough, and I don't expect too much to come of that. Maybe just a discussion between the drivers. Very similar lap times from our front two in GT3. Have a look at that. About a 10th advantage, 2/10 at most, in the favour of the 99 car. So not quite the blistering pace we saw at the start of the race, but still enough to keep it consistent and stay ahead.
Listen, it's enough to stay ahead, which at this moment is probably the better strategy. I'm not going to lie, because if you put too much of your eggs in one basket, if something happens, then you're going to be left with no eggs in a basket.
Slowly but surely, speaking of eggs in baskets, 907 Park Motorsport, they're going to get another egg in their basket if they keep up this pace. Look at that, 2 seconds was the advantage last lap on the number 6 car they had, but they've got traffic now. This battle's been kind of coming and going. I think there was a bit of an incident last time that slowed it down. But it's the last sort of the GT3 battles to get sorted out, where Park Motorsport look like they have slightly better pace than Pran Tempest, as long as they can keep it clean. So let's have a look on board with them and see how this one goes.
2.5 second advantage, and again, assuming that last lap tracks, you'd imagine there's going to be a move next time around. But again, it is a very, very big assumption.
I think last time around wasn't... I don't think it was the norm last time around. I think Pran Tempest have a bit more pace than that in their car. But like they said to us, they're just trying to hold on to the top 10. And if they can get a P9, that would be brilliant for them in the Lexus. Let's see, though. 2 seconds the gap now as we head through No Name. So that's about half a second through Sector 1 that Park Motorsport have found. They've just got to keep trying to find that time.
Yes, yeah, about half a second through the first half of Sector 2. The second half here, you've got exit of Puon. Closed in a little bit. Piff Paff here. You'd imagine they'll maybe close a tenth and a half. 191 to 183 to 166. Yeah, so about a third of a second, give or take. Just through Piff Paff alone. Now you've got Stablo, Curveball, Frere. Closed up by about another 10. So it is coming down, not as much as in the last lap, but it's still coming down significantly.
Yeah, about through Sector 1 and 2, about 7 tenths, maybe even a bit more than that, found by Park Motorsport. Let's see what they can do into the bus stop. Can they close that gap to Park Tempest? Park Tempest might not have the pace advantage, but they will have defensive driving skills. We know how good Azam and co are at positioning that car well and blocking the other drivers. So even if the pace isn't in their favour, maybe the racecraft will be.
We've seen it quite a few times, to be fair. So what's to say it can't go again?
Another sort of second gained on the Pran Tempest team that lap. So a good lap from Park Motorsport. They keep getting that gap down bit by bit by bit by bit. I'll be excited to see if it closes again on this lap. Hypercar in the way.
Yes, there is very much a hypercar in the way.
A sliding hypercar. Ooh.
Whoa, sliding hypercar in the way. Bit of issues through you'd think. Skunkworks is in the pit lane. As three wide into the hairpin. Why not? I think that's the Scuderia Agile trying to unlap itself.
You would be correct. Scuderia Agile trying to get through, and one of the Royal Racing teams also getting involved, but pulling a bit of a gap now. And again, that just upsets those GT3 drivers. They've got to be careful. As much as they want to focus on their own battle, they've got 2 hours to catch 1 second. It's doable. They just don't want to get involved in incidents because that's going to set them back more and more and more.
Somebody's driven past with what I think is an ambulance. Sorry, I just heard an ambulance drive past my road. Got briefly distracted.
Let's hope none of our drivers need an ambulance, because it looks like we do have a bit of a fight going on. Park Motorsport continue to get closer and closer to Pran Tempest Racing. And look, I've got to try and link these things together somehow, and I'm trying my best here. It's been 6 hours. Give me a break.
Yeah, fair.
Into the bus stop though, Pran Tempest quite good on the brakes, eked out like 4 tenths through that complex of corners.
Would you weird question, would you still call it a bus stop?
No. It's not really a bus stop anymore, is it?
It's
just a
it's
chicane.
not really a bus stop. Yeah.
But the name's iconic.
Yeah, okay.
One of the Alpines there in the foreground, getting a little bit squirrely on the curb. It looked like they were struggling to put the power down.
77 is in the pit lane as we speak. It seems to be a normal pit stop, I think.
That is going to heat things up very much in our battle for the lead in hypercars. So let's keep an eye on Park Motorsport down there. But here comes this 666 car. They're probably going to pass the 77 car, even if it is a fuel and tyre stop, or at least come out just behind them. I hope to see some absolute cinema here, Casper. That's what I want to see. Is that what we'll get?
I hope that's what we'll get. Some absolute cinema. Love the meme reference. There's been another report. Let's have a look.
Yeah, we'll quickly see what that is as we ride on board with the car in second.
44 saying unjustified penalty.
Oh, they're all coming in, Casper. They're all coming in. How exciting. Let's head back onto this battle then, because it's got a lot closer and it's got traffic involved in it too now. Hypercars trying to lap, 2 Alpines, I believe that is, trying to get past Pran Tempest to... Oh, they're having to make room. One's in the gravel. This is all chaos. All absolute chaos, not absolute cinema. But it has allowed the 907 car of Park Motorsport to get within 3/4 tenths of that Pran Tempest GT3. A lot of the hypercars coming into the pits. Sorry, Casper. A lot of the hypercars coming into the pits, but this is the battle for 8th in class. What can they do?
Ooh, no dive, no dive. I thought he was going to go for it. Almost contact, though. See the Instagram on the rear bumper. Can't quite make it out. But that's probably because
you need to go to Specsavers, so, you know.
Well, no, the Discord quality is...
I
well,
know.
Discord quality. You could probably make it out on the stream. Everybody's reacting to you saying absolute cinema.
Absolute cinema, absolute cinema. Oh, I see the chat now. Wow. Thanks, guys. Good to know it's responding well. Again, the lap traffic constantly not playing in the favor of these guys. I am going to distract us a little bit from this battle because further up ahead, Royal Racing have come out 10 seconds behind the 77 car, which means with post-race penalties applied, the 77 car is currently in 2nd place.
Yes, it's 15 seconds for reference of penalty that is going to be tacked on at the end. Go, the 666 is in the post-penalties lead as it stands. However, there is plenty that can still happen and probably could still happen.
Net race lead, but if you look at the gap pre-pit stops and post-pit stops, as I'm going to distract us again because there's more action happening down here, these guys are getting awfully close, heading towards Piff Paff. Will there be a late lunge from the Mercedes? Not quite. Nearly contact with the Lexus again. You can see the mid-corner speed of the 907 car just slightly better than that Lexus, struggling for grip. But through Stavolo, you've got to be on the power, and that looked very early on the power from the 907. They should get a lovely run down towards the bus stop chicane as they make way for the Peugeot to go through. Oh, they've been punted by Royal Racing. I believe it was Royal Racing.
It was the 666.
It was.
That's big then, because you'd imagine they're going to get a penalty for that.
That's really disappointing. Again, our GT3 drivers, honestly, I feel a bit disrespected in this race. We've had some great action from them, and oftentimes they are being punted by the hypercars. That would not fly in real life. These cars would not survive a punt like that, and it's only because we're in a sim race you can get away with things like that. So I do hope if that incident was on the 666's fault, the corrector penalties are applied.
I've opened up the race control race stats. 161's collided with 515. I'm not quite sure where that is, but there's been a collision. There's damage on the 515, the Team Versatile's car, and they've just been they've been reported for overtaking under full course yellow. So a lot going on.
That has helped.
A lot going on.
Pran Tempest Motorsport, I suppose. They only have an 8-second gap between themselves and did you think it was a Belgian team in front of them?
I think it's the Belgian team. It's the one that was fighting with the Dutch team earlier.
Interesting, very interesting.
Let me get the name. Christ's sake, Vielgo. Vielgo. I think it's Belgian. I stand to be corrected, of course.
If they are in the chat, they can let us know. That's absolutely fine. We have been told by the Tempest team themselves the Lexus is on old tyres, which is why they were getting caught by the 907 car. But in the end, they've stayed ahead, partly thanks to the 666 car. Also, look at this gap. Only sort of 5 seconds for the 664 car to be in P2. So, well, a little bit more now. It looks like 77's pulled away a little bit. But yeah, about 5 seconds they need to gain to get themselves into P2. Not bad at all.
Not bad at all. The 907 incident has been noted. Something stuck in my throat. The 907. Oh, Vielko is from Poland.
Oh, another
Dziękuję
one.
bardzo. Thank you very much. Another team to root for. Hurrah! Love that. I don't know why I thought it was Belgian. It sort of sounded like it. But yes, the 907 thingy was noted. They're waiting for a report to get some driver evidence.
Okay, well, hopefully the appropriate penalties, if there are any, can be handed out for that incident. It is a shame to see that kind of thing happening. Looking on, though, the number 6 car, now they don't have anyone to defend against. They're doing the best form of defense and attacking. They're closing slightly in on this car right here. The Vielgo Racing, another Polish team. So Casper, you're now rooting for them, I assume. So yeah, this could be an interesting battle. We've seen some good racing from these guys.
Yeah, they've been really good in terms of racecraft today. So it could be quite an interesting battle here, because we know that the Pran Tempest guys are also very good at battling. So it'll get spicy. I'm telling you that.
I believe you. If we see on the small window there, the VRC factory team with Project A pitting should get ahead of them as they go down the start-finish straight. They've chosen not to pit. So Project A drop back into 5th with that pit stop, and their hopes of a win, they're eking out. But I would say a top 5, considering where they started from, is still a good finish for them.
Yeah. I don't think they'd be too dissatisfied with that. To be fair, they've been doing really well. 1-6, the Project A car has been recovering from possibly the biggest mountain of bad luck in the first 2 hours one could possibly have, really. And the 69, nice, has just been great in terms of racecraft.
Absolutely. Those two have had some great battles in the 69 car. I've yet to see put really a foot wrong all race. They've been doing a great job. Do you hear that noise of the Pran Tempest team? Would you like to know what that noise is?
I can't hear it.
You can't hear that?
Mate, I haven't heard.
Okay.
I haven't heard any audio off your stream for the past 6 hours.
Pretend you hear a growly engine. Right?
I'm not gonna pretend I can do it.
Okay. In that car is a 5-liter naturally aspirated V8 engine that's powering Azam and his teammates towards the Vielgo Racing crew.
Now I'm surprised that the Japanese would put a 5-liter V8 in that.
Well, that's what I've got wrote down here.
The 24 has had a bit of a collision with the 87.
Oh, has it now?
Apparently, because again, the live timing, I get a little notification whenever there's damage.
Interesting.
So 24 and 87 have had some sort of a coming together.
Hasn't seemed to have affected them too much. Pace is still looking okay at the moment, but of course we could have come to that incident a bit late. Yeah, I know the AC damage is very sensitive, so it could have been a little bit of rubbing his racing, but still great battles going on down the grid here. So excited to see what more there is to come, especially with our front runners in Hypercar. These guys, with penalties applied, it's down to the wire right now.
Yes, and for reference, this is lap 168.
Wow.
Yes. 167 laps have been completed.
That is more than I can count to.
How far can you count?
At least 4.
Prove it.
I plead the 5th. Ah, that's another number.
So I can go to 5.
I go to 5. I don't know what. Maybe I got the order wrong, but I plead the 5th. I plead the 5th.
That's self-incrimination.
Hey.
And also that's that's American.
Oh, it is, but I don't care. We do not care.
We do not care.
Look at this. This is the first time in a while I've seen the 444 car. Not in last place. Absolute cinema. That's what I'm doing right now. Absolute cinema. Go on, little purple car. I believe in you. Keep going. Keep pushing on. Proud of you, Aldi.
How many? I haven't got a problem, but how many times are you going to refer to absolute cinema?
Well, I've done it twice now. It's kind of became a little thing because it got everyone in the chat going, so it made me happy. So maybe I'll do it like once or twice more. I won't do it too much more. Now, I won't overuse it. Not like Tong. Tong was... Yesterday, Tong would react to something on the stream and then go, "What a meme! What a meme!" And it made me like, I just wanted to die.
What a meme!
What a meme. Something like that. I hope he's not watching because he's going to shout at me if he heard that.
It sounds like a 4-year-old dad who's just discovered what a meme
That's
is
kind of
and
what...
trying to...
Yeah, that's kind of what it was.
Tong.
Yeah.
I mean, that is Tong in a nutshell.
Pretty much.
In comes Skunkworks.
How are they still? How are they still behind GE3s? I didn't mean to laugh, but genuinely, how? How do you do that? You must be trying at that point.
Put it this way: they've crashed twice on pit lane entry. Well, they've made contact with the environment twice on pit lane entry.
I'm not laughing.
They have had 14 pit stops. In comparison to 77, who has 7, quite ironically.
Right.
666, who has 6, also quite ironically.
Yeah.
664, who has 6, and the 69, nice, who has 7.
Right.
So most people on about 6 or 7, they're on now 50.
Hang on a minute. 6-7 mentioned.
Oh,
He said it. He said the word. He said 6-7.
he said the thing!
He said the thing. That is hilarious though. 14. Wow. Well, you know what? Props to Skunkworks for carrying on going. I'm so proud of you guys. I by the end of this race, get yourself ahead of all them GT3s. That's your aim. Come on, you can do it. I believe in you.
Dad, I can do you one better.
Go on.
The 16 Scuderia Carmona Racing
Yeah.
is sitting on 16.
But they're still ahead of Skunkworks. How?
Mm-hmm.
At least they're like in the hypercar category. I mean, it's not great, but like, come on, at least they've got there.
Very fair point. Very valid point. Oh, this game's gone. Yeah, I agree.
Game's gone. Game's gone.
Oh,
Right,
Christ.
well-
It's taken 6 hours, but we've got into the swing of things, finally.
Brilliant. Absolutely
Right.
brilliant. Not cinema. Brilliant this time. Slowly, let's have a look at these gaps here. The 77 car losing time to the 666, and they've got penalties coming their way at the end of the race. We know this. So they've got to pick up the pace.
There's not been an actual report sent in yet. That's the thing.
Okay.
So they're still waiting for 3 a.m. 24 Le Mans commentary. That's proper sent me. But
What's
yeah,
the best alternative to cake?
Heroin. So Vigo and Cove, they specifically requested for an actual report so they can get the footage for it. Same with the Blanchimont incident with the 99. That was meant to have one, but I don't think there's been one sent in.
I see.
So it might be a post-race thing, but as it stands, there's not been a report sent in. Somebody is, however, typing one as we speak.
Okay, well, we will see then. Hopefully, like I said, all I want is for the fair and appropriate action to take place. and hand a billion second penalty to whoever else. That's 16 pit stops. That's criminal. Let's have a look over here, because your team, Poland, may well be under threat by the 55 Silverheads division. They're losing about a second and a half per lap to the Mustang at the moment, but that could be fresh tyres. Are you quaking in your boots right now?
I was holding my hands up in the air because I got excited that you mentioned them, and then it turns out that they're under threat, and now I'm sad.
I'm sorry, I was being negative. I apologise.
Oh, God. What about as a post-race thing? Y'all take each other out for dinner. I think I don't know where he lives, but I think it's a bit too far away for me to get anywhere.
I'm in Manchester, and you are, I think, further down south.
Oh yeah, you're not far then.
Oh, I'm actually not far. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not gonna divulge where, but
Are you in the Manchester vicinity?
I am in the vicinity of Manchester.
Well, that's brilliant. And also, can we agree then that those horrible Southerners need to stay away from us?
I lived in London for 3 years for uni. I agree.
Yes! Absolute cinema! Absolute cinema!
Filthy Southerners.
Filthy, get him out! Get him out!
Right, top two split by 10 seconds.
Yes, and that gives the 666 car the lead of the race, the net lead of the race, with the 15 seconds applied to 77. So this is their race to lose now. Will we get any surprises? We've got just under 2 hours left of racing. There's potential for it. It could happen.
Hopefully it happens. I would love to see some very good racing. I expect. Because there's still 2 hours. There's a lot that can happen in 110 minutes.
You demand good racing. You demand it.
I must have good racing.
This is interesting. I didn't see this, but there's been pit stops at the front of GT3. I do know that. ISC
Yeah, that might be why.
Are behind Park Motorsport yet again. I believe because of pit stops. But if that gives us another battle at the end of this race, I'm not complaining. Are you?
No. Why would I?
Well,
why would I complain?
I don't know, because it was kind of rhetorical, but I sort of asked it as an actual question, so that's on me. But yeah, ISC closing in on the 97 car, which is cool, and Silverheads closing in on the top 4. They said they're aiming for a podium. Unless there's still pit stops to come, seems a bit out of reach, but I wouldn't write it off. They're only 12 seconds from the top 4, so let's see what they can do.
Maybe. We'll see. Skunkworks driver here, he sent this in a little bit earlier. We are just happy to be on the grid. Hold on. We also had a couple of ping issues where on our screen it showed us someone hitting us, but on the replay there was nothing. So I think it's a sort of part lag, part network connectivity, and also part them being just there for the fun.
Well, you know what? If they can get past the GT3s by the end of the race, I'll be so proud of them. I really will, after all that. So I
believe, as it stands, I think they have. If it were to finish right now,
they are
12 to 12.
You know what that is? It's absolute something. What is it?
Absolutely awesome.
Absolutely awesome. That's not what I was going to go with, but absolutely awesome.
No, I know, but we can't keep referring to it every 3 minutes.
I love seeing the chatters all go, way, absolutely. It makes me so happy. I love all the attention from it. It's great.
Simply Lovely is a shout, though.
Simply Lovely. That is a good shout. Whoever said that, well done.
Oh, God. Right, 1 hour 46 left on the clock. I'm Casper, he's Dan, apparently. I don't know. I might be schizophrenic, who knows?
At the end of this, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, well, exactly my point. The 77 leads the packs, 666, then 664, your top 3 Project A. Yeah, he's been recovering.
They have.
Credit to the man.
They have.
And the team.
I'm sure plenty of swear words have been involved in that recovery, knowing Tong. Looking at the GT3's Park Motorsport lead, with ISC closing them down, and the 222, which has had a quiet race the last four or so hours, but we haven't mentioned them. They've been consistent, haven't they?
Yeah, they've been consistent, but they need to pick up the pace ever so slightly.
Let's have a
Because,
look. Yeah.
yeah, they need to pick up the pace ever so slightly because otherwise they're just going to be stuck in third.
Even potentially under threat from Team Poland if Team Poland's pit strategy is slightly different to what we might expect.
That'd be good, wouldn't it? Get
would
Team
be,
Poland
yeah.
on a podium.
Well, yeah, but can't complain about that.
Well,
yeah.
and neither should you.
I would never complain about racing action. I love it. I live for it.
Oh, Christ, all right, okay.
Well, I don't. There's other things like money. Please give me lots and lots of money. I love it.
Please donate to poor.
Then I can afford to take Casper out on these expensive dinners.
Yes, exactly. Take me out to Burger King.
Well, maybe if I'm feeling nice, there's Nando's.
Oh, actually, no. You can't have a cheeky Nando's nowadays. No.
No, as it fell off.
No.
As Nando's fell off.
It's not fell off. Nando's is still fine. Like, it's still good food. It's just insanely expensive.
Oh, okay.
Like, you can have a Nando's, but you can no longer have a cheeky Nando's.
You can have a Nando's, but you also have a mortgage paired with it.
It's not a mortgage. It's 3 mortgages.
Three mortgage. You know, one time
It's 3 mortgages for a bit of chicken. Like,
I
come
rocked
on,
up to the cinema, and I'm not even joking, the ticket price was so high, I stared the cinema guy dead in the eyes and went, can I have a mortgage with that? And he didn't find it very funny, and I felt really bad.
That's boring.
I know, I would have laughed if I was him, but he just stared at me.
I would have at least, like, smiled or something.
Yeah, so would I, but, you know, never mind.
You've mentioned the place where you go to watch the movies.
Oh,
It's
absolute
all popped up
cinema!
again.
Absolute cinema!
Oh, Christ's sake.
How long until we get kicked off this stream? Let's talk about racing really quick. This is the gap between Team Poland and the 55 car, who are making their way ever so gradually towards the top 4. The gap's gone down from about 15 seconds to just under 10 seconds now. So by the end of this 1 hour 45 we've got left, I think we'll see a battle between these two, don't you?
I'm absolutely quaking in my gosh darn boots.
Oh dear, oh dear. You know what, Casper? Why don't you take us for a little lap of commentary?
You know what? I do love going for a lap right up the hill. Here we go. Lovely bit of 5th gear, no lift. Why would you lift? I mean, it's a Mustang. It's designed to go fast. Through the Kemmel Straight, see what it tops out at, I wonder. Because, is it going to hit 270, 275? It hit 274. I think it was the top speed there, kilometers an hour. I don't know what it's like in miles an hour. Through Lake Com, the right, then left. Malmedy at 7, the right-hander, careful to not go on the gravel, just like we saw for a very brief moment there. Turn 8. Hairpin round we go, sort of. It feels like it never ends, because it's a really long, and it's downhill, and the whole shebang. No name, so we won't talk about it. Down to Puon, turn 10. Get on the curbs, go left. What even is a mile? I know. Through 10 and 11 is Puon. And then braking for Piff Path. We've seen quite a lot of moves being made into Piff Path, which surprises me. I didn't think it was quite as good of an overtaking opportunity as it is. Stavolo, turn 15, curve Paul Frere. Do they go flat through here? Yes, just about. And then it is just the flat run up to the bus stop chicane now, through the kinks along this back straight. Blanchimont here, the left-hander now. Flat, 260 kilometers an hour, however much that is in miles an hour, probably about 160, something like that. Mind the hypercar as you brake for the bus stop. Bit of a lock-up for the hypercar. And then up and across the line we go.
Beautiful stuff. That was lovely. And with that lap there, few mistakes from Silverheads, but another 2 seconds shaved off on that gap to Team Poland. So they're closing in ever so slightly. If you had a look in the top left along that lap as well, we saw the 666 car edging their way towards P1. So it looks like at the end of this hour and 40, we may well yet have another battle to come between those two. I really hope so. I'm not going to guarantee it. It might not happen. But if we do, I'm sure it would be absolute something. It would be great to watch. So I'm excited for all of these battles still to come. And also for the lead of GT3, the 99 car has had the pace so far. I don't see why they wouldn't be catching back up to Park Motorsport as well.
That was brave from the 69. Nice to go
Nice.
through in the into Le Combe. I worry that's a little bit of a dive bomb there.
I think they'll get away with it considering what we've seen from some of these
Yeah, no,
hypercars.
no, it'll be fine. It was just I was slightly worried. That's all.
Oh, yeah, I understand.
Like,
Risky move.
Yeah, it's a risky move. You're worried about the contact, etc., etc. It's just we're worried about that. 100 minutes left to go here. Oh, contact!
Oh.
Ram goes the 87.
That's
Scuderia Gile, Agile even.
I thought that was the 97 for a second there, and I panicked. Scuderia
87.
Agile. They are a bit further back, down at 11, still with a chance of the top 10. But yeah, that's not going to help them, and I imagine they'll be feeling a little bit disheartened after a spin like that because it's just unnecessary contact. Unnecessary contact.
One commentator here is possessed by an owl. I wonder which one.
Is that me? Because I said who?
Yes.
Ah. Woo.
No, that's a pigeon.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Take a look at that. Gap between Team Versatile and Royal Racing. Actually, this lap slightly in Team Versatile's favour once you add up all the sectors. But Royal Racing are making an impression. They're about... It's, you know what, it stayed around 9 seconds, the gap. But at the moment, that is enough for them to win the race.
I'm going to say that's enough for them to win the race.
I'm sure they'd rather do it on track, though, especially if there were any penalties to come their way, too.
We've had the clip sent into the reports for the 666, and so that is good. That is definitely going to be looked at. That's just been sent in minutes ago.
What do you think?
I mean, initial reactions. We saw it. It was the incident with the 907 that we were on board with on the exit curve Paul Frere.
Oh, of course, yeah. I think maybe a justifiable penalty coming their way then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To answer your question, Gosha, yes, I am. I am Polish, yes. If you couldn't guess by the name.
I still can't think of any Polish words, and I should know a few.
Well, the one that I know you're not saying.
I'm not saying that one, but I was trying. I think I know like some actual nice ones, but I can't remember them right now.
We'll see.
What's the one where it's like buddy or something?
Kolega is like friend, probably.
No, I don't know. I'm just silly.
Jean?
No, it was something
I
that started with a B is what I knew, but maybe it didn't even mean what I thought it meant. Team Poland, speaking of Polish people, they're under threat. Not from Polish people, from the Americans. They're not actually Americans, but they're in a Mustang, so they're Americans for now. Maybe Team Poland could deploy a crowd onto the track to distract the Mustang, but who knows? As right now, they're gaining ever so slightly every single lap.
Yeah, just summon some pierogi, be alright. We'll gather the Polish like that. So summon the pierogi and the vodka.
Well, no, you
be alright.
you don't want to gather
Sorry.
your own people for a Mustang, because once they get distracted by a crowd, do you know what happens?
I dare you to finish that.
Look, when a Mustang has a crowd nearby, bad things tend to happen.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying. All right.
Okay.
I've seen the clips on Instagram Reels.
Oh yeah, to be fair.
Yeah.
Goddamn horses.
Goddamn horses.
Goddamn horses. 20 seconds is the gap between our leader and our second place in in GT3.
Who stole the car? Interestingly, last lap Park Motorsports slightly faster than the 99 car, which is not what we've been seeing. But again, you never know what the traffic was like, what mistakes may have been made. But maybe a couple of these teams just not finding the pace they wanted to find during this last 2-hour stint of the race. You've got to imagine some of these guys, they've been racing for 2 hours prior to this, maybe even 4 hours. They've got to be getting a little bit tired now, surely.
And remember, Tong said that his teammate is likely going to be 3.5 hours in the car.
Well, yeah, that was Luca, wasn't it? For the 55 team.
Yes, sorry.
3.5 hours.
You're absolutely right.
But he's still making gains. Not the quickest gains we've seen all weekend, but small gains towards that P4. And I think at this point in the race, they'll be happy with that.
The 907 Park Motorsport to add insult to injury with the incident that they were taken out at. Let's be honest, it wasn't just a tap; it was a full takeout. They're being given a drive-through penalty for hitting another driver. I've not actually seen the incident, so let me have a look. Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, that
I'm
one.
I'm not going to go too much.
No deliberation from Stuart Casper. Instant.
No deliberation. It was under braking into the bus stop, and the car that was hit by the 907 was braking. The 907 just missed its braking point. Simple as.
Fair enough.
Nothing else. Nothing else to go with it.
That's a shame. Messy race from them. I mean, we saw them in the chat earlier going, ignore the 907 Park Motorsport. Focus on the one that's leading GT3, please. So we'll
focus
talk
on
about
the
that
good
one for a bit more. Yeah, focus on the one that's doing all right.
And we've spent a good chunk of the race here focusing on the one that's doing something.
Yeah, doing something. That's one way to put it.
It depends on who you ask. If it was me behind the wheel, I'd say, cracking, I'm still in the race. A GT3, Porsche or Aston? Both. I'd rather the Aston.
You'd rather the Aston? Interesting.
I like Aston.
Astons are good. I mean, I do have a soft spot for them. Have a look at this. Tempest Racing, as we've been distracted by the 55 car. Still all the action happening in GT3 at the moment. They are just behind Super Mario himself. Yep, Super Mario's going to need a Mega Mushroom to get out of this one because he's got a Lexus chasing him down for 8th place. And was that not my prediction for this team in 8th place?
Maybe. The only prediction that I made was the Peugeot in 9th.
Oh, maybe we didn't do that. Maybe I did that in my head and thought I said it out loud.
Yes, more than likely.
Yeah, I'm a bit silly, so I wouldn't put it past me.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if Mario can stop snogging Peach and see if he can get a bit of pace on.
Oh, yeah, no, look, this is actually Mario. Like this car genuinely is Super Mario, so you've got to let me off with this one. He is. Look at him. He's got the big M and everything.
No. In fact, I'm helping you on this.
I'm just shouting at chat here. They can't call me crazy.
I'm very aware. The team's called One Up Racing. The team's called One Up Racing. Like, it sort of goes with it.
Doesn't get more Mario than that.
Did you not predict D Team Poland win, Casper? I didn't predict a winner.
He's not predicted any. None of us have said anything about winners yet.
I said I would like you to win because Polish. That's all I said. I'm not having my words twisted.
Look at this gap between Super Mario and Pran Tempest Racing. It is less than a second now. And the Silverheads also closing in on 4th place. So GT3, we're about to have some crazy action between these guys here. We've seen great racing across the board, mostly from the GT cars, and I'm excited to see some more. So we're going to keep an eye on this one in our small window down here, but let's get on board with the race that's been brewing for a while now. Silverheads versus Team Poland. Who will take the cake? And they're all over the rear end of Team Poland are the 55 car. They're looking for any little advantage they can get on the run down towards Blanchimont. On your right here, you have the Spa-Francorchamps go-kart track, but they won't be looking at that. They'll be looking firmly at the rear bumper of the car in front. Less than a tenth is the gap. Can they get a move potentially done into the bus stop? We will see. They take the inside line. Late on the brakes are the Silverheads. Ooh. And down the inside they go. Ahead of Team Poland into P4. And Casper lets out a bit of a groan. Poland pull into the pits, though. So who knows what could happen with fresh tyres and fuel.
Okay. I mean, they'll have to stop one more time either way. A. And B. Yeah, I'm not surprised that they let them pass simply because, well, otherwise it would have been really difficult to get into the pits. But I'm going to say for once, I would argue that was absolute cinema.
Absolute cinema has been spoken by Casper himself, and he's supporting the Polish guys, but even he agrees. Absolute cinema.
No, it was a good move. I will admit it was a good move. I didn't think it was going to be coming. And then it did. So I have no complaints.
Back on board with Pran Tempest hunting down the One Up Racing team. The gap slowly closing down. The 69 car, nice, has gone into the pits. But these guys are the closest on-track battle at the moment. We'll see if anything changes in the last hour and a half here. As you know, the gaps in Hypercar do continue to get closer and closer if you've been watching.
By the way, my prediction of ADM in 9th is still standing. I'd just like to point that out.
That's true,
and and it does not look likely that it is going to change. So my one actual proper prediction is pretty accurate.
Hey, could you write my videos for me?
No.
Ah, man. Then I could actually get something right for once.
I'd write them and you'd still get it wrong.
Ah, that's true. That's true. We'll see who ends up where.
My takes are sometimes just as questionable as yours.
Alright, well, then no one should write the videos. But I'm going to keep doing it because it's my job and I enjoy it.
Because someone has to, basically.
Someone's got to be Dan No Skill, and it might as well be me.
Well, no one else is going to. I don't see anybody else online.
There actually was another dude at one point with the username, but I was like, I could never have less subscribers than this guy, or I lose the right to it, and I never did, so I was happy. I think he deleted the channel.
Oh, fair.
Or changed the name, one of the two. And I stole the username, because I had more subs, they let me pick the @ before him, so I was like, yes, I got it. Anyway, half a second between One Up Racing and Pran Tempest Racing. They're closing in ever so slightly, about to send a move down the inside into the Lacombe chicane, and that is from so far back, but it's absolutely amazing, and maybe a little bit of contact there between the two, but in GT3 that's up to 8th for Pran Tempest in the Lexus, the only team that chose the Lexus, and One Up Racing now have, I think that's Academis 444 car just going through on them as well, trying to unlap themselves, so they've dropped back a little bit. What a move from the Lexus.
was from really far back. That even surprised me that we went down the inside. And I suppose now he's just gonna, get into that green pipe and run away, probably.
Casper, why are you dragging the P9 prediction? The P9 prediction's still massive, guys. I don't know what you're on about.
I made one prediction.
It's still massive. Everyone's talking about the P9 prediction.
So far, it sticks. I'm sticking with it.
Oh my goodness. Oh man.
Anyway.
Moving on, swiftly on. Let's talk about our race leader, Casper. What's going on there?
Race leader. Well, there's what? Is it 8.9?
Yep.
Yeah, 8.9 seconds is the difference. I mean, the thing is, again, he's got that 15 seconds penalty on his head. So at the moment, he's not really the race leader.
No.
Technically. Once the penalties do come into effect, it is going to go to the 666 if it were to finish right now. So who knows? But we do expect there to be. Not expect. There's been a report there could be a penalty for the 666 for an incident with the Park Motorsport 907. We'll see what happens. It's been submitted. We'll see. And I do drink water. I've drunk actually quite a substantial amount.
There are a few things to look out for as we head into the final hour in the next 25 minutes of this race. And that's finally, I was waiting for this, a new fastest lap into the 59s. I was about to say, maybe some of the drivers having a lapse in judgment because we're yet to see the times start dropping, but that is a 1:59. That is a second and a half on the team in first, so clearly locked in is the 666 car, absolutely going for it in this final stint. But now these drivers have been racing, some of them for upwards of 2 hours, some of them maybe even longer. There will be lapses in judgment, there may be mistakes, and this is where track position gets more and more important. We've been talking about playing the long game, we've been talking about waiting behind people, but the longer this race goes on, the more important track position becomes.
I'm going to throw a slight curveball out there.
Go for it.
I want your thoughts on this.
Okay.
Could the 77 lose even second here?
Yeah, I would not write that off.
Because here's my logic. The 666 is chasing, right? As it stands, he's more than likely going to overtake. And then the 664 only needs to catch up 10 seconds. So we could very well lose second here.
Yeah, the 77, with those penalties and mistakes earlier in the race, the pressure is adding up for them. And they're going to have to pick up the pace if they want to make an impact. A 59.9. Now the fastest lap of the race. It's the first time in a few hours we've seen that go down. So the 666 car certainly making an impression on the cars in front. And can I just say very quickly, Oscar saying absolute cinema. Finally, I'm so happy. That has got to be absolute cinema as well.
He's also said my name is Jeff.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Have a look at this.
Yeah.
The Tempest Racing car. That was really good impression, by the way. I'm impressed. The Tempest Racing car is right behind. Is under pressure from One Up Racing. Again, these two battling earlier on. And they've lost a lot of time with that slide there. One Up Racing. Clearly not got the speed mushroom to help them through the corners. They are struggling.
Yeah, they seem to be really struggling. Even with the wing cap on Mario, they can't seem to fly ahead of the Lexus. See what I did there? Listen, I've got to joke around a little bit.
We like to make jokes here. We like to do jokes.
We've been here 6.5 hours. Daniel, I love you, but come on, man.
I mean, since we started stream, it's actually closer to 7 hours.
Yeah, exactly. So, I love you, but not that much.
Understandable.
Anyway.
Understandable. Why
Yeah.
don't you talk about the action on track just to regain
Yeah,
some sanity?
let's actually talk. Well, regain what little sanity I had in the first place. Yeah, on board at the moment with the 1-up, 21st overall. I think that makes it 9th in class. That sounds about right. Chasing after the number 6, Lexus directly ahead. We saw a move into the bus stop chicane last time around. Are we going to see it again? They're closing. There's a hypercar getting in the way. Could we go around the outside? No, because the 6 is going to go up the inside. Try and use the hypercar as some additional leverage. Couldn't quite manage. And now the Tempest Racing car is a problem. Well, has a problem because of the traction. And now we come towards last source. Is the Porsche going to be able to go around the outside? Is a switchback on the card? Switchback, I think, is the attempt, but can't quite get alongside. So, yeah, that's it, unfortunately, for now.
This is where now the slipstream is going to come into play for the 1-up Racing team. They are just behind, within inches of the Lexus. The Lexus doing such a good job in that very different pick of a car. But now, edging slightly ahead of Super Mario. Can that time be made up in the braking zone? We saw a slide here from 1-up Racing before. Ooh. And, again, both cars keeping it clean. This is brilliant racing from these two that we've seen.
Not quite, but it's a good battle. I can't wait to see what happens when they actually go side by side. I'm reading the chat and I'm trying not to lose what little sanity I have left.
I can understand, because I took a glance at chat and I wasn't sure what was going on, I'm going to be honest. But we have been yapping for as long as it takes to get from London to New York, which is pretty insane. But I still have energy when we have racing like this going on between 1-up Racing, the 13 car, and the number 6, Brand Tempest Racing. Yep. Look how close they are getting to each other through the piff-paff chicanes. Not a single mistake from either of these teams. Both of them perfect, nailing every single corner. And who will be first on the power through towards Blanchimont? This is where you can get a really good slipstream. This is where we've seen both cars making moves on the other into the bus stop here. Maybe we'll even get a move before then, provided there's no lap traffic. And they've got the track to themselves, side by side, into Blanchimont. You're going to have to back out. And no, neither of them do. And they go past, goes 1-up Racing. Oh, stupid camera. I nearly swore there because I was that excited. Brand Tempest have been overtaken by Team Super Mario. What absolute great racing from these two. There might even be a chance for them to come back.
That is really Super Mario. Get the switchback through Blanchimont. I'm sorry, but that sentence should never be uttered, and yet it has been, because it's happened. That is insane. Brilliant stuff.
I was
from 1-up.
Just to clarify, I was very annoyed at the fact the camera angle nearly missed some crucial action, because the camera angle through Blanchimont is really annoying, and there's not a good one I can find for it apart from the onboard. And I thought I'd swapped it late enough, and I hadn't, which is I was really into it. But let's see if the Lexus can do anything to catch Mario. Maybe toss a green shell out there and hope for the best. And it looks like they are closing, using a lot more confident on the curb through Lacombe than the 1-up Racing team.
When you said no, I'm gonna swear, I've had the image of that guy with the
I'm gonna break my
with
monitor.
the hammer. Yeah, that's the one. I'm gonna break my monitor. I swear.
I swear. I break my monitor. These two are still really close. Hopefully no broken monitors if this battle goes south. 4.5 tenths separate them. And it looks like the Lexus isn't going to be giving up easily with Super Mario in his sights.
You'd hope you wouldn't give up with Super Mario. Because, well, you get to spend time with Super Mario. I was trying to add something onto that,
you just like Super Mario, guys?
I listen. I grew up with Mario. My first console game was Mario Kart Wii.
That, to be fair, same here.
I grew up with the man. I grew up with the man. So that's my 2 cents.
We'll keep an eye on that gap, about 1.1 seconds at the moment. Still looking at our race leaders overall. The 77 car losing time to the 666 that has set a 1:59.9, the fastest lap of the race. Currently, they are in the lead of the race, but I'm sure they want to do it on track. Not just for the pride, but also to give us some action. It seems like they're that kind of racers, and I appreciate that.
But crucially, the gap between the 666 and the 664 hasn't changed. So they're going at a relatively similar pace, which is bad news for the 77.
Exactly. It's bad news because they could be under threat even from P3 with those penalties.
Exactly. So, again, that is not something that you want to, well, have as a possibility. Something that else is a possibility is this man getting to first. Yes.
Well, actually, I was going to say the opposite. We've glazed the 99 car the whole race. We've talked about how great their pace has been in catching to the leaders. But actually, the 97 car has been holding its own at a pretty similar pace distance. It's not dropped that gap all too much. And I think props to the 97 car, who's managed to stay ahead for this long and is now in with a chance of winning the GT3 category.
Yeah, no, definitely. Credit where credit is due. Because, obviously, we were talking about the 99's pace because we were expecting it to come back like it was at the very start. Right? But it sort of hasn't really materialized like we expected.
Not at all.
97 has just been able to crank out lap after lap after lap, keep that gap at about 20 seconds, keep him at arm's width so that he can't get close. He's got that extra buffer. As far as I'm aware, he hasn't got any penalties on him. So he's very much in the best position. The only thing it depends now is how the strategy on the stops plays out. Who still needs to do a long stop is probably the better way of putting it.
Exactly. The pit stop's going to be crucial, and also keeping it clean for this last 1 hour and 15 minutes of racing. Brand Tempest still sniffing at the rear end of One Up Racing. These guys have been going at it lap after lap after lap, providing us with great entertainment the whole time, and I do have to say I appreciate it. We're watching in the left-hand corner the 666 car over these laps, just getting closer and closer to Team Versatile. And that's the battle I'm hoping we get to see before the end of the race, because it ended a bit prematurely last time with some messy racing. I want to see a clean one between them, because I think they're two great racing drivers in those cars. But this is keeping us entertained, and Super Mario is putting the super in Mario. Let's just say that. It's been brilliant.
Well, we know why Peach likes him, let's put it that way. Into Lake Calm we go. For how many laps have these guys done now? Let me try and find out for you.
You know what? I can find this out very easily. Let's have a look.
I can as well.
Who's going to get it first? 163. Beat you to it.
Huh?
Huh? Am I wrong? That's what it says on here. Maybe it's wrong.
Oh, sorry. No, I'm looking at the overall. Yes, you're right.
Yes, I win. See, even the commentators can partake in racing.
You'd be surprised, yeah. Leaders on
here we
lap
go.
189.
Have a look at this. 77 car has pitted. So the 666 takes the lead. Now, whether there'll be another pit stop for the 666 car or not, I don't know. This is where...
No, there need to be.
There
needs to be.
Okay.
Hypercars last just over an hour.
Brilliant.
So everybody's going to need to pit at least once. I'm not 100% sure if 77 is going to be able to take this to the end, I'll be honest.
Well, they're going to have to fuel save.
A good amount of fuel. Yeah, they need a good amount of that.
How does this fare then for the team currently in fourth? The team that started on pole position, dropped all the way to the back, and told us in the mid-race interviews they want to fight for the win. How does this fare for Project A? Are they going to be able to get back to the front or not?
Probably not. Realistically, if everybody's got a pit, it depends if anybody's got long stops.
I see.
Which I don't think they do. Yeah, 77's just come out now, so that wasn't a long stop. That was just a normal stop for the 77 because it's just triggered sector 1 now after a minute 30.
Okay, interesting. So they're still in 3rd place at the moment. They should secure, touch wood for them, a solid 3rd place. But they're going to give it their all for the win. I believe that. And just to address quickly, whilst there's not too much going on track, someone asked me why I'm labelled as a music artist on YouTube. I won't get
Why are you labelled as a music
I
artist?
won't, on Google. I won't get into the technical thing, right? I have these songs that were made for my shorts, like for this thing, right? And they're under me, technically. Google auto-put me as a music artist. So I went to them, and I submitted my idea, and I said, look, I'm not a music artist, but this is me. I'm a content creator. They emailed me back and went, nah, we don't believe it's you. I am not me, apparently. I am not Dan. I'm lying.
Oh.
So I don't really know what I can do about that.
Fun. Also, Oscar, to answer your question, I think there's more doors.
Do you count hinges as wheels?
No.
What about all them wheels on conveyor belts?
I still think there's more doors. Train doors. Car doors.
But trains have more wheels than they have doors.
Doors on the inside. The amount of American trains I've seen with doors with cabins.
Yeah, but I still rate there's more wheels per carriage than there are doors per carriage.
So I still think it's doors. Plus also buildings.
Yeah, but buildings have like chairs with wheels in them. Like an office building has wheelchairs.
Advent calendars have doors?
Hot Wheels have wheels. Hot Wheels have wheels, but no doors.
Fair point.
So I think wheels would clear. Anyway, the 77 car has taken the lead again because the 2 Polish teams have now pitted. So that was short-lived drama. Let's see how far they come out behind him.
Where are they? 77 is coming through No Name now.
Through Pua.
Are they going for a long stop?
We'll have a look on the onboard. They've not left, so I don't think it's a driver swap. But fuel and tyres does take quite a while. So I wouldn't write off a short stop just yet.
Well, no, because 77 was out really quickly.
I think it's still been enough time. We'll see. If they leave, then it is definitely a long stop. But so far, they're still here. So I don't think they're going to be doing a driver change. Unless they need to do more driver change, more long stops still. In which case, the 77 could have a big advantage at the end of this race.
I think that's the case. 664's been in the pits for 2 minutes.
Interesting. Well, let's see if we'll see the long stop thing go off, won't we? So that's something for us. Park Motorsport leading GT3. They are significantly opening up a gap now to the 99 car. The 99 car, bear in mind, has been pretty rapid the whole weekend. But Park Motorsport have now come into their own. And by the looks of it, they are comfortably controlling the race, at least in this last hour part. So absolutely amazing from them. And there you go, 666. Long pits completed. So this really helps the number 77 team.
So they've basically absolutely fumbled the strategy then.
By the seams of it, yeah.
How close is Project A to where the 666 is?
About a minute between them and third. Well, less than a minute. It's going to be going down this gap because they're coming out of the pits now. So it could be close to a Project A podium. Do we have confirmation Team Versatile don't need to do another short or long pit stop?
I don't know if they need to do another long.
I would guess they would, because I don't think they've done a whole gap.
I will say I don't know if their car is going to be able to survive. I think that stop was maybe a little bit too short. They may have gone short on fuel.
Okay.
But I don't know.
I believe you. I believe you.
I don't know. I will try to dig out the information if possible.
Have a look at this here. Park Motorsport 907 on the back of the Lexus. In class, this is for 10th place. We've heard Pran Tempest would just be happy with a top 10, so they're still on track for that. But I'm sure a top 9 would feel even better. We've seen this Mercedes...
I'm going to interrupt, sorry, for a second. 666 has just been given a drive-through for the incident with the 161.
Oh, wow, so that's really going to hurt. For the
incident with the 161 and the 907. So they've got a drive-through on top of that.
Okay, so they're really going to rely on the current race leaders having a penalty at the end of this race. In the meantime, I think the 666 is going for that drive-through now because they've pulled into the pits, so has Project A. In the meantime, the Mercedes, the 907, they've had some horrible luck. We've seen them get absolutely punted earlier on in the race, which I believe that drive-through is for, if I'm not wrong. And now they're trying to get back into the top 9, trying to make an impression on the number 6 car. This might be redemption day for Park Motorsport.
This is looking really good for Park Motorsport. If the gap stays as is, well, A, for the lead, obviously because they're in the lead, they're 23 seconds ahead, again, keeping the 99 at arm's width. And B, you've got the other car, the 907, who has been struggling, let's be honest. If they can get ahead, I think, given the situation, they're not going to be too disappointed with it.
Absolutely not. They've had to back out a little bit because the 99 car has gone past them, lapping them now in GT3, but they'll soon be lapping the Lexus as well. So that could provide us with some close racing between these few cars. And we've got a hypercar as well, I believe. Is that one of the Cadillacs going through there?
Could be.
Honestly,
like
I struggle to tell them apart. They all look so similar. And I'm sure some
it's
guy's
a hypercar.
shaking his fist at me going, they're so easy to tell apart, Dan, you're an idiot. But I'm not, I don't know, I'm silly, okay? Let me live.
It's a hypercar. That's all you need to know.
Well, yeah, exactly. Look at this 664 car closer than ever to their sister team. Do you think there's maybe the chance for them to make an impression? There's not a representative lap time yet because of pit stops, but what do you think?
I think realistically, they'll probably work together to at least secure themselves second and third.
That's a good point.
Stay ahead of Project A. Get themselves second and third. They'll be disappointed they didn't get first, but second and third for the team is quite good.
Absolutely.
I think they'll take it, given the situation.
We've had so many brilliant winners throughout the OC Sim Series' history, and I do want to talk a little bit about that. 2 years ago, around this time of year, we hosted our first ever OC Sim Series. It wasn't streamed on Oscar's channel like we have the privilege of doing nowadays. We streamed it over on Twitch. We had around 70 average viewers for the whole time, and that viewership has only gone up since. And of course, myself and Oscar, we've both had more and more opportunities. The commentary crew here at the OC Sim Series has grown, and the driving standards have only got better, and the racing has only got more intense. And I just want to thank everyone who's been involved over the past 2 years in all the events, from Daytona to Fuji to Bathurst to the 2 events we've had at Spa. It has been amazing fun. And coming into the last hour here now, thank you all so much for sticking with us. There's plenty more action to come, and a potential race for the lead in hypercar and for the GT3 spots in the top 10, all still to play for.
A lot of good stuff still to come. Don't go anywhere. 1 hour, 1 minute and 49, 48, 47 seconds still to come. Almost contact with the Royal car, and I think the Scuderia Carmona, but I'm not 100% sure on that one. I may very well be wrong. Nope, different car.
Different car. Scuderia Carmona running a quiet race here, but their comeback has to, again, we have to point to that because I think they had a lot of issues early on, and they've come back into the top 8, and props to them for that. That's not an easy task to do.
Especially around here, because it's a big circuit. If you make a mistake, you pick up any sort of damage, there's a lot of distance that you need to cover. The only tracks that are arguably worse for that is stuff like Le Mans, the Nürburgring, stuff like this. This is the longest F1 track that there is on the calendar at the moment. So,
let's quickly hop on board with these two because the Lexus appears to have made a bit of a mistake earlier in the lap because now the 907 car, after persistence, after putting in quiet laps and closing the gap, is within half a second of the number 6 car in front of them and closing it down. Casper, this battle, we've seen these guys have some great racing earlier on. This battle surely is going to be one to watch out for.
No, definitely. Couldn't agree with you more. Because, off he goes into Stavelot. As we approach the final hour, is there going to be a move on the dot? No, not quite, but 59.59 left to go.
Into the last hour. Track position now is worth more than ever. So this move and all the rest of the moves to come throughout this final hours of the 8 hours of Spa is going to be crucial. Into the bus stop chicane. Is there room around the outside for the 907? They're going to try it. Not quite. They have to back out. Tuck in behind that Lexus. Bit of a wobble on the exit. That's going to lose them some time. But they needn't stress because they can still close that gap in towards the Pran Tempest team. Half a second as they allow the 94 car to lap them. That's one of their own.
Yeah, I think they would have hit the curb on the inside of that second apex of the chicane. That's probably what caused an issue with the traction. But nevertheless, they're still here, and they could very easily be going for a move on the number 6.
They're catching quite a big slipstream from Sunset Racing ahead of them. They're not going to use that, though. They're going to just back out, save a bit of fuel and tyres. And I think as a lot of the onboards I've seen from the 907 car, they've been playing it relatively safe. But the closer we get to finishing this race, the more I think they do need to push just that little bit harder.
They do need to get a little bit of a hurry on, especially if they want to get 8th and then secure 8th. Because getting 8th, getting a position is one thing, but then being able to secure it, defend it, is a whole separate ballgame. So it's all well and good being able to pass, but then can you defend if needed?
Well,
but also, we're realistically, go. Can't get my words out.
I'll do it. We're about to find out because Pran Tempest. Oh, and there's the mistakes creeping in again, touching the gravel every time they get an opportunity. It just seems to go wrong for Park Motorsports' second team. Not like the first team, who were dominantly controlling the race out in front. The 907 car, it's been a bit of a scruffy race, and I feel bad for them because they've done some great moves and they've put some really solid laps in. But when it's come to those crucial moments, something always seems to go wrong for them.
Yeah, but unfortunately, there's not much that you can do. Option here moves out of the way, though. Does the it's the Scuderia Agile, isn't it?
I believe
think,
so. Yeah,
yes,
Scuderia Agile just getting out of the way of that battle.
By the way, who are 4 seconds behind Sunset Racing, not very far at all.
Well, that gap's been ebbing and flowing as well, because Sunset Racing just got past. I think there may have been pit stop or slight mistake from Scuderia Agile, because they've dropped back. It's great to see all the way down to, obviously, the last places left in the race, still battles going on. And that's what we're here for. It doesn't matter what position you're racing for. It's just such good fun to have a race. And these guys are having one now. Park Motorsport, again, on the back of Pran Tempest. And Pran Tempest, whether they're being overtaken or overtaking, this entire race have been great entertainment for us. And I've got to thank them for it, especially Azam, who I believe is in the car at the moment. Oh, and they've gone wide.
Ooh. The correct chain of events, I've just been told by Vigo, the 666 hit the 907, and then the 161 reported.
Okay, thank you very much.
That's the correct.
I'm going to cut you short here, because we nearly had a move on into Puon, which would have been quite incredible. Not quite, though. The 907 car just behind Park Tempest now, trying to maximize their usage of the track. They've got to make way for the Royal Racing Team. I believe that's the 664 car chasing down for P2 overall. So these guys are all caught up in so many battles. It's brilliant to watch, and this is the joy of endurance racing. Everyone is everywhere. You've got to have your wits about you for 8 hours straight.
Well, this is the point where keeping your wits about you is the most difficult, because you have been racing for 7 and a bit hours, which is a long time. Most people work for 8 hours a day. So technically, they've just done the whole shit.
The 207, absolute lunge from the middle of nowhere, all the way from Saudi Arabia, and they've nearly made the switchback stick. That was the aggression we needed to see from them. Side by side, heading down towards La Source. They get cut off by Tempest Racing, switch to the inside, and Pran Tempest using all of the track to maximize their mid-corner speed and stay ahead of the Park Motorsport team.
Oh, there we go. Sorry, I was worried I muted myself.
Yeah, you're good.
No, we're good. The hill we go once again. He's a little bit too far away for that move, I think. But to your point about everybody being in a fight, that it's just showing that there's still something to fight for. There's still something to stay around for. Do you know what I mean? Like,
exactly.
If you were sort of solo, everybody either 2 laps ahead or behind, then it's like, well, what am I doing this for? Is all not quite lost time, but not as much as the Park Motorsports car would have hoped for it have lost. But there's still something to fight for. There's still something to go.
And I tell you what, we'll stay on with this battle, but have a look at this. Our hypercars, the VRC factory team against ACX Simulations down towards the Lacombe chicane. They are going for it. And they're side by side. On the inside, you've got the 69. Nice. A bit of contact, but through goes the number 10 car. And they've got all this traffic in the way too. This is chaos for these guys. I don't know why I pronounced it like that. I was going to say chaotic. And then a really cheeky move from, I believe, the 888. Who just sort of snuck past them there, or that might have been, that might even be our race leaders. Yeah, I was going to say that's our race leaders. Yeah. Oh my.
Yeah, that was a hell of a move there from the 77. Did not think he was going to go for it, because at this point, all he needs to do is just cross the finish line, and he'll be A-okay, assuming his fuel lasts, which I'm not 100% sure that it will, but we'll see what happens in about 50 or so minutes' time. So, yeah, that was a very good move there.
That was, yeah, very opportunistic, but kept it clean. It's one of those, again, where ACX Simulations, it could have gone wrong, but they strategically used the track, and they kept it clean, and that's what we want to see. Good, hard racing. We've got a talented bunch of drivers here, quite clearly.
Yeah, all talented, all speedy, all brilliant around the outside. Oh, that's the leader, Christ. I got overly excited. That's just the leader lapping.
Still a good move. Still a good
Yes.
move.
Still a good move. Still from very far back as well. Which caught me off guard. But anyway, 51 minutes 30.
Yes, 50 minutes left on the clock, and VRC, the nice car, still in with a chance of chasing down the number 10 ACX Simulations team. They are going to be closing in the slipstream. I don't think it'll be enough 8/10ths back, but you never know because there's so much traffic, including GT3 third place up ahead of them. So they're going to have their wits about them as they head into the Lacombe complex of corners.
It's difficult to overtake in here for hypercars. Almost contact with the 907. They've been embroiled in one contact thing. Don't let them be embroiled in another. But Ray, okay, the 69, nice, is making their way through.
And it'll be a battle of whoever can make it through this traffic quickest. Who's got the best race sense. And look there, the VRC team got a lot nicer of a run through Puon than ACX did. And that gained them about a 10th on ACX Simulation. So all this traffic, it can work in your favor if you're able to slice through it cleanly.
Traffic gives and traffic takes away. That is... If there's one rule that you take from endurance racing, is that it can go both ways. So it could gain a 10th here, could lose 2 there. Gain a second there, lose half a second in another place, right?
Absolutely. It's consistency.
Overall, should equalise. But it depends on how you work through it.
Again, if you're overly aggressive and you're making mistakes through the traffic, then it might not equalize. It might work against you. So you've got to just be patient and find those best opportunities that minimize your time loss.
Exactly. It's the best. You've got to take the best option possible because sometimes the racing line isn't necessarily very available to yourself, and so you may have to take alternate action. But then, do you go off track or do you stay on track and lose more time? Which is the better option? That's what the racecraft is there. That's where experience comes in.
I'm going to distract you for a second. Look at the GT3 lead. The 99 car back in the lead. The 97 car has pitted and they're in control of the race again. So it's going to be interesting to see how that final set of pit stops ends up for GT3s. I imagine it's a lot closer than it looks at the moment, but we never know. At the moment, this battle is ongoing. For position 6, the ACX Simulation team, they got past the nice 69 car, but now they're under pressure once again. This battle has been ongoing between these two for quite a few laps, and it's really interesting to see how the pace advantage swings in each car's favor. Will there be a move into Piff Path? Not quite, but following very, very closely is the VRC factory team's car. Nothing going to happen into Stavelo 1. Let's see as they head towards Blanchimont because there is traffic up ahead. Slow-moving GT cars. They're going to have to make their way round. Looks like both cars found a reasonably decent line around it. What's the gap looking like between them? About 0.3 seconds. Can a move happen into the bus stop? It won't be the first time today, and they're getting awfully close, side by side. Who will be last on the brakes? And great defense from the ACX team there.
You can see they had a thought, had a little bit of a look, but decided, yeah, it's probably best if I don't. Because, again, there was 1, 2, I think 3 other cars surrounding the chicane. If I hit one of them, my race is done. With 47 minutes left to go. So it really worked out in terms of, you know, keeping the car alive, making sure that he can actually finish the race, which is obviously the priority.
Obviously it is. And another quick update on GT3 race leaders. The 99 car has pitted. The 222 will inherit the lead, but I imagine they'll be pitting soon too. So, looks like the battle for GT3 lead is still on, and the 97 car may come out in first soon as, oh, big snap from VRC, the 69 car there. That's lost them quite a few tenths in this battle for 6th place.
So sorry, I was just checking something that Viggo sent me. Yeah, I'm wondering how the GT3s are going to line up post pit stops, because the 222 could probably still run out another couple of laps on its current set. I mean, the 99 I think pitted on 28 laps for the stint.
They've come out ahead, though,
and-
than the 99 car. Only 7 seconds to the 222, though, so that could be a little bit of a battle.
I think the 222 is going to have to pit either way.
Surely, you would think so.
Well, they have to. Because, again, this is the 22nd lap on a stint. They'd have to
Okay.
do another 22, give or take. They'd have to be pushing 40 on a single stint. The fuels tank is not that big.
Understood. No amount of lift and
So-
coast could save them.
Exactly. You'd have to lift and coast down, going down the hill, and even then, I don't think that'd save you.
Well, fair enough then. We'll save that battle for another day. We'll keep an eye on the timing, obviously, because you never know. They could still have a little fight before 222 goes in for the next pit stop. But most likely, it'll be between 97 and the 99 car. Let's see. It looks like ACX, the last few laps, has just been able to get a bit of a gap. If you look at the sector times there from the last lap, just been able to get slightly further ahead from the 69 car.
Pulled out half a second in that second split. That's quite good. I know it's a long sector, so there's a lot of time to be gained. However, he still done pretty well to pick up half a second on. Let's be honest, drivers that aren't slouches.
Absolutely not. All these guys,
So-
incredibly talented.
Exactly. So in order to be able to pull up half a second on legitimate, genuine pace, give credit to the man where credit is due. Because it deserves it.
It really does. It really does. All the drivers, even the ones further down towards the back of the field, deserve props, because it's not easy to partake in races like this. I've done a few of my own, and they're very mentally straining, physically tasking as well, with the amount of force feedback we get on modern sim wheels. So
Yeah.
really big props to you guys for doing this endurance race. I mean, I'm getting a little bit sweaty
sorry.
and tired now.
Sorry,
Go for it.
FNLRT are in the pits.
Ooh, okay.
We'll see how that plays a
Are
part.
you sure? Because by the looks of their onboard, they're heading down the Kemmel Strait.
Well, they've just come out.
They must have had a very short
Is
stop.
what's
Well,
happened.
that's the thing. They would have only have needed a short stop, actually. They could be on for the win here, but they'd have to gain 1 second per lap, every lap, till the end of the race. Well, 1 second a minute, should I say, until the end of the race. That's a tall order.
So 2 seconds a lap. That's a lot.
That's a lot to ask for. But P2, not out of the reach for this GT3 team. The GT3 battle has been very exciting the whole way through.
Definitely. And then also, it does seem like the 99's got it. That early pace has
Paid off.
worked magnificently.
Absolutely. They've really
Because
really put in the work.
we weren't sure, sort of, about 2-3 hours to go, up until about 5 minutes ago, whether they were going to be able to take it. And I think with the long stop strategy, I think it's worked in their favour. So they've smashed it.
They really have. That's great from them, and we saw a good battle in between the leaders of the GT3. Who knows? You never know if mistakes or whatever could creep in and happen towards the end of this race, but at the moment, the 99 car looking solid out in front. Same with the 77, but I imagine, Casper, you've been doing the pit stop calculations. The 77 team, they've got another pit stop coming their way, surely?
Maybe. I don't think they can go to the end. It'd have to be a very short stop, which they will do. They'll be fine. But I don't think they're going to manage.
like I said before, I'm not going
If
to
they
promise
do,
anything.
it'll be tight.
I'm not going to
Yeah.
promise anything, but there could still be a battle on for the lead of Hypercar and even GT3 if circumstances play right. So let's see how this battle pans out for 6th and 7th. Just the VRC team not able to ever quite get close enough, are they?
No, they're losing time in that middle split, as you can see, just off of this previous lap. So they're not able to sort of capitalize on that, on the downforce. Maybe already putting in a little bit too much into the tires. I mean, when did they pit? They pitted 6 laps ago. So if their tires are wasted already, which I'd hope they're not, but if they're wasted already, he's got a long 40 minutes ahead of him.
Absolutely, I agree. It's gonna be tough for those who are trying to manage tires and fuel and maybe maybe get themselves closer.
Should we add a little bit of comedy back into this?
Before we do, can I just point something out?
Yes.
The car in 4th, Project A, the second car to make it into the 159.9s.
Oh, wow. Fairs.
So flying a little bit from them. Go ahead and tell us a joke.
Hold on, something's happened on the Kemmel Straight.
Oh.
Go to Skunkworks, I think.
Oh, that's a big incident down the Kemmel. Could this be a late call for a VSC? It is. VSC is deployed. And there's another car caught up in that. It looks like a black GT3. Can we find out who that is? Who's moving slowly on the Kemmel? Is it the car in 22nd?
Is it SKU? Skunkworks.
They've returned to pits, whoever it was, anyway. But yeah,
Park Motorsport was in the 907 was in the vague area at the time.
There's the 907. There's the 55. It was Silverheads. They're in the. No, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not actually. They are the only ones in.
No, Silverheads are in the pits.
They're the only ones in the pits. So it must have been Silverheads and Skunkworks getting involved with each other there. Vanguard and ACX both chose to pit, putting VRC factory team back into 5th place.
That's the number 69, right?
Yeah, number 69 back into 5th place.
Nice.
Those two have pitted.
Nice.
No, Project A also into the pit lane. So I assume they're thinking. I think there's going to be another pit stop from our leaders yet. At least the race leader.
What's race control saying? Skunkworks. They're telling Skunkworks to return the pit, and we're back underway. Actually, speaking of, how many pit stops do you think Skunkworks has had so far in this race?
Oh, bloody hell. 20.
Okay, it's not that bad. Christ,
Okay,
16.
Right. How many of Scuderia Agile had? Or was it them who had more?
It was Carmona. They have 18.
18. Good pit calls from a couple of teams there. Project A especially, coming out of the pits now, gaining a lot of time under that VSC. So good work from them. That could help them late into the race here in Spa. Like we said, one good pit stop can really help you. One good pit stop can really help.
Absolutely. I think that's cemented Project A's 4th.
Yeah, seems like it.
Which, again, considering what's happened, not bad.
Not bad at all.
Not bad at all.
Hop and have a look at ACX, and also, actually, we're gonna go to our GT3s because there's a close battle. There was a close battle at least between these two. One Up Racing and Pran Tempest Racing back at it again, fighting each other. Super Mario They've just dropped back on pace a little bit, so we'll keep an eye on that battle. But yeah, a couple battles starting to happen yet again here in GT3 and Hypercar.
As always. I don't know what else I can add to that. 195 Vanguard Racing Team still in the pits. It looks like a long stop. Same goes for Skunk Works, actually, unless they're fixing damage. Anything, see if there's anything else going at the moment. I'm still looking at the 77 and I'm thinking, I don't know.
It would be great to maybe hear. I mean, I know they might not want to give away their strategy, but Vigo, if we could hear from anyone on the 77 team about their strategy and if they plan to do another stop, that would massively help us out.
Yeah, because are they trying to go again, or? I mean, either way, they'll be fine because again, it's because of the gap that they've got, right? So even if they go in for a short stop, they'll be okay, right? It's just a query of will they need to?
Will they need to? I believe they've done their long stops, right? I believe.
I think so as well. But again, I'm not 100% sure.
We will see. Let's see if we can get Vigo on the case if he's got a spare minute, because that would help us out. In the meantime, we won't keep speculating. We'll look further back. Battle for second and third. It's still kind of on, but it's whether these teams can keep pushing. We've seen Project A dip into the 159, so they're going to need a lot more laps like that. We know it's two good drivers in that car. They've had a lot of bad luck. What could they do?
I don't think they can do much more.
Keep the pressure on and keep pushing?
I mean, they can try, but they're over a minute and a half. Well, they're over 1 minute 40 behind with 35 left to go. I don't really think it's realistically gonna be possible.
It all depends.
Simply on time.
Okay, I've had just having a conversation there. Still down in GT3's bit of a battle going on between the Lexus and the Super Mario, and there you have it, Project A. Wow, 2/10 quicker, 1:59.7. That is a stunning lap from them. Absolutely on the money. I wouldn't write them out yet.
I don't know. Something would need to happen.
I've had news from Vigo. He also isn't sure if the 77, our race leaders, will have another pit stop or not. But if they're not going to have one, it's going to have to be a tremendous fuel save from them. Because their last stop was at the 1 hour 20 mark. And Project A are off the track. Project A have spun. That's the last thing they needed when they were trying to hunt down the top three. I think I'm going to have to agree with you. Hope might be over for them now.
Yeah, even with after that, I think the gap somehow went down to about 75 seconds. It's 75 seconds in 33 minutes. That's 2 seconds a minute, 4 seconds, over 4 seconds a lap.
I think P4, I know they won't be happy with it because I know Tong, but he should be happy with it.
We both know Tong. He's not going to be happy, but given what's happened, I think he can kick up happy Guinness and be all right. I assume he drinks Guinness. He's Irish.
I believe so. I like a bit of Guinness.
Oh, off he goes again.
Well, whoever. It's not Tong in the car. It's Lasse in the car, I believe.
It's Lasse's in the car.
Tong's messaged me. He's very unhappy. I'm sure horrible words Oscar wouldn't want me repeating on this stream have been said.
Yeah. multiple swears, and having been to Ireland, I know quite a few. Yes.
Was that?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
yeah,
losing it. Okay, it's nearly. We've been streaming for nearly 8 hours at this point, and we've still got half an
that
hour
is,
left.
yeah, no, I don't like it either. But well, we're here.
No, you know what? I'm loving the race. I'm loving
Yeah,
the race.
I'm loving the race. Don't get me wrong. I just don't love you that much.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go. I don't want to commentate anymore.
All right, cool. Half hour with me. Cool. No, nobody wants that.
Yeah, no, we need each other. We're doing well.
No, we do.
Look at this, 664 car. Little bit of a time gain to the car in second, the other Polish team. You said maybe there's team orders. If I remember from the last OC Sim series, I believe they confirmed to us they don't race with team orders in place. So I don't see why we wouldn't see these two going wheel to wheel.
I didn't think it was going to be team orders. I thought it was going to be work together to secure second and third somehow.
Well, that's
I don't
fair
think
enough.
I never thought it was necessarily going to be one over the other, because I fully expect them to fight. But I think it was more of a case of make sure that you've got second and third secured before you do anything rash.
On your main screen, you've
That
got
was
our
my thinking.
closest current battle between ACX and the 69 car. Nice, although the ACX team had a bit of a wobble through the bus stop. And in the bottom left, you've got the closest GT3 battle. The number 6 Pran Tempest Racing versus the 1-up team. I'll hand you over to Casper for just a minute. Enjoy.
All right, cool. Let's let's have a look at what's going on. So fight 4, we're looking on with ACX Simulations. Ahead of him is the number 69. 5.6 seconds ahead. Well, that's them right there. Question is, are they going to be able to catch up in half an hour? It's a very realistic possibility. It's a question of when, A, and B, are they going to actually be able to make the move? Because catching is one thing, but overtaking is a whole different kettle of fish. 195 goes for a long stop. So fifth, remember they only need to do 4. Right, so they can do more if they want, but a minimum of 4 is required. 200-second pit stops, that's when driver changes can occur. Gap's not really closing, it's staying roughly the same, so there's not much going for the number 10 at the moment. The 77, I'm still keeping an eye on the amount of laps and whether they'll need to pit. I still think they probably will, but it will be tight. Skunkworks has just come out in 15th place behind 3 GT cars. The 99, the 22, to the 222, and the 97. So he's in 15th overall, 12th in class. The D Team Poland, by the way, in 4th place. Very happy about that. Look, with all due respect to Silverhead's division. But I am Polish. I do kind of want them to do well. Seeing if there's anybody else that's going to need to pit. I think AGM might. Because there's 2 laps more than 77. I think ADM will have to pit. ADM is actually in 8th. I said they'd be in 9th. Not to, rub it in anymore. But I said they'd be in 9th. Turns out you did better than I thought. Which, very well done. 27.50 still on the clock. The race leader has just done lap 210 of the race. Yes, 210 laps have been completed so far. Probably going to be hitting about 223-ish, maybe. Give or take somewhere around about that. And 195 picked up a drive-through for cutting. Ooh. Yikes. That's a Lamborghini.
That is a Lamborghini. I don't think we have a Lamborghini, do we? Or do we?
No, we do. It was the... it would have been Scuderia Agile, I think. Yeah.
I Oh, also, just looking at this, look at the gains of the 664 car. I know in the last lap, the 666 slightly quicker, but it's all about the time gains, and they're just getting closer and closer to that P2. So I think the fight is on for the top two at least, maybe even the top three. Maybe even the top three. I have an interview lined up, Casper. Are you excited?
Oh, Enchante, please do enlighten me on your lined up interview.
I'm going to be honest, it's a very angry man. Because coming into the VC,
Oh no.
we do indeed, we have Tong. We have Tong coming in.
Oh no,
Yeah.
not again.
Here we go. Let's hear from him and his woes. Hello, Tong. I'm not going to ask you how it's going because I've seen.
I'm going to ask in a slightly different way. Have you cracked open the Guinness yet?
No, actually, I've cracked open a Heineken just for a change.
Oh, God. I thought you had better standards.
Are you, out of
Don't you dare
curiosity,
drink a beer.
are you getting back in the car and using the extra beer speed?
No, the beer speed has been used. That's called a hangover. We use that to full effect.
I had that this morning.
It's actually been a really solid finals, apart from the spin, because we were just like, you know, we're gonna just go for fastest lap. We did.
Yeah.
I want to add.
You got it.
We did. Well, Lassie got it, so fair play to him. I did want to point out something, boys, because you're all speculating over the leader's pit. We believe the leader has one more long stop to make.
Ooh, now that would spice things up. I thought they'd done 4 of 4, but it would make sense because the pace of all of these drivers hasn't been so extraordinary that someone should be a lap ahead. So I do think it's a difference in pit stop strategy.
Seems to be. Oh, that's a well-earned beer. Oh, that feels so good. Yeah, like because if what we were seeing, anyways, from inside the car when they were on the same long stops, Team Versatile and the Wojaw Racing, Team Versatile were about 10 seconds ahead, give or take. So we don't know how. I've no idea. All I know is I'm out of it.
Because my thinking was that when they did their last stop with about 1 hour 20 to go, that wasn't a long stop, and I figured, oh, that might be their last stop. They haven't needed to go for the long stop, so they've probably done all of them. I don't know how it's happened that they've got a lap ahead with all 4 of their long stops done, but it's happened. Right? That was my thinking.
I'm very surprised they didn't take the VSC as an opportunity. They were in prime position. We took a bit of the VSC just because why not? And we're actually closing back up to the Wojaw 666, but it's really... Why didn't they take it? I don't know. You know what? They're leading. We're not. So I guess they know.
Exactly.
Looking at the lap times, very similar between you and the race leaders. Slightly quicker on the last lap by about 0.06 of a second. So there is still the potential for you to be catching because it looks like the 77 car is making leeway, but that probably means they're lower on fuel. I do want to bring the conversation slightly back towards you, Tom, before we talk pit strategy again. I know this race, as you take another fastest lap of 59.645, brilliant driving from Lassie. I know this race has treated you horribly, but do you think, given the bad luck at the start, the bad luck in the middle, and the bad luck at the end, a P4 or potentially even a P3 would be a decent result for you guys?
Yeah, I guess considering we pretty much lost about 3 or 4 minutes from all the issues we had. The disconnect lost us well over a minute. The whole start, we lost another, basically our joker. We had to pit twice mid-stint because damage. Apart from that, like the pace, as I said yesterday when we were commentating qualifying, Dan, like the pace had just been 10th within 10th. Like one lap you'd be faster than Moyal, all the rest. Like I reckon we could have been up there and fighting with them, and it would have been really, really close. But woulda, coulda, shoulda at the end of the day. I think P4.
I think the fact that you're as close as you are now after all that shows you certainly should have been up fighting with those guys.
Exactly, shoulda, woulda, coulda. But no, the guys up front, they didn't have any dramas. Well, they had their share of dramas, they had their share of penalties and whatever, but they still drove great. At the end of the day, they're in the lead. We did our best to try and catch up, and I think we can only be proud of it, really. It was good driving, good consistency, and my God, the GT3 scared me.
The other question I actually have, leading on from what you were just saying, you pitted for damage. We've seen a few cars pit for damage, but we've also seen a couple cars get away with it and carry on. What is the damage like when you go hurling into a GT3 or a wall?
So the front damage on the Cadillac actually isn't too bad. It's pretty handy. Now, I got a bit of suspension damage. That actually wasn't the worst. I only lost about 20 seconds, I think, but the over-the-side damage was what really killed me. When it came to a GT3 and the chicane decided to rejoin Stevie Wonder style and not look, and gave me a load of side damage, that cost me about half a second a lap. So I think the Peugeot is the main one. If you touch that, it falls apart like a packet of crisps.
Oh, no.
So the damage hasn't been too bad for at least the Ferrari and the Cadillac, from what we've seen at least.
Fair enough.
Well, Tom,
Christ.
it was lovely to hear from you, and I'm glad you didn't just come on here and swear, because you have every right to, given how your race has gone. But I wish you guys the best of luck. I think a P4 would be solid for you. I don't know if the podium's within reach anymore, but the fastest lap as well just proves a point, doesn't it? So well done to you guys, and great persistence.
We want to win something. Also, you boys, can everybody in the chat just show some appreciation for these idiots who sat here for pretty much what it's going to be over 8 hours, because they have nothing to do on a Saturday.
In 3 minutes,
no, I don't.
in 3
I
minutes,
really
it's
don't.
over 8 hours.
And you're getting paid by the hour or just by the satisfaction?
I've got no idea.
Okay.
We're not talking about that yet.
I'm
so.
paid by the experience and the links that I will make in the future.
I'm paid by
Don't
Casper's
start
love.
that. Yeah, you guys have been bickering the entire time. But fair play to you. It's been a pleasure watching you. And we'll go and finish out this race.
Listen, if you're spending time with him, who wouldn't bicker?
Oh, trust me, I know the pain, man. I brought him to Spain.
Well,
You loved me in Spain, apart from right,
already
right.
did.
I gotta tell this
There
one
we go.
story quickly. The Who was playing on the radio, Baba O'Reilly, and I turned to Tong and I go, "Who sings this?" And he goes, "I can't remember." And I go, "No, who sings this?" And then he screams at me. Actually, I can't repeat what he screams at me, but he screams at me, and everyone in the car just dies laughing, because he'd just driven like the most horrible Spanish road full of traffic for like 3 hours straight, and I just annoyed him with that.
We made it into Spain after about 11 hours of driving, and he hits me with that. If you're ever going on a road trip,
hold
don't
on.
take damn.
Hold on. You drove to Spain?
In a Volkswagen Jetta.
That I bought for 1,500 quid. There you go. But that's a story for another time, I believe.
It is. It's not. It's not the time
I'm
now.
going to need to hear that.
We'll tell you after, but yeah, finish out the race. We'll talk to you after.
All
Thank
right,
you.
see you,
Good
mate.
luck,
Take
Tom.
care.
See you later.
Why?
It was lovely to hear from Tong and Project A. Just there.
Why?
Why? Is that what you're saying?
No, he
said boy.
No, no, I thought he said why.
He said bye, I think, just with a little
Oh.
high-pitched voice.
I don't pay attention.
Casper, we got a couple close-ish fights in GT3. The 99 car very much in the lead, just like we saw near the start of the race. The closest battle there is for 9th and 10th and 7th and 8th. But over in Hypercar, look at this battle for 3rd place. And given that we assume now the car in P1 has a long stop left to do, it could be within 10 seconds the fight for first.
Yeah, I mean, again, my running theory was that he didn't use that long stop on the last stop. He doesn't need one at all. He's done them all. I don't have anywhere where I can track it or anything like that, so I don't know. Right? But it's a big mistake that they weren't able to use it. Because that would have saved 3 minutes, which probably would have got rid of the ambiguity of whether he needed to pit or not another time. And then on top of that, he just wouldn't have had to pit another time, which would have saved another 40 seconds at least.
Well, if they are going to do another one, they're cutting it fine in the last 20 minutes of this race. And this is where, even if they don't have another long stop left, this is where their tyres and fuel might become a burden to them, because they stopped early on, about 1 hour 20 mark, and usually these cars are fueled for an hour. So if they're going to come in, it's going to be soon. If they've saved enough props to them. The last thing they want to do is run out of fuel near the end of the race.
It's 15 minutes left. He's done 26 laps on this stint. Royal have done 24 each, so they're 2 laps further along. Further back, sorry, in the fuel stint. But again, it just goes to the long stops question. Because I don't have anywhere that I can track this sort of stuff, so I don't know. I could not tell you for the life of me.
Well, they wouldn't be the only team to pit late in the race, because look down there. The Peugeot, the 45 car, has just come in for a stop, and that looked like somebody running very wide at Blanchimont behind the 907 we see here.
Yeah, look,
Oh, they're in the pits! They are in the pits! The 77 car has just entered the pits now. Let's see if it's for a long stop. If they disappear in that top left-hand corner, they're doing a driver swap. If they don't, but they're in there for like 3 minutes, it is a long stop. We're about to find out, as the 666 car now will be pushing flat out to try and win this race. This is what we were hoping for. The battle for the lead is on.
Assuming this is a long stop, I think Royal have got this.
Surely.
Because
surely.
It's 200 seconds, which is 2 minutes 40.
They're going to unlap themselves now as they come past the pit lane. So this will be Royal unlapping themselves. I don't know why I sounded like Donald Trump then. And then they've got to make it back round again. And it looks like Team Versatile are sat in the pits for a long one. This doesn't look like just a quick blast of fuel and tyres for the last 15 minutes. This is their final long stop.
Yeah, that's it. This is the final long stop. This is going to be really big.
This will be down to the wire.
I could not tell you what's going to happen here.
Oh, this is what we were hoping for. The gap between P2 and P3, 8 seconds. We're about to find out the gap between P1 and P2, because the 77 car have had an artificial lead for a while now due to their pit strategy, but they needed to come in for one last long stop. Royal Racing are making their way around the track, trying not to get held up by traffic, as they are doing at the moment. Another hypercar in front of them, but they're going to want to get ahead or just tucked in behind the 77 car.
I mean, thankfully, they had another hypercar ahead, but now this is where GT traffic is going to come into play. They've got one car there, another is just going off. Thankfully, they all stay out of the way, I think. Yeah, they'll be okay coming into Piff Path. Right. He's going to be coming out anytime within the next 30 seconds.
We'll keep an eye on it. We'll see once that car shifts into gear.
I am very much watching it here on my telemetry on my side screen as well. This is crazy intense. What on earth?
Rounding through to Blanchimont. The Royal Racing 666 car goes. They are getting closer and closer to Team Versatile. Surely that car will exit the pit soon.
They've got it.
Through the bus stop chicane. Down the start-finish straight. Is it going to be close? On the pit exit, they're not moving. They're not moving. Here they go. And Royal Racing take the lead of the race from Team Versatile. The question now, the 664 car will do the same.
They've got it, yeah. They've got first and second. Versatile isn't even moving yet.
Project A are quite a while off still. There we go. Team Versatile are out now. So let's see, with fresh tyres, low fuel, and all of their long stops done, in the last 13 minutes, can Team Versatile put in the stint of all stints to catch the two Royal Racing teams?
18 seconds. 18 seconds in 12 and a half minutes. That is not happening. I don't think.
It's endurance racing. Never say never. It's unlikely. It's unlikely. It does look like the two Polish teams will take the 1-2 after a superb drive from them. The 77 car did everything they could, but it looks like it hasn't been enough. Let's see. In the last 12 minutes of the OCSS 8 hours of Spa. What happens? And not ignoring our GT3 leader as well. The 99 car, absolutely in control out front there. Park Motorsport, still trying to get out of that 10th place position, aren't they?
Yeah, they're stuck in 10th. It's sort of like they're chained to 10th. Which, to be fair, in most cases 10th isn't too bad. It's 10th out of 13. It's not great, but it's still, you know, finish in the top 10. It's not too bad, all things considered. Gaps grow to 20 seconds between the 77 and the 664. It's not happening.
What might happen is the 666 car is in for a pit stop, and the 664 are in for a pit stop. I assume tires and fuel. So ignore everything we've just said. It's back on for Team Versatile. I don't think they need to change tires. They could probably go on the tires. It's just a case of fuel. You might as well change tires, though, I believe, because it's quicker than fuel.
Waste time. Waste time, honestly.
It's quicker than fuel, though, so you might as well.
Fair enough, then. You know this game better than I do. Right.
77 car, now ahead of both. Right. Well, the 666 car's coming out of the pit lane here. Look how close this is going to be between the two of them. The battle for the lead in the last 10 minutes is under 2 seconds. This is make or break.
The 664 is about 5 seconds further behind either, so anything happens, then that's it, first of all. And second of all, please do not forget that the 77 has 15 seconds worth of penalties.
That's true. They do have that penalty. I don't believe they can serve them during a pit stop. So that is getting added on at the end of the race. But still, this could be absolutely incredible for the finish. They are going to do everything they possibly can to chase down the 666 car.
Well, they need to chase down, get ahead, and then somehow pull out 15 seconds.
Or potentially, penalties can be discussed post-race as well, I assume. So let's not dwell on the penalties now. We'll talk on-track position. We'll talk about them at the end of the race once we know a bit more. Vigo, I'd like to confirm the penalties for the top 3 teams before the end of the race, if that's possible, so we know what we're dealing with. But here we go. Here we go. The 77 car. Closing in to the 666. This was the finish we were hoping for.
I mean, this is better than even I had expected. I had hope that the Royal cars would have been able to pull it out. I didn't think they'd need to come into the pit lane again. I was thinking they were going to be just about okay. So it's slightly surprised me, but that is most certainly not a complaint.
It surprised both of us. Let's see the lap times as these two cars cross the lines after their pit stop. The 77 is gaining on the 666. Ignore the first sector because that will be to do with pit stop time, but sector 2 is realistic, although the Royal Racing Team will have cold tyres. Looks like the 664 dropping back a little bit, though. I do have confirmation on the penalties. I will inform you of them at the end of the race when we cross the line as to who the race winner will be, if that's all right with you.
Okay. If my maths is correct also, 5 to go.
Should be around that. I believe, yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's, this one included, 5 to go.
This is going to be one of the most intense and close finishes we've had at an OCSS event. It is now within a second between the leaders of Hypercar.
This is, again, we were both surprised. I thought we were having a done deal. Then Tom tells us that they're still due us a long stop. Royal come in, and now we've got the top 3 still within 10 seconds.
I know we're focusing on this battle for the lead, but down in GT3, the 222 car, the one you can see actually right there, the car these guys are passing, has gotten into second place ahead of the 97. So looks like they're on for a good second place there behind the 99 car in GT3. But focusing on this battle, these two now have got to make their way through the lap traffic, and they were expecting the Mercedes to stay out of the way. He did not. That is not what you want with 7 minutes to go and a fight for the lead on your hands.
There was an incident with the number 10 and the 195, i.e. pitting when the pits were closed. But that was because of an incident they had to come into the pit lane. So no further action on that one. Into La Source we go though. 4 to go here. This is going to be tight. I like this.
Half a second, roughly, the gap between the two, heading to the biggest slipstream of the entire track, up through Eau Rouge, along the Kemmel Straight, and into Lecombe. Royal Racing versus Team Versatile. It's a good Eau Rouge. Royal lost the rear end a little bit. Side by side, down the Kemmel Straight. They are neck and neck. Who will be last on the brakes? Down the inside. Contact between the two of them yet again. Cuts the chicane. Does the 66 car. And they've spun both of them round on the final few laps. The 664 car is coming through now. No full course yellow. And they're nearly taken out by their teammates into second. The 77 car is just ahead. This has changed things massively.
What on earth has just happened? The 666 and the 77 have basically come together, I think, sort of maybe a slight retaliatory for the last time that it happened sort of about 2 hours ago. And then the 666 almost takes out its sister car with arguably an almost unsafe rejoin.
Yeah, that was a panic from both of them. Far too close. I would deem that personally a racing incident. I don't know about yourself, but we did see the 666 car getting overly aggressive there. They've got to make their way through the traffic, past the 55 car, through Stavelo 1. Now they're going to be powering through Stavelo 2. The question here is, will the sister team let them go through? I don't think so, because they're racing for the podium, but that's going to make things harder for them and could give an advantage to the 77 car. This could be a late winner decider once penalties come into account too.
I think that was a racing incident as well. They called the last one a racing incident, so I think they'll call this one a racing incident as well. What about the second contact going into turn 7? I don't know. That might be looked at. Unsafe rejoin from the 666 as well. That also could be looked at, as we have now got 3 laps to go.
So the 664, who was 9 seconds off the lead just 1 lap ago, now is within reach of winning this race. But behind them, closing at a rate of knots, are their teammates in the 666 car. Is there a penalty coming the 666 car's way? We don't know. Potentially. This is all to play for right now, and all of these drivers are pushing each other to the absolute limit.
It's absolute to the limit, but it's brilliant. And realistically, I don't think we could have had any other way. I think, as far as from what I know, once penalties taken into account, it's going to be between the two Royal guys, crews.
Surely, because
for the win.
Just to inform you, the 77 car does have penalties coming your way. I will confirm their position at the end of the race, which means if the 666 car can catch their teammates, they could be fighting for the win. So the battle for P2, depending on the gap in the next 3 minutes, very well could be the battle for the lead of this race. So don't go anywhere. It's less than a second between these, less than 2 seconds between these two drivers, and looks like the 666 car is catching ever so slightly.
It's ever so slightly, but he's got basically 2 laps to catch 2 seconds, then get ahead of his sister car, which it's difficult considering that these two are so very closely matched. They need a lot of traffic to work in their favour, and there's not really very much coming up. Most of it is behind them. So there's not really much traffic to help. There's a little bit, but not all that much. So, you know, on this penultimate lap here, they're going to need to put it together, basically.
Absolutely. Yeah, they're going to need 2 incredible laps if they want to challenge their teammates. The 77 car is trying to create as big a gap as possible, but I'm not sure if it'll be enough. by the end of the race. This is down to the wire. These teams have put in so much today, and they've got so much out. They've provided us with great entertainment right to the end. If you told me the fight to the lead would be within 5 seconds after 8 hours of racing, I wouldn't have believed you. Yet here it is today. One mistake, one wheel in the gravel, that's all it takes. The 666 car chasing down the race leaders and their sister team in P2.
I'm going to take it down ever so slightly. Skunkworks has been given a 20-second time penalty, which will be tacked on to their race time, causing collision, going up the back straight up towards the bus stop, cause a collision, cause the car to spin off. Relatively fair, can't complain.
Can we say absolute skunkworks? Absolute skunkworks.
Absolute skunkworks. Yes, we can. There's another decision coming up now. Well, being typed up now. I'll let you know what it is once it gets.
Will this be to do
entered.
with our fight for the lead and the contact we saw there? This could change the outcome
Probably
of
not.
the race.
Probably not. I don't think the
Okay.
report has been. I don't think a report has been specifically submitted about that. That is going to be sorted post race
Understood.
because it's too close.
Yeah, that makes sense. 1 minute left on the counter. These top 3 teams are rounding the final corner now. I believe, unless it's checkered flag +1, this could be the final lap.
I think it's the final lap
I think
as
this
well.
is the final lap. This has been an absolute pleasure. 2 years ago, around this time of year, OCSS started with myself, Captain Foxy, in the commentary crew. Since then, we've grown many different members of staff to help us with these events. They've only gotten better. A huge thank you to Azam for the graphics he's put together, to Taran for the trailer, to Casper for the amazing commentary alongside me today, and to VHK and Azam, who organised all of this thing here today that you see, and of course to Oscar, who lets us host this event on his channel. Make sure to check out all the links supporting him. 0 seconds on the counter. I believe the checkered flag is out, unless when we cross the line, there's another lap to go. Sometimes that's how these things go. I cannot quite remember. I don't think it's written anywhere for me if it's +1 or not.
I think this will be the last lap. It's been an absolute corker of a race. Ups, downs, lefts, rights. Fights pretty much constantly across this whole race, and I don't think I'd have it any other way. It's been absolutely brilliant. There's been controversy, and it's brilliant as we come out of Curveball Fair for more than likely the final time, and we go back up the hill. I'll leave it to you.
The 77 car has been involved in incidents, has had penalties come their way, and when they cross the line, they may not be the race winner, but I will confirm that to you. Heading through the bus stop chicane, I've been Dan. Casper has been alongside me. This has been the OC Sim Series. The 77 car crosses the line to take the checkered flag, but the Royal Racing team, they finish first. The 664 car, as there is 25 seconds of penalty added to Team Versatile's time. 666 car takes third. But we need to mention the GT3s. The 99 car drove a superb race. They finished in first in class, ISC Racing. It was absolutely phenomenal from them. The only team to drop into the 214s. In second place, I believe we had the 222 car, and in third we had the 97 of Park Motorsport. This was absolutely amazing. Congratulations to Royal Racing. The 77 car crosses the line in first, but I believe your race winner will be the 664, the Royal Racing team. This has been OC Racing. Don't go anywhere, because we still have a couple interviews upcoming.
Some would say this race was absolute cinema.
Some would say this race is absolute cinema. A big thanks to everyone who's watched so far. Please stick around to hear from our race winners. I mean, look at them, synchronized donuts. That is a team proud of what is most likely a 1-2 finish. But let's check in with our GT3 winners as well, because props to them. It was a commanding race from the 99 car, and we didn't speak about them all that often, but the battles they did get into were ferocious, especially with the 97 car. The racing was amazing, and OC Sim Series 8 Hours of Spa, I will go out on a limb to say, has been our best event yet.
I mean, out of 3 that I've done, it's certainly up there. I'm certainly not going to argue that. Obviously, again, I've done 3. You've done them all, for the most part. So, yeah, that wouldn't be an incorrect statement, I think.
Casper, just to rub your face in it, the P9 prediction that is still massive, it was wrong, you idiot. It was wrong.
Oh.
You're cooked. You're washed.
What is it? What was it? P8?
I don't know. I didn't actually see, but someone in the chat saying it's wrong, so I'm going to believe them. Waiting for confirmation.
I'm pretty sure it was P8.
On our interviews. Just a massive thanks to all the drivers who turned up. And again, please say your thank you to Vigo. He puts in a ton of work behind the scenes. This stream never makes a profit, so if you want to support future OCSS events, use all of Oscar's links below and make sure you give a little donation to the PayPal if you could afford to do so. We really do appreciate it. Thank you so much, everybody. I'm going to roll a little bit of track footage. That has been the OCS 8 Hours of Spa. We're gonna get some interviewees in.
Yeah, you're gonna get some interviewees. I'm going to leave you here.
Thank you, Casper, for joining me.
No worries, my pleasure. Thank you for having me. We'll see you in a year's time, whenever the next event is.
Well, exactly. And I just have to say, props, Casper, who's leaving us a little bit before the interviews now. Props to him for doing the full, actually 8 hours and 20 minutes we've been live on stream. Thank you so much to him, because it's an incredible feat to do that, and it's not easy, I know from experience. So thanks, Casper, man.
Yeah, no worries. No worries. Pleasure to have done it. And yeah, we'll see you soon.
See you in a bit, man. Sticking around with me, if you are a legend for doing so. We should have a couple post-race interviews coming your way. If you are interested in the final results, with penalties applied, join the Discord, as they will be posted there after the race. The stewards will obviously have a little bit more to go through afterwards. So the race results are not confirmed yet. I'm getting info that we're not potentially going to be having some interviews. So I really do appreciate all of you for watching. This has been, honestly, my favorite OCSS event yet. It's crazy to see how far the event's come. It's crazy to see the support that goes to both me, Oscar, and all of the team behind it. Like I said, Azam, Vigo, Taran, Luca Casale, Milan, who puts in a load of work, Casper, Captain Foxy, Cameron Designs, all of the mod team, Plur Gamer. I'm hoping I've not missed anyone there, but all of the admin team put in such good work. I've been Dan No Skill, and I will leave you with this beautiful trailer. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and I hope we provided you with 8 hours of brilliant entertainment. See you all later, guys.
Head down the highway side, cold wind, but it feels right. With you, I'm heavy breathing. Feels like I'm lucid dreaming. I'm not usually the type to rush into the night. This time I can't be speeding. I'm taking it slow, but I just want more. I'm taking Take it